Good morning, House of Chatty. What's going on? Who got the belt today? Who got that belt? Guessing Rustdog? Rustdog! What's up? Hello, S.A. Carpenter, Warren, David. Good to see everybody in here. Wheezy, Casey Tucker Band. What's going on? Michigan.
Hi, everyone.
Chris Ochoa. Hello. Greetings from Oxnard.
Hey. Good morning. Oh, just James. Who got the belt today?
Russ.
Hey, nice job, Russ. Got the belt.
Morning, Chatty House.
What up, Drew Down? Cousin Pete. Tyler Jennings. What's good, baby? Man, that Cooper Flag injury didn't look good. Hopefully it's not a tournament ender, but hopefully it doesn't mess up his draft stock. Adrian? How do you pronounce this? I'm going Adrian for now. That's a sick spelling in that name. I like that very much. Hey, shout out. Thanks, Tyler.
Miguel, Spencer, good morning.
What up, Spencer? Thank you. Thank you. Nice. Adrian,
Your
like rocket.
support.
Okay, so it's not pronounced Adrian. It's pronounced Adrian!
Yo, Adrian!
Haven't eaten breakfast yet.
I think it's funny he says that, actually.
Yeah, we got all the bosses in the kitchen right now. Charlie's cracking eggs. Got Malia, one of our sales staff, brought freaking she made cinnamon rolls, vegan cinnamon rolls.
Oh, she made those?
Yes.
Oh.
She made them. They look incredible.
Yeah.
I thought like the presentation of them looks like she bought those at a professional bakery. Made them. And there's a vegan version. And there's vegan biscuits because we have several vegetarians and vegans.
Okay.
What up, Lizzie? Yeah, man, it was bad. Rolled his ankle. Oh, Lizzie, you stop it.
Yeah, the Cooper Flag injury did not look good.
Okay. What's up, Cool Cat? All right, man. The vibes are up today. It's a Thursday, best day of the week. That's James Ham. Joe Brazil's over there rocking his Kings beanie. I'm Kyle Madson, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're the Insiders, and we're here till noon on ESPN 1320. Everybody listening on ESPN 1320 AM on the radio dial, thank you. Hello, good morning. If you're on the free Odyssey app, appreciate you as well. And, of course, everybody in the chatty house watching on youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We appreciate you. And our podcast listeners salute the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show, available wherever you get your podcasts. Hope the future is going well. All right. We're going to talk a ton of Kings Warriors today. But I need to rewind. I want to rewind to March of 2021. I'm in Hawaii, as it were. I'm in Hawaii. And it is the morning after I proposed to my now wife.
Okay.
And our plan is to be like, hey, we're going to be engaged in Hawaii, and we're going to go tell every bartender that we're engaged, and we're going to see if we can get free drinks, and we're going to have a great time. That was the plan. We're 3 hours behind, so it's about 4:30 in the morning I wake up. Roll over, and this is literally, I kid you not, what happened. It's like out of a damn movie. I grab my phone off the little nightstand to look and just kind of see what's going on, if I missed anything. As I am grabbing my phone and pulling it to my face like this, it buzzes. And it is the notification from Adam Schefter that the 49ers have traded 3 first-round picks to move up to number 3 overall in the 2021 NFL draft. It ruined my life. I went from, hey, I'm going to have a nice day, like staying in bed, lounging around, going out, getting drunk. This is going to be great. I wound up working for 6 hours because info's coming out and I got to write these articles. I'm doing all this stuff. So anyways, and that led to a month plus of speculation of what are the 49ers going to do with the number 3 pick. We know Trevor Lawrence is going 1. We know Zach Wilson is going 2. Who's going 3? Is it Justin Fields? Is it Mac Jones? Is it Trey Lance? Who's it going to be? I did so much damn content about this that once the 2021 draft was done, I was excited for that to be over. But specifically, the Mac Jones of it all really threw a wrench in it because you had these exciting quarterbacks, Justin Fields and Trey Lance. They got these big arms and they can move. And the reporting was all, I don't know if you remember this, the reporting was all like, yeah, hey, Mac Jones is the guy.
That's wild.
Kyle Shanahan wants Mac Jones. Adam Schefter, Adam Schefter is like, when he says something, it's because that's the thing. I know people who are in the building in San Francisco who vehemently believed, yeah, hey, they're taking Mac. That's the guy. So we did a lot of content about this. The second, on April 27th or whatever day it was, day 1 of the draft, when Roger Goodell headed to the podium and said, with the number 3 pick in the 2021 NFL draft, the San Francisco 49ers select quarterback Trey Lance, North Dakota State. He's like, oh my God, I never have to talk about Mac Jones again.
Ever.
This is the greatest day of my life. Second greatest day of my life. Sorry, honey. This is the second greatest day of my life. And then last night, I get home from work. I do a little podcast with my buddy Chris Biederman, Candlestick Chronicles. Shout out. I do a little podcast. I got my writing done. It's about 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Settling in for a nice little Wednesday.
Right. We're going to have dinner. We're going to sit down. We're going to watch some TV, and we're just going to vibe. That's the rest of the night. I don't have any work to do. I get another notification. The 49ers have signed Mac Jones. And now he's back in my life. Just hanging around. And yeah, he's the backup quarterback. But is he? Because Kyle Shanahan got his guy.
Oh, no.
And oh, hey, Brock Purdy contract negotiations. If they go sideways, we know how much Kyle Shanahan has wanted Mac Jones.
Maybe Kirk Cousins still available.
He's not. He's got like a $10 million bonus coming up that apparently the Falcons are just going to pay him. But now we're back here. And Mac Jones is on the 49ers. And I don't think that they signed Mac Jones. And again, we're going to get to Kings Warriors. We've got a ton on that coming up. But I don't think they signed Mac Jones because they're worried that Brock Purdy isn't going to sign or that they're looking for different options. I think they signed Mac Jones because when you look at the available quarterbacks, you know what? Yeah, he's right in there.
Why not?
He's just right. When you go look, there's no like, oh man, you need to get that guy. There's no like Sam Darnold, right? Where you're going like, hey, possible reclamation project. It's like, no, Mac Jones stinks. And he's available for $5 million guaranteed. Great. You're the backup now. If they need him to go out and start a couple of games, they feel like they might be able to win them with Mac Jones instead of
Brandon Allen.
Yeah,
to me, like the Mac Jones thing, he doesn't have a big arm. We know that. His decision making is a little questionable.
Yeah, he's bad.
He's just like a mid quarterback, but so is Sam Darnold when they got him. So are other players that the 49ers are a place where guys can go and get their careers back online. I don't know that you're magically going to be able to teach Mac Jones how to throw the ball further or with more velocity. I don't think that's going to happen, but certainly think that it doesn't hurt to have at least somebody with some experience in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And, Josh Dobbs was fine last year, but it didn't feel like that was like a natural fit. Mm-hmm. He was a third quarterback for most of the year. Mm-hmm. But like, here we are, Mac Jones, San Francisco 49er.
Yeah, man. And now we're here. And I have to talk about Mac Jones again. So help me God. So help me, bro. If this contract negotiation with Brock Purdy lasts into training camp again,
Mm.
and Brock Purdy holds out, and we have de facto QB1 Mac Jones for the start of training camp.
Oh, I'm here for it, just to torture you. I'm here for it. I am.
Great, cool. I'm glad you're having so much fun.
It's like if the Kings would have traded for Luka. Except for that would have been way better.
Yeah. It's exactly like, Mac Jones, Luka Doncic. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah,
Man.
but after all the years of, oh my gosh, they passed on Luka. If you were to get him after that, that would be weird.
Yeah, but you'd get. But we would be. What are you talking about?
No, I
We'd be throwing a party.
Yeah.
Like the Kings had traded for Luka.
We would all of a sudden go from
We'd
hating
be like,
watching him whine to, well, now he's
elite at getting to the free throw line.
elite free throw line. It's not grifting. It's not grifting when you're that good.
Hey, 9-0 run, 10-0 run. Luka's gonna get to the line. That's what he does. God, what a leader! What a floor general. Love Luka.
Right. No one gets hit harder than Luka. No one gets hit harder than Luka. Nobody. So like, just blow the whistle.
He should shoot 10 more free throws a game if we're keeping it a stack.
That's right.
Man. Just immediately, I had just gotten downstairs. Just immediately, like, all right. Chris texts me, he goes, we should pod about this. Like, yeah, no, we'll intro. It's fine.
I thought you already did pod before that.
We did.
You had a second pod?
Yeah, and we attached it to the beginning. Like hey, we recorded a podcast and then some news broke.
That's funny.
Just a little cold open. Anyways. Nothing matters. Time is a flat circle. Eat Arby's. That's where we're at.
That's where we're at. Kyle's sad.
I'm not even sad. I'm just like, because again, it doesn't matter. This doesn't change the 49ers. Their over-under is probably going to be like 8.5, 9.5.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't change that. Their Super Bowl odds are still 14-1. They're still the favorite to win the NFC West. This doesn't change. It's just like this guy. But then you start going down the list, and it's like, all right, here are the other free agent quarterbacks, and I promise this is the last we're going to talk about this, at least for now.
Or ever. It's possible.
Here are the other free agent quarterbacks. Gardner Minshew. Trey Lance would have been hilarious.
That would have been funny.
Drew Lock. Joe Flacco. Jameis. Case Keenum. Taylor Heineke. Do anything for you?
I like Taylor Heineke.
Cooper Rush. Carson Wentz.
I like Heineke more than I like Mac Jones.
Oh,
he throws a lot of interceptions, but at least he can throw.
He throws a lot of interceptions is the reason he would be disqualified by Kyle Shanahan. I have no feelings on whether one of those guys is better than the other one. They're all in a bucket. They're all nameless, faceless quarterbacks.
Yeah, I totally agree.
CJ Beathard, Kyle Allen, they're all just dudes. They're all just dudes. It just so happens that the dude they signed is Mac freaking Jones, who I thought I would clean my hands of. And now we're here. Ugh, I say.
I feel for you, Kyle.
I've never, you ever write out UGH in a text like ugh? Like ugh.
Yeah.
That I've never felt that emotion more than right now. Like ugh. Yeah. Nah, don't like it.
I think I gave you the green throwing up emojis.
Yes. Strong. The perfect
yeah, it was like
illustration of my vibe.
Yeah.
Whatever, man.
Not great.
Michael McCorkle-Jones, San Francisco 49er. The Kirk Cousins of Brock Purdy's is in the building. Whatever. Want to know something good that happened last night?
Yeah, what happened?
My underdog lineup won.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Our
underdog lineup. We did it, everybody.
That's right.
Here's what I want everybody to do. We're going to play the underdog game again. I have a lineup of picks that I currently like, but I will accept additional. Oh no, where'd my other one go? Oh, it must have gone onto a different page. That's fine. I will accept. We will accept other entries. So I would love everybody to download the Underdog app You don't even have to sign up. Would love for you to sign up. Use promo code KyleM if you sign up. But you can just download the app and look through the projections.
Okay.
The stat projections on their pick'em game. I would love everybody to do that and just start sending into the chatty house your lineups for tonight. Or what lineup you would do.
Okay.
Or just like a projection you really like. Maybe you see, I think DeMar DeRozan is 21.5 points. If you're like, hey, I'm adamant that DeMar DeRozan's going for at least 22, like hit us in the chatty house.
Okay.
Let us know. And again, download the Underdog app and check that out. If you do sign up, use promo code KyleM. It makes me look good. And that's what we're here for. But yeah, Bam Adebayo, we went lower than 33.5 points, rebounds, assists. Went way less. He finished at like 28.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right. We were right there.
Yeah, nailed it. James Harden, higher than 8.5 assists. I think he had 11. We had Tyler Hero, higher than 27.5 points plus assists. I think he had 33.
Oh, yeah, we
like
nailed
this
that.
was the most. It's the first time we've ever like collaborated, like talked out an underdog lineup, and it went really well. Yeah, Bam I'm sorry, 20 points, rebounds, and assists for Bam.
Wow, and his number was 33.
Way lower. James Harden, 11 assists. We went higher than 8.5, way higher.
Yep.
Tyler Hero, 38 points, rebounds, points and assists. And the number by the time I picked it was 28.5.
Okay.
And then Ivica Zubats, we had having a double-double. And he had that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I have never had a lineup clear everything that easily. Like usually, like here, let me get another 3 out of 3. Luka higher than 28.5 points, he had 32. Cat higher than 11.5 rebounds, he had 14. Draymond higher than 5.5 assists, he had 10. Like you see, it's usually like a couple or within half. These just yesterday's blew it out of the water. It was great. Easy W.
Zubats is on a tear.
Hope you followed along. Dude, he is awesome this year.
Yeah, he's 26 and 14.
He's been really freaking good.
And Bogdanovic started, and Bogey went for 30 and 10?
Oh my God.
30 points, 10 rebounds? What in the world is happening in this game? Hey, look, I think we found like a secret thing here with Underdog. Because we were discussing this before. Like typically when I'm going through Underdog, I'm always looking for things that I think are too low, right? And so things that I can go higher than,
right? Because
I'm an optimist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, there's no way he's going to go less than that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think when we choose them, when you allow someone else to choose the possibilities, and then you have to like answer for them, like I think it makes it like slightly different, because I'm not looking at a bunch of numbers and pulling out the ones that I think will be just like higher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you have to be really diligent because it's so many numbers. Like on the Kings Warriors game tonight, I think it's like 150 projections are in there. So you have to be really diligent because it can get really overwhelming. And I think that's why talking them out really helps, because I just see like Bam Adebayo 33.5, and it's like, that feels super low. It's like, right, it feels low on purpose. They want you to go higher.
Yeah.
Anyways,
but we had just seen Zubats, and he just tore through the Kings. And it's like, man, that dude's playing really well, and he's like, Bam's going to struggle with him.
Yeah.
The Heat did no favors for the Kings yesterday. In fact, not a lot of teams did very many favors for the Kings yesterday. We'll get into some of the scores from last night, but we need to get into tonight's Sacramento Kings game. They're headed down to the, what is it, the dental office? Is that what they call it?
Yeah, the dental office.
Down to Chase Center in San Francisco. Kings Warriors final matchup of the season, final regular season matchup of the season, I should say, at Chase Center tonight. We're going to dive into that game, and we'll have plenty more hoops coming up right here. And if NFL free agency news breaks, we'll of course have it for you right here on the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Joe Brazil's there. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're rocking with you until noon. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Over the handlebars.
Looks like the Dallas Mavericks were back up to 9 players available last night.
Hey,
6,
that's
7,
big
8,
time.
9.
We are going to address this very question, Jay.
We did see the Cooper Flag injury, and the Cooper Flag injury did not look good, and that is just a prime example of why there is no way Cooper Flag is not going number 1 overall this year.
Facts, dude.
There's
he had-
no way.
If he had any doubt,
Yeah.
because fingers crossed he gets lucky here, and that's a sprain that it might cost him his tournament.
Yeah.
But fingers crossed it's not something that's so bad that all of a sudden it starts messing with his draft stock.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
It didn't look like that type of injury, but I'm not a doctor. Everybody's body's different. I have no idea. So it didn't look like that type of injury. So I'm hoping that's not the case. But man, if you had any doubts about whether you should go into the NBA draft or not, that type of injury will scare you out of those thoughts.
Yeah. I mean,
because it could have been way worse.
I totally agree. It looked like a grade 2 ankle sprain at a minimum, and more likely a grade 3.
Yeah, it was the ankle sprain that his foot didn't go directly sideways. It went kind of over the top and sideways.
It's possible that's a high ankle sprain.
Yeah, they were again.
Yeah,
not doctors here, but they were grabbing up near his knee.
Yeah,
and working their way down the calf, and he seemed to be grimacing. And that's from what I understand what the high ankle sprain is it gets all the way up into the knee.
Yeah.
Who's the Mark Schlereth was on when I was at 95.7 was on the radio, and he said that a high ankle sprain was the most painful injury he ever had playing football.
Interesting.
Yeah, he said it feels like your leg is broken.
Okay.
And you're just walking around.
My dad is an all-time tough guy,
Mhm.
construction worker. He cracked ribs one time and said that was the most painful injury he's ever had.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
when you hear about quarterbacks oh yeah, he broke a rib, they're going to throw a flak jacket on him, he's going to go play football. I'm sorry, what?
No.
So I didn't play football, man. I'm not built that way. I'm not wired that way. My ribs are cracked. Nobody touched me. I'm off for a month.
How much time we got?
About 30 seconds. Stan Van Gundy at 11 o'clock, everybody, by the way. Shout out Stan Van.
Oh. According to Jordan Schultz, Cooper Kupp has 5 teams that are interested, and he does not want a drawn-out situation. He wants a quick decision.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. Kings Warriors tonight down at Chase Center. The running bit for us. Every game's the biggest game of the year.
Every game is the biggest game. Well, this is.
But actually, this
is a big game.
This is massive tonight in San Francisco. And we had somebody in the chatty house ask us at youtube.com/ESPN1320. We had somebody in the chatty house ask us if it was a must win for the Kings tonight. And from the literal definition of a must win, no. They could technically lose tonight and win the rest of their games and be the 4 seed. But maybe 3. But from a just math standpoint, and from a reality standpoint, and from you just had a heartbreaking loss to the Clippers, and then one of your most lackluster games of the year.
Mm-hmm.
You need this one. You can't fall behind. A loss would put you 4.5 games back of the 6th seed with 17 games to go. That's not a hill you want to have to climb.
No, I mean, like, look, your goal is to have as many wins as possible. That's of course the ultimate goal, but to have as many tiebreakers as possible as well.
Yep.
And this is a team that you're up 2-1 in the season series. The opportunity is staring you in the face to put yourself back in the ballgame. Now, the Warriors have been really good, and they've pulled away from the Kings. You remember they were coming out of the All-Star break. They were either even or the Kings were up on the Warriors by half game.
Yeah.
The Warriors have blown the Kings out of the water, right? Because they just keep winning. They've won 10 of their last 11 games on a 5-game win streak. But this is one of those games where, like, look, if you're going to show up now, because you got a Phoenix Suns team that's totally wounded tomorrow night. You need to show up big. You need to come out with energy, and you need to make this game. Don't do what you did against the Clippers.
Yep.
Don't make it an overtime game that everyone's playing 47 minutes. If you can beat the Warriors handily tonight, it would do so much for your season. And I'm not saying that that's going to happen, because this is a good Warriors team. They're playing extremely well, but that's the mentality you need to go in with.
Yeah, you have to, if nothing else, you just have to go play well. Like, maybe you don't win, but you can't come out flat again. And what was their final score? 132-108 was the last time they played. You can't have that happen again. You can't come out flat like you did against the Knicks, and I don't think they will. And that's kind of what I'm hoping to see, because the Warriors might just be a buzzsaw right now, and you may not go into their building and beat them. But to me, that pales in comparison to, oh, you went in there and you lost by 20 again. Now it's like red alert. Can you stay out of the 10 seed? What's happening here? There's going to be a bigger conversation if they come out and they're flat again tonight. I don't think they will be. I think they're going to play hard. I think they're going to play well. And whether they win or not, I have no idea. But it's one that, man, you'd way rather be 2.5 back of a 6 seed with 17 games left than 4.5 and not having the tiebreaker.
Well, I mean, it's pretty much over. Like, to catch that team, like, it's just another team that you have to mark off the list. You know, again, the Clippers are on that list too, and the Clippers are now moving ahead of the Kings, and they now have the tiebreaker. They're a 3-1 against the Kings. At least the Kings would have a 2-2. If they lose tonight, they'd still have like it would have
a conference record after that.
I don't remember. It gets complicated.
Sure.
We can look it up. If you're in the same division, it might go to divisional record, then conference record.
Oh, that would benefit the Kings.
Yeah, so I'd have to look it up. There's a strict, like, if you're in conference, if you're in the same bucket.
I take back what I just said. Then forget just playing well. You can't. You have to win too.
Yeah, you have to beat this.
I take back the idea that you can just play well and, like, oh, hey, play well and it'll put you in a good spot to beat Phoenix and win a couple. No, you got to win tonight. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those games that you really do. You need to figure out a way to get a win against a good team, a team that's beat you a couple of times this year. That's beat you once this year, and that just beat you really badly. Like, you should be embarrassed going in there and say, no, we're not doing that again, and we're not letting what happened against the Knicks happen again. We're going in here, but, you know, there's a hope that Domantas Sabonis will be back, and there's, you know, whether Jake LaRavia plays or not, still questionable. But you're going into this game with a little bit of a chip on your shoulder.
Yeah, man. We talked about this a lot yesterday, and Doug Christie kept saying after the Knicks game, "That's not us. That's not us." And it's not. We've seen them bounce back. Like, I do think that the fact that the Warriors kicked the heck out of them at Golden One Center the last time they played is going to factor in. Like, they're going to take that into account. The fact that they came out and frankly had an embarrassing performance against the Knicks, I think they're going to take that into account. Which is, if you're looking for optimism tonight, it's that. I don't think that this is a team. They're talented enough that if they go out and just play, I'm going to say play mad, like, you can't tangibly quantify that, but, like, if they just play mad, like, hey, we're going to get every loose ball, We're going to be dogs on defense. We're going to pick people up full court. We're going to trap Steph the second he steps across the timeline. Like that is, if you play with that level of force, you give yourself a chance to win A, every night, but B, specifically, you have a really good chance to win this one. And I think that's the version of the Kings we're going to get. And from there, it's like, man, can Zach LaVine get hot? Can DeMar DeRozan get hot? Can Malik Monk have an efficient game?
Mm-hmm.
That's where you start to take steps toward the path of winning. But it just starts with bouncing back and playing better, and I think they will, because that's what we've seen. If there's an identity to the Doug Christie Kings, it's that they're not just going to roll over.
Yeah, you'd hope not. You'd hope that they continue to develop that personality, especially down the stretch of this season, because there's a lot of tough games.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of tough back-to-backs.
Yep.
Like, this is not an easy back-to-back, and you need to go down there. I mean, you got this game, you hop on a plane, you fly to Phoenix, and you play again tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, but no one's crying for anybody.
Nope. Who do you got for King starters tonight?
I think we're going to go with the standard: Monk, LaVine, DeRozan, Murray, and Sabonis. He practiced yesterday. They're going to wait and see how he feels today, because that's usually the big test. Like, make sure that hamstring isn't just, he doesn't wake up today and like, oh, this is super sore.
Right.
There's a good chance he's starting, and if not, Valanciunas will start.
Okay. No chance they try and throw a little curveball. Bring Monk off the bench, start Keon against Steph.
I don't think there's any chance.
Okay.
Although
Right.
that's the
kind of thing, but that's the kind of thing when we talk about, I think you're probably right. It's probably a very tiny chance, if any, but that's the kind of adjustment you'd see in a playoff series.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope that we do get to a point where we're asking that question.
Yeah.
But
no doubt.
as of right now, I just think that it's pretty much straight up. They're going to start who they always start.
For Golden State, you're probably looking at Steph Curry, Moses Moody, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and probably Quentin Post. He started the last couple of games for them.
Mm-hmm.
The rookie second-round pick playing really well. What's the Kings injury report look like?
Domantas Sabonis, Jake LaRavia are both questionable. Again, Sabonis practiced yesterday, and the media, we forgot to ask about Jake LaRavia. I believe he was on the court when we got there, so I think he also practiced, but they're both listed as questionable tonight.
All right, and what about Golden State?
Pods is out. Jonathan Kuminga is back after, I think, missing 31 games.
He's been out a long time, since January.
Yeah, he's probable, which gives him 75% chance of playing, and then GP2 is available.
Probably wearing the mask still.
Yeah.
Had a contusion in his nose.
Oh.
That sounds painful.
It doesn't sound like, I mean, he didn't break his nose?
No, it said contusion.
Oh, that's weird.
Really odd.
Okay.
Matchup of the game. What do we got?
I got Keegan versus Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, if you're just to get away from the Keon versus Steph of it all, which I think is going to kind of be the matchup that defines this one. Keegan and Jimmy Butler is a really good one, because Jimmy Butler is a big reason that Golden State is 12-2 since the break.
Yeah.
Or not since the break, but since the trade deadline.
Well, and it shows you exactly why you go get a Jimmy Butler, because it makes a team like the Kings put their best defender in Keegan Murray at 6'8" over on Jimmy Butler, and then try to, smoke and mirror with Steph Curry.
And we know how effective Keegan is offensively, or when he's aggressive offensively, what it means for the Kings. Jimmy Butler's the kind of guy who can get him in foul trouble. So how he does in that little chess match between those two guys is going to be worth watching really close tonight. I think that's a great pick for the matchup of the game. All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil, he is also here. We've got the final Kings-Warriors regular season tilt of the year tonight. The Kings need it bad. We'll have keys to victory coming up for you in a little bit right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Are the Warriors the team you would least like to see, or maybe most like to see, in a one-game play-in scenario? So whether that's the 7-8 matchup, or the Kings were the 9-10, and now they've got to go win a second one to get in, because your options are Minnesota, the Clippers, and Golden State. How would you rank those?
Okay.
Let's assume everyone's healthy.
Minnesota's playing extremely well right
They
now.
look awesome.
Right? I think if I were to choose the team I would want to play the most, it would probably be Golden State. No, I mean, it would probably be the Clippers. The team I'd want to play second most would probably be Golden State, and the team I'd want to play third most would be Minnesota.
Yeah, I think that's probably my order too.
I mean, you can switch Minnesota and Golden State. I don't know either
I just
way.
so it's all about matchups, right? And I think Minnesota might just be a tougher matchup. Like if Julius Randle gets hot, the Kings don't really have an answer for that.
Yeah.
And I know this is not to obviously I'm not going to sit here and disparage Steph Curry. We've seen what happens when Steph gets hot too. Like that can just happen. Great players do that.
Yeah.
But I think just from a pure matchup standpoint, like, all right, you have Keon and Keegan that you can throw at Steph. If you need somebody to pick up a couple of fouls, Markelle Fultz is there. You just have a few different bodies you can kind of throw at him. Maybe Jake LaRavia can chase him around for a little bit. With Julius Randle, if he gets rolling, plus they have Ant who can get rolling as much as anybody in the league. They have Jaden McDaniels, very good defender.
Nas Reed
defender.
tears up the Kings.
Nas Reed cooks. So yeah, that's why I think, and especially because as hot as Golden State is, Minnesota's won 6 in a row. Now who'd they beat last night?
Denver.
Yeah, they beat Denver last night. That's right. In Denver, kicked the heck out of them. 115-95 the final. Julius Randle, they haven't lost. Minnesota hasn't since Julius Randle came back. He's averaging 18.8 points, 7.5 rebounds, and 6.5 assists on 51.3% shooting from the field. He's 33.3% from three, but he's 86.7% from the free throw line. They've won 6 straight.
He's tough. I don't know if that's, again, I don't know if it's totally sustainable. And again, you get to the playoffs, and I think there's a good chance that Rudy Gobert gets played off the court like he does almost every year.
Sure.
But I also know that, they have Nas Reed that they can put on the court and is about as difficult a matchup for big men as there is in the league. So
yeah. Let's get to eBiz on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. eBiz, what's up, man?
What's up with it, man? I just got to ask a question. This is for you, Kyle. Hey, who do you want to win tonight, man? Because I know Golden State is your team, so, and I know you work for, the station out here. Hey, hold on. I'm on the phone. But, yeah, hey, who do you want to win, though?
All right. Appreciate the call, man. We've talked about this 1,000 times. I cannot, as a sports fan, and I'm not going to lie to you, we've talked about this before, like what happens when you're a fan of a team and then you start working in media. I want the Warriors to win every game they play. That is sat through so many years of them being terrible. Like that is in my bones. Sorry. Sue me. But at the same time, what happens now is if I didn't do this for work, if I was a teacher, I would be like, hey, if Golden State loses tonight, it's going to ruin my day. I'm going to be so upset. Whereas now it's like, hey man, if Golden State loses tonight, that's way better for my job. Like I'm in a win-win situation, but I would be lying to you if I was like, no, I'm rooting for the Kings tonight. I'm a diehard Kings guy. Like, no, but if they win, I'm going to be like, oh, great. This is good for our show.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think either way, we'll discuss it tomorrow, like nonstop, as we're prepared for the Phoenix game as well.
Yeah.
But it's one of those games that you're, like, I don't know if there's measuring stick games left in the season for anybody, but this is definitely a game that, like, you have to go in there and at least put your best foot forward, which is not what we saw in the last time the Kings came out. So I don't have a rooting stake. Like I'm hoping that my guy Doug Christie is successful, and so wins and losses actually, it does matter. But like when you cover a team as long as I have, you don't have a rooting stake at all. Like, when I watch a game, do I, like, am I at least pulling for a guy to hit a shot or not? Maybe a little bit, but like at the end of the day, it's like you kind of lose that fandom.
Yeah, man. It's just kind of, it's weird. I don't know how to describe it. It's just a different, just a different feeling, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think anyone out there who's like, "Oh, how could you not, love the team that you cover?" It's like, okay, well, go back and look at my first 12 years where I wrote between like 48 and like 52 losing game recaps a game. I mean, a season.
Oof.
Like that's a lot of losing.
Yeah.
Like I went through a huge stretch where the most wins they had was 33 under George Karl. It wasn't until like the 2019 season where they got up to 39 wins.
Mhm.
Like I hadn't seen a 500 team until the Mike Brown team like 2 years ago.
Yikes.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I'm optimistic for the Kings tonight. They lost Doug Christie's opener as the head coach on December 28th. Then they won 7 in a row. Then they lost one against Milwaukee. Then they won 3 in a row. They lost to Denver and the Knicks, both on the road, and they beat the Nets. That inexplicable loss to Philly and got blown out by the Thunder, but then bounced back, beat the Timberwolves on the road. And keep in mind, the De'Aaron Fox stuff is all happening in this stretch too. You fall flat against the Magic at home, you get beat by the Trailblazers on the road, but then you win 3 straight. You lose to the Pelicans in OT, you get the All-Star break, you get smoked by Golden State coming out of the All-Star break, and then you come back with 4 consecutive wins, lose one to Denver that you could have gotten.
Mm-hmm.
You beat the Spurs, lost your next 2. The moral of this story is they have not lost 3 in a row under Doug Christie.
Oh.
They've had games where they've not played well and then come out flat and not played well again. They have not had 3 consecutive games where, the game against the Clippers, were like, man, he probably should have put that one away and then didn't. And then he came out flat against the Knicks. That's why tonight, maybe they don't win. Maybe Golden State is just better. But they're in a spot where we've seen them time and time again under Doug Christie. So we have 2 months of data now, 3 months of data. 2 months? January, February, a little over 2 months of data. It says they don't come out flat a third game in a row.
Yeah, they're resilient.
Yep. I think that's the style of game we're going to see tonight. Coming up at 11 o'clock, Stan Van Gundy on the call tonight with Kevin Harlan and Ali LaForce for TNT. It's a TNT game for the Kings, which I just found out recently. You can also watch on the Max app, formerly HBO.
Oh.
Yeah, shout out. We'll have keys to victory here coming up for you in a bit on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Falling,
Okay, so
sorry.
The guys out there, I don't lose, like I haven't lost my ability to be a fan. I've lost my ability to be a fan of the Sacramento Kings. So yeah, I can still be an A's fan. I can still be a 49ers fan. We talk about them here, but there's a difference when you like walk into a locker room or, you've got to ask questions of a head coach and everything else.
Yeah, it's just a different, like, I don't know. Like I said, it's really hard to describe because, like, I grew up a 49er fan. Going to games at Candlestick, going to games at Levi Stadium. I can't remember the last time I didn't watch a Niner game. And I still want them very badly to win, but my responsibility is when I do a podcast or when I write, my responsibility is objectivity, which I try and have as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything, I probably lean the other way in trying to combat the fact that I'm a fan. I probably tilt more pessimistic than not. But what winds up happening is like, because if you're in the press box or you have work to do, you don't get to like celebrate.
No, you have to remain stoic.
Right. And you have work. You like, okay, hey, this thing happened. What does it mean? How do I process this for people to read or to listen to?
Yeah.
And then when they lose, it's the same deal. It's not like, God, I'm not writing now. I'm going to shut my laptop. I'm going to go pout. Like, that's what I would have done when I was 21 years old.
Yeah.
But it's like, you have a responsibility now. Like, okay, they lost. What happened? Why did they lose? What comes next?
You're like
Was there an injury? What is like there? What are the storylines coming out of this? And now there's a season to cover, so you gotta spin it forward.
yeah, like the analytical hat goes on, and you're
Mhm.
like, okay, how do I break down this game? What are the questions I'm going to ask? How are we going to get the most information about what we just saw?
Mm-hmm.
And like, do you still like? Is there an occasion where you get the chills watching a fourth quarter
1000%.
of a game?
1000%.
Sure, yeah,
Yeah.
you do, but that doesn't. You still have to be objective and like walk into the job and
Yeah.
ask the right questions.
No, like he makes them better, but I think the NFC West is kind of wide open anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I'm jumping all over the Rams, whatever their odds are right now. By the way, they should be the favorite, and apparently they're not.
In the AFC West or
NFC West, yeah,
NFC West. That's what I meant.
yeah. No, this is I agree with this. I don't think this is wrong. Oh, this is facts. That's a great pull. If you don't know this story, the quick version is I was working in Arizona. My girlfriend at the time lived in Southern California, and I was on an 11-month contract with my job, so I got the month of July off. So I basically just went to Southern California for a month. And on the day I left was the day Yoenis Cespedes got traded.
Mm.
And I was so devastated that this is an indication of how poor that relationship was. She did not understand why I was so upset about this thing when I should be upset about the fact that I was leaving after being there for a month. And that it spiraled, and a couple months later we were done.
That sounds a lot like the Tyrese Halliburton situation with me.
Yeah.
So yeah, actually,
Damn.
surprisingly, we have some similar experiences.
Damn. Shout out to Shoeless. Maybe second round.
Yeah.
Like, this is the thing. This is the thing with Golden State right now is they've won. What is it? They're 12-2 since the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so many games where they're down like 25 in the first quarter. It's not 25, but they're down like big, and they have to battle back, and Steph bails them out, or it's just like
they don't make it easy.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil is pushing buttons. Kings Warriors tonight. How did we get here? Last year, first of all, when we started doing this radio program in September of 23. 23?
Yep.
Holy smokes. When we started doing this in September of 23, it was going into the season after Beam Team won.
Yes.
And you and I were both on the same page that, like, yeah, Golden State won that series, but these are two teams going different directions.
Totally.
Golden State's getting old. The Kings are trending up. And then they, of course, meet in the play-in last year, the 9-10 play-in, mind you. And the Kings win that game going away. And it was like, okay, Warriors done. Put them to bed. It's over. How have we gotten here?
Yeah,
what happened?
One of the most dramatic shifts. Even like early this season, the Warriors were winning, and I kept telling you and people on the radio, it's smoke and mirrors. It's a great coaching job.
Mm-hmm. They were a 13-man rotation or whatever it was.
Yeah, but it's not sustainable. There's no way for that to stay sustainable. And then all of a sudden it wasn't sustainable.
Right.
They just fell off the map.
Hit the wall.
But when you go out and you make a big move, sometimes you get this bounce, and Jimmy Butler has given them a huge bounce. And what he's done is he's taken the pressure off of Steph and made it so, again, when you have a team that can only focus on one player, it makes you one-dimensional and makes it very easy to defend. they're just not that team anymore. Now it makes the addition of Jimmy Butler, it helps take the pressure off Steph.
Mm-hmm.
But what it does, it also, because you now have to divert your attention to two players, it makes role players like Buddy Hield or Moses Moody or Quentin Post or name that role player on this team. It just makes them look so much better. Even Draymond Green, like there's a big difference between what was a shell of Wiggins and Jimmy Butler playing alongside Draymond Green.
Right.
You now have a guy who's still a very, very good to great defender in Jimmy Butler. And it just takes the pressure off of guys that are defensive-minded players.
Yeah.
So I think it's really interesting. I do think that it is, again, a little bit of smoke and mirrors because I don't know that Jimmy Butler is super sustainable at, just to play every night and all that stuff. And when you take him off the court, it does make the other guys around him look very, very like average. But for right now, it's working and they're getting a nice push. And they're heading, directly towards a playoff spot.
Yeah, and they've also had, like, this is what we talked about, like, Isaac Jones the other day. And how, since Doug Christie took over, he hasn't really gotten a ton of burn. Golden State has gotten Quentin Post, the second-round pick, who was in the G League, is all of a sudden, like, starting for them and is a key rotation guy. Guy Santos, second-year player, I think?
I think he's third but you might be right.
But he spent a ton of time in the G League. Jonathan Kuminga goes down. He gets pushed into a bigger role, and he just finds ways to produce. Does like the little things. And that's what we keep asking for with the Kings roster. So can you find the guys that just do the little things? Like Jake LaRavia. Jake LaRavia is a great example of that. Keon Ellis does the little things.
You're right. This is Guy Santos' second year.
But just to give you an idea, just real quick, how dramatic. So you were talking how the start to the season for the Warriors were like it's smoke and mirrors, and you were absolutely right. They started 12-3. On the day of the trade deadline. So they won on November 22nd. They beat the Pelicans to go to 12-3 on the year. Okay. By February 6th, the day of the trade deadline, they lost to the Lakers to go to 25-26. They were 13-23 after a 12-3 start.
Oh, yeah.
And now they're 12-2 since. It's a weird year, dude. Really weird team.
It's a strange team, but also it shows you what the impact of one type of player can do.
Yep.
And the one thing that Jimmy Butler that they will always tell you, he's a winner. Right. And you're like, well, what does that mean? Well, yeah, I mean, but you're always like, well, what does that mean? And then you watch him play, and for whatever reason, his impact on the court leads to winning.
It is unfathomable.
And there are people that, that you can acquire that are great numbers guys, but you put them on the court and they don't have that same impact. And that's the biggest difference. There are a lot of guys in the NBA who put up numbers. And that don't impact winning at all. And then there are guys that impact winning greatly. And you're like, you got to collect as many of those types of players. Like, again, I would think even a guy like Jake LaRavia impacts winning more than, some of the other players that the Kings have brought in over the last 10 years.
Sure.
And it doesn't make any sense, but the way that he flies around the court, the way that he brings energy, the way that he can defend multiple positions, doesn't matter what he's scoring or anything else. It's all about impacting winning.
Yep. That's it. Speaking of impacting winning, let's get to keys to victory tonight for the Kings against Golden State. James Ham, what's your first key to victory?
No more letdown games.
Yeah.
You can, again, the Kings may win, they may lose this game. I have no idea. But what you can't have is another New York Knicks situation where all of a sudden that's who you are. That's who you are down the stretch. That you're no longer a team that is fighting for a playoff spot. You're a team that's hanging on by a thread. And that's what tonight, if they get blown out tonight, would feel like.
Yeah. Losing tonight would be brutal. Getting blown out tonight would lead to some bigger questions for me. Anyway, I think that's a good key. Number one for me, you got to defend Jimmy Butler without fouling. One of the things he's been very good at is when Golden State's offense is stuck in the mud, which will happen a couple times a game, he just starts getting to the line or just starts forcing the issue, getting into the paint, getting defenders around him, spraying out for open threes, but you have to defend him without fouling. You can't let him start slowing the game down. And all of a sudden now he's got 27 because he's 13 of 15 from the free throw line. And now Keegan Murray is in foul trouble. That's not what you want here. You have to figure out a way to keep Jimmy Butler from getting to the free throw line
and putting Keegan Murray in a precarious foul situation.
Yeah, I'm shocked. He's averaging 7.7 free throw attempts per game with the Warriors.
Man.
I mean, that just is crazy, especially he was averaging 6.4 with the Heat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this has always been around what he's had a 9.1 and a couple of 8s, 8.7,
Mm-hmm.
but 7.7 free throw attempts is wild. So you're right. That's a good key, Kyle.
Number 2.
Keep the focus on Curry.
This is also my second key.
Yeah, whatever you got to do. I love when the Kings send Keon Ellis and then have Domantas Sabonis come up and show on Steph and just get the ball out of his hands. I think the Kings have done a great job of following him, of just chasing him all over the court. It's a little different with Jimmy Butler there. And the last time they played, they shut Steph down pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And they still...
They have 14-3. He had 12 assists.
Yeah. So they were able to get it to other people, and they were able to beat the Kings. But yeah, this is it's a big one. You got to figure out a way to slow down Steph, and they've done a good job of that.
Yeah.
But you got to figure out a way to do that while not letting 3 other guys, Moses Moody, Quentin Post, hit you for 15 points.
That's a big deal with Sabonis playing, is because I don't think you can send Valanciunas out near the timeline the same way.
No,
because I think he'll just get cooked.
Well, that and
now you're playing 5-on-3.
I think Valanciunas will throw Quentin Post around like a rag doll in the post, but Quentin Post can light him up from the perimeter, and that's a problem.
Yeah. Whatever you've been doing against Steph, just keep doing it until it doesn't work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
His highest scoring game of the year was 26 points against the Kings, and that was in the 30-point Kings win at Chase Center.
Oh,
so just keep doing whatever you've been doing against Steph, and if it doesn't work, then you can adjust then. But I'd start there. Number 3.
Play with physicality.
Yep.
To me, that's what happened with the Knicks. The Knicks came out and just punched the Kings in the face, and the Kings did not have a way to respond at all.
Yep. That's a big one for sure. Number 3 for me ties in a little bit to number 2. You got to live with Gary Payton II and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green shooting open threes.
Yep.
If that is what your defensive strategy winds up, and you just got Gary Payton II hanging out in the corner and he's blazing away wide open, if they start knocking him down, you tip your hat. But for me, you don't want to get in a scramble situation where GP2 catches it in the corner and all of a sudden you have somebody closing out. Now he puts it on the deck and now everybody's in rotation and it's Steph that winds up with the wide open 3.
Yeah.
It's not what you want.
No, you got to sag off with those guys. You do have to defend Post. You got to defend Moody.
Yeah, Quentin Post a good shooter.
For whatever reason, Moody has torched the Kings every time he's ever played them.
He torches everyone, man.
And then
player.
And then they send him back to the bench. Like, hey, 14 points, 15 points, 14 minutes. Sorry, we don't have any more minutes for you tonight.
Yeah.
Like, all right, that's a head scratcher.
Yeah. Interested to see what Jonathan Kuminga looks like tonight and how much he plays and what his role is.
I'm interested to see if he upsets the apple cart there.
Yeah.
If his play style is not conducive to what they're doing and if impacts them greatly.
Yeah. If it does, he's not going to play.
Mm.
Steve Kerr is not shy about sitting guys down. All right. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. The latest iteration of Kings Warriors is tonight. Can't wait to talk about with you tomorrow on the Insiders at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. Stan Van Gundy next. Yeah, Stan Van. Here we go. My man. So when you cut that, just leave off the Stan Van part. Does that make sense? My man.
Quentin Post shooting 41.7% from 3. 4 attempts a game. That's
no, do it with 2 minutes left in the break. It's so funny watching Quentin Post, who's legit 7 foot, get into the lane and then just not quite know what to do yet. Like, game's still a little fast for him down there.
Oh yeah.
He'll go up and he'll have just like an open layup and turn around and throw it out. Like, nope, not taking it. All right, dog, you got it.
Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued.
If he tries to get on the block against Valanciunas, oof.
Yeah.
That's not going to go well.
Yeah, Pods is out.
Yeah, no pods.
I think we said that.
Yeah, they don't really have secondary ball handling either. Kings and Warriors for me firmly in the same tier of like probably don't want to see them in round one.
Who, the
also,
Warriors?
But also I don't think they're going to be favored in round one, so that's where I think the Kings and Warriors both are.
Yeah, I mean, if
You
I'm
can go ahead and call them, Joe.
one of the upper echelon teams, I would rather play the Kings than the Warriors. As of right now, just one team's playing way better.
As of right now, for sure. For sure. But let's see what that looks like in 2 weeks.
A weird press release. Blair Underwood is joining the Oakland Ballers ownership group.
Who's doing that?
Emmy Award winner, Grammy Award winner, star of the stage and screen, Blair Underwood.
Oh, nice. Isn't Blair Underwood? Oh no, Claire Underwood from House of Cards.
Yeah.
Claire Underwood?
Yes, probably. Yes. Blair Underwood, LA Law.
Nice.
We got him on line one.
Yep. No. Just no, we're good. E.
It smells so good out there, by the way.
I can smell it in here.
Yeah.
I'm
I keep
gonna-
peeking. They got Bloody Marys.
Hey, what's an acceptable amount of bacon that I can grab?
I'll go. We can. Oh, but you're going at the break, huh?
Yeah, at 11:16, I'm just gonna go pop out there.
Well, just make the case and point that we should have the VIP access currently, because
I'm not worried about what's just like a socially acceptable amount of bacon to grab.
4. If you took 5, I'd be like, okay. 4 is probably maybe even pushing a little bit.
Depends if they have like a giant.
I was thinking
I guess
like
it
8 or
depends.
9.
8 or 9? Oh, I don't know. Here we're about to come.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson, Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. We've been talking a lot of Kings Warriors and excited to talk to our guest here, Stan Van Gundy, color analyst for tonight's game on TNT with Kevin Harlan and Ali LaForce, Alhambra High School legend. Shout out to the 925, of course, former NBA head coach, Heat, Magic, Pistons, Pelicans. Stan, thanks for so much for carving some time out of your day to chat with us, man. How are you?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll talk to you guys anytime if you're going to call me a legend. I mean, my God. I mean,
Alhambra High School's finest, man.
Well, I'll tell you what, flattery works, that's for sure. So,
Excellent. Well, we really appreciate you, man. Mike Brown was 13-18 this season as the Kings head coach. Doug Christie now 20-13 as the Kings head coach. They've made some changes in their personnel, but what's been the biggest reason that you have seen for their improvement here?
Well, first of all, and this is no knock on Doug, there really hasn't been a lot change. I mean, if you look at the underlying numbers, the offensive rating, I think was 8th under Mike. It's 8th under Doug. They've actually gotten a little worse defensively. Their net rating has stayed about the same. What they've done a better job of is, under Mike, they had that run where they were had some tough breaks and were losing a lot of close games. And so that skewed the thinking on everything, but it's really pretty much a similar team. A little bit better, if you look at the numbers, a little bit better offensively, a little bit worse defensively. And now, like you said, they've made the they've made the trade. I think when I look at Sacramento, I sort of look ahead and say, okay, what's next? Because Levine's a very good player. He and DeRozan have both played well. Obviously, they've got Sabonis. They've developed a couple other guys. Malik Monk has played well. But that team's going to need a point guard going forward. And I think you've seen the turnovers increase since the trade, though lately it's been a little bit better. But they're playing without a point guard and point guard by committee. And that's, I would think, going to have to be the next step for the Kings. I mean, I think they're pretty solid that they're going to be in the play-in. It's going to be very tough for them over these last few games. They'd have to go on a really big run to make a push at Golden State in the 6th spot. And they've got the second hardest remaining schedule in the league. So they're going to have to fight their way into this through the play-in. And I look more down the road into next year. What's the next move for this Kings team?
We are talking, of course, to Stan Van Gundy, who is on the call tonight for TNT, along with Kevin Harlan and Ali LaForce. Stan, when you look at the way that you talked about the defensive rating, how difficult is it to change things in season like this and to improve once you get past training camp, once you get to past the trade deadline and whatever moves you've made are sifting out? How difficult is it to like flip a switch with a group of players?
Yeah, it's not easy. And like you said, the trade changes too, because now you have guys adjusting to a whole new system. Your personnel is different. It just really changes everything in the way you go about things. And it's not easy. And the other thing is, look, over the last, it's been a gradual thing probably over the last decade plus in the NBA. Teams just practice less and less. So if you're not going to get on the floor and have practice time, if you're just doing film and walkthroughs and things like that, that makes it a lot tougher to change things also. And it's look, defensively with the Kings, I mean, obviously Mike Brown, a great defensive coach, Doug Christie, a guy who has a real defensive mentality, but it's not a great defensive roster. It's a very good offensive roster, not as great defensively, not a lot of rim protection, not a lot of size. I mean, you're essentially playing with DeMar DeRozan as your power forward. The Warriors also small, but the Warriors force a lot of turnovers. Sacramento doesn't do that. So I think the move for Sac is, if they could just, be an above average defensive team with their offense, I think they'd have a chance to be really good. But the West is deep, and I think it's going to be tough. You look at where they are now, and there's not a lot of games left. They got to get ready to win 2 games in the play-in. If you could move to 7th or 8th, that's huge. I mean, people, I think, make the mistake of thinking, okay, it's the top 6, and then you're in the play-in and it's all the same. It's not. I mean, like you're 9th, you've got to win 2 games, one of them at home, but you're going to have to win that second game on the road. You're 8th, you got to win 1 out of 2. You're 7th, you've got to win 1 out of 2, and they're both at home. I mean, every move up the ladder helps you a little bit. So these games are huge. I mean, that loss, which could have very easily been a win, that loss to the Clippers was huge, because then they lost the tiebreaker to the Clippers also. I mean, and Zach had a great shot at the end of that game to win it at the end of regulation. And then Kawhi had to make a real difficult shot to win it. All these games are huge right now.
Yeah. Talking with Stan Van Gundy, broadcasting tonight's Kings-Warriors game on TNT alongside Kevin Harlan and Ali LaForce. What are some of the challenges as a coach because the Kings had some pretty significant roster turnover at the deadline? What are some of the challenges a coach faces when you bring in a bunch of new players and then you're trying to integrate them on the fly while also trying to win basketball games, which are so important, as you just said?
Yeah, look, that's really hard, and they've actually done a good job with it. I think Doug's done a tremendous job, but it's difficult, and especially with the trade they made, because that offense before revolved around Fox and Sabonis. So and DeRozan. But Fox was a key guy, and he's a point guard. And now the trade, now your other key guy is a wing guy in Zach LaVine. And so, you can't play the same. It's not as easy as just plugging Zach LaVine into what De'Aaron Fox was doing. You've got to have a different approach. And again, with very little time, very little practice time, and you're just plugging it in. I think it helps that, you've got smart guys, but it's not easy. And then Sabonis out for basically the last 6 games, played a minute against Houston. I mean, that obviously creates a significant change too. So they have not had it easy. I look at this team this year, and I think one of the reasons that they've maybe struggled and been around that 500 mark is it's really a season in 4 segments. They had the Mike Brown segment, and they lost a lot of close games. And then Doug Christie, now coaching change, same roster. And then you get to, early February, and you trade a franchise cornerstone in Fox, bring in LaVine, different team for Doug Christie. They played 10 games with that team, and you're starting to bring it together. One of your all-stars, Domantas Sabonis, goes out. Now we're changing again. It has not been easy. This team has not had a whole lot of continuity, and hopefully over these last stretch they can get Sabonis back, play together, develop some momentum going into the play-in, and be ready to make a run.
We are talking to Stan Van Gundy, of course, analyst for TNT, who will be on the call tonight with Kevin Harlan, Ali LaForce. Stan, when you look at the Golden State Warriors, they also made a huge shift in their roster at the deadline, and they seem to have, they've hit the lottery here. They're 12-2 since the trade. How has Jimmy Butler changed that team? And when you're watching him, just how much of this do you think is sustainable? How much is it just a really good coaching job by Steve Kerr?
Look, I think that the biggest thing that Jimmy Butler has brought, and it's sort of an intangible, but I think it shows up pretty clearly when you watch them, even when you listen to them talk before and after games. That team now believes that they can contend, that they can beat anybody. Before, they thought they were pretty good, but there was not that level of belief. There certainly was not that level of energy and enthusiasm on the floor. This team is playing like they can beat anybody now, and you can see it. And I'm not a big intangible guy, but you can see it with this team. The belief, the enthusiasm, their demeanor, everything. And I think Jimmy Butler, with his swagger, with his toughness, with his winning pedigree, has brought that to them. And you look, they've improved at both ends. The bigger jump's been on the offensive end, but they've improved at both ends of the floor. They are a tougher basketball team. So if we look at the offensive end of the floor, they have much more of an attack mentality since Jimmy Butler has come. Fast break points are up. Paint points are up. Free throw attempts are way up. Offensive rebounds, second chance points are up. So all those attack categories. And then on defense, a team that has been good defensively all year since Jimmy Butler's come now, number 1 in steals, number 1 in turnovers forced, number 1 in points off of turnovers, which, on February 21st is basically how Golden State beat Sacramento. They forced 24 turnovers for 38 points in that game. This is just the whole Golden State mentality of how they play the game has changed. That's how Jimmy Butler plays, always on the attack, and now that's how that Warriors team plays.
Stan, you mentioned something earlier. I want to getting away from the game tonight briefly. You mentioned earlier Domantas Sabonis being one of the Kings All-Stars. He was not an All-Star this year, and a lot of it came down to the coach voting. When you were a coach, how seriously did you take that All-Star voting?
I took it really, really, really seriously, and I'll tell you why. Because, when you coach and you're around players, you know how important it is to them. Mm-hmm. And because it is really important to them, I thought as a coach, I owed it to them to spend some time going over that. I had my analytics guys come up with stuff. I talked to my assistant coaches and got more opinions, and I spent a lot of time going over that to do the best job that I can. I thought Sabonis should have been in the All-Star game. I thought that he was having a better year than Şengün was. I thought he should have been in there. Now, my question has been, and I don't know this, and it may be unlikely, but I don't know if maybe that affected him, because if you look, Sabonis is really struggling. He's really struggled in the month of February. I mean, his numbers were all way down. He was down to averaging under 16 points a game. His shooting percentage dropped from over 60 to 53. He went from right in the top 3 in the league in 3-point percentage. He shot 23% from 3 in February, and he only shot 66% at the line. It really dropped off. And then, of course, he got hurt. Actually, Valanciunas has stepped in and played better than Sabonis did in February. So I don't know if that whole process frustrated him, got to him, but he hasn't been the same guy. Let's just put it that way.
Stan, you've been very generous with your time. We appreciate the heck out of you, man. You do a really great job on the broadcast, and we're looking forward to listening to you tonight.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stan. Take care. There you go.
Stan
Van Gundy. You can hear him tonight on TNT with Kevin Harlan and Ali LaForce. Bay Area guy. Went to Alhambra High School.
Him and his brother, but like little guards, right?
You know what I like about Stan, and obviously it's really difficult to, and we talk about this all the time, how hard it is to cover a league.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's 30 teams where we talk about the Kings every day, the minutia, the two-way players and this and that. That is not something a national person is going to be able to do. What I appreciate about Stan is that he's a former coach, longtime former coach, who's been around basketball for his entire life. And he's very numbers oriented.
Mm-hmm.
And he understands how valuable that data can be. He's not just one of those guys who's like, I've been around, I know. Like, no, he's looking at numbers and he's looking at data and he's getting that info from his assistant coaches. And I think that's great.
Yeah, like covering Stan when he was still a coach in the league, you gained a new respect for him. Even we had the moment where, years ago, he went into negotiations with the Kings to become the new head coach.
Right.
And at the last second, him and his wife decided to go back to, I think they went to Orlando and they went to a Kinko's here in Sacramento and signed the contract, sent it back. And anyway, after that, we talked to Stan, and he was super honest and said, like, probably the most embarrassing moment of my career. I did everything wrong in that moment.
Yeah.
And he's like, that is the biggest regret of my career. He was super, like, he's an honest, dude.
Yeah.
And like a real, like, down to earth guy. And I thought it was like very, very interesting to see somebody who just kind of like fell on their sword a little bit.
It would be that feels like the kind of thing. That's a great point, because that feels like the kind of thing that another coach would just blow off.
Oh yeah.
And
just
be like,
what?
No,
whatever. These things happen.
Yeah. Yeah. It's part of the business.
Yeah.
I don't want to discuss that. I'm looking forward now.
Yeah. I thought it was a super honest moment from him, which you don't always get.
Yeah. Yeah. Good guy. Stan Van Gundy, alongside Kevin Harlan. I really do. I think this is not, because he's obviously not listening anymore. I think it's my favorite current broadcast duo.
Oh,
is Kevin Harlan and Stan Van Gundy.
I love Kevin Harlan. Kevin Harlan's my favorite.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah.
He's the best. Him and Ian Eagle just understand the bit.
Yeah.
They get it. They're there to have fun. They're there to enhance the game. They do a great job. All right. We got more Kings Warriors to dive into. Did the Kings get any help last night? And where do they sit in the standings? Plus, we're going to give you another underdog lineup coming up. And we got a big winner last night. And we're trying to get you another winner tonight. And we'll get to that as well. Plus a handoff. We got a bunch of stuff. We're going to go step out and get some bacon.
That's right.
Right now. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Hey. We've got bacon.
All right. What a win for Duke. Spoiler alert. So I landed on 4 strips of bacon.
Okay, so you did take my advice.
Sort of. There wasn't a giant, just singular tray of bacon.
Yeah, if there was, I would have said go crazy. But it seems like they kind of have like a line going.
A little
How are we
chaotic.
looking though? I mean, it looks like
dude, the spread's amazing.
it looks like a
Pause.
really good breakfast.
It is.
I'm getting a Bloody Mary delivered to me in a few minutes.
Yeah, I love that for you, man.
Yeah, I'll wait until noon, but I'm gonna probably have one as well. All right, we got about 5 seconds.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, talk amongst yourselves. We got food. Hey, Karosh is here. Hey, everybody say hi to Karosh.
Hello. Delivery for Mr. Ham.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yes.
got delivery Bloody Marys on Employee Appreciation Day. Salute. Yeah, there you go. Get in there. Yeah.
Love our employees.
Yeah. With
That's
the
right.
with
Thanks,
the apron.
Karosh.
No, I think I'm good right now. We'll be done at noon and we'll scour the leftovers. Can't wait. Appreciate you, buddy.
Shout out Crosh. Yeah, he came in here and checked up on me as
Yeah.
well and was going to take my order.
Love
So,
Karosh.
Great
Ooh.
guy.
Not my dad.
That is a tasty Bloody Mary.
Yeah, it's a good. We have a lot. I've noticed there's a lot of bald people in this office. Me, Karosh.
Yep.
A couple. The new sales guy. One of our older sales guys. Not older, like he's been here. One of our longer tenured sales guys.
Yep.
Shout out to the ball gang. Well represented at Odyssey Sacramento.
That's right.
I'm really focused on this bacon. I've also got this vegan biscuit I'm excited to eat. It's Employee Appreciation Day here at Odyssey Sacramento if you missed the bit earlier. And there's just a buffet outside.
It's been
Just
smelling good for like 2
Go
hours.
eat. What are you doing?
I
here?
will. No,
Go
I
get
will.
food.
I will. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm gonna let Jesse grab his.
Got it. Okay.
And then we'll
okay.
go ahead and rotate out.
You're not just bailing on the board. That's what I would have done.
I
You're a
think
better
Yeah.
person than me. That's Joe Brazil. everybody.
So yeah, I'm staying here.
nice job.
I think the best part is that they don't cater it. They actually,
Yeah.
the bosses from every
Make it.
department, they're out there making pancakes and scrambled eggs and bacon. And
It started at like 9:00 this morning
oh yeah,
for an 11 a.m. employee appreciation brunch. Shout out. Did the Kings get any help last night? Clippers 119, Heat 104. The Heat stink.
they're done.
They're toast.
We always say this.
Would have really loved a Heat win last night over the Clippers. They couldn't get it. Shout out to Underdog though. That was our underdog game of the night. We went 4 for 4 on our lineup.
We did really well, Kyle.
We'll have another one coming up in a bit. Rockets Suns was the other one we were locked into. We decided the Suns losing was better, right?
Yes, it is, because what you want is that separation. Because I think right now it's going to be a battle for who's going to be the 10th seed,
Mm-hmm.
and the Suns aren't pulling away at all. Oh, they can't even track down a Dallas Mavericks team
their
that's
last-
playing with 9 players
In their last 2 games, the Suns have lost a full game on the Mavericks.
on the Mavs, who are playing with nobody.
Oh my God.
They have 3 centers, like Anthony Davis, Daniel Gafford, and Derek Lively, all on the IR. Half of their other team is on the IR, like the rest of their players. Olivier Maxson's Prosper, done for the season.
Yeah.
Kyrie Irving, done for the season.
God,
Like,
just
they're a
brutal.
complete mess and don't look to have any intentions of being a playoff team. And here they are, just like sitting there like, hey, is anyone going to catch us? This is kind of not cool.
It reminds me of the South Park episode where they're playing baseball and the kids don't want to play baseball anymore. So they're trying to lose on purpose, but all the other kids don't want to play baseball. So all the kids are all trying to lose on purpose.
Is this like Little League World Series?
Yes. And so that is what the Mavs remind me of right now. and the Suns also don't appear to want to win.
I think it would be hilarious if Portland is a team that says, "Oh, fine, we'll win."
Oh, I would love that. I'm such a big fan of Portland.
Wouldn't that be weird if they were in the play-in?
Yeah, they lost to the Knicks in OT last night. Mikal Bridges hit a game winner from the top of the arc. Nasty. Rockets 111, Suns 104. I think Stan Van Gundy, who just joined us at 11 o'clock, made a not like a groundbreaking point, but something that I think is important to emphasize. Because we've been looking at the 5 seed with the Rockets, right? And that's what we talked about yesterday. Do you root for the Rockets or the Suns if you're the Kings? And we landed on the Suns because you want as much separation from the bottom as possible. And I think focusing on that play-in for now is the move. It's not like, well, if you can't get to the 5 seed, well, then fine, just be 9. Like, no, there's a huge difference between 8 and 9.
No, it's a tremendous difference. I mean, if you're an 8 seed, you can play for the number 2 seed. You're playing to go against the number 2 seed.
Playing for the 7 seed. Yeah.
Yeah, you're 9 or 10. You're playing to go up against OKC. That's it. That's
right.
your only
And you
option.
have to win 2 games to get there. And one of those games is going to be against the Clippers, who took 3 out of 4 from you this year.
Yep.
Minnesota took all 3 from you this year. Is that right? No, 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4 because they played the Clippers 4. No, they haven't played them the 4th time.
That's right.
You're
So
down 0-3.
They beat you 3 times. That's right. Thank you. They beat you 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
You have Golden State, who's playing really well right now. And you have Minnesota, who is also playing really well right now and has won more consecutive games than Golden State has.
Yep.
This is not going to be an easy matchup if you wind up in 9-10. Okay, maybe you get an easy matchup against Dallas or Phoenix and you win that one. And even Phoenix, like, you want to see Kevin Durant and Devin Booker in a 1-game situation?
Probably
I don't. So I think while we sit here and we talk about the 6 and we talk about the 5, it's like, well, 8 matters a lot too. And 7.
Yeah, well, that's what happened last year. Were the Kings a 9 seed or the 10 seed?
9, because they hosted.
Oh, they did. They did host. And they crushed the Warriors, but then just had
to go on the road to play New Orleans.
Got blown out by New Orleans. That's the other thing, the road. And then you've got to start the first round after playing these extra 2 games. Yeah.
Man.
Not great.
The Mavs did lose last night. Spurs 126, Mavs 116. We asked De'Aaron Fox for help and we got some. Shout out to De'Aaron.
There you go.
The Kings gain half a game on the 10 seed Mavs, or move further ahead of the 10 seed Mavs by a half game. 32, 9, and 11 for De'Aaron Fox, helping out his old team. It's his best game in a month.
Yeah, he has a really good game. They're now really 4.5 games behind Dallas for the 10th seed. They still have an outside shot. I don't know that play-in.
The Spurs?
Yeah.
Nah.
I don't know.
They're not very good.
No, they're not, but neither is Dallas. Neither is Phoenix.
That's the thing, is I don't think any of these teams are going to win enough games to jump that high. You know what I'm saying?
To take the Kings out of the play-in?
No, to get to 10. I don't think the Spurs have enough to get to 10.
No.
I just don't. That takes too many games that they need to win and then also have people in front of them lose.
In the loss column, the Spurs are only 3 games back of the Mavs. I don't know.
I don't trust them.
They are 10 games under, and the Mavs are only a game under.
If they get that De'Aaron every night, which we know they're probably not, then maybe. But if he's going to struggle, they're going to stink.
There's a point where Fox, I think, is scheduled to go in for hand surgery, and will miss the rest of the season. I'm not sure.
Has that been announced?
No, I mean, there was talk when they were here that
see.
There's an actual date that has been discussed, that there's a possibility that he'll shut it down at that point.
I see. Last game from last night that impacted the Kings. Wolves 115, Nuggets 95. We talked about them a little bit earlier. And the Timberwolves are doing exactly kind of, I think, playing their best basketball at the right time. But they're integrating Julius Randle in a way I wasn't sure they were ever going to be able to. And it's since he's come back from injury. And his numbers are really nice. If we're rounding up, it's 19, 8, and 7. It's 18.8 points, 7.5 boards, 6.5 assists.
Yeah.
51.3% from the field. That'll come back down to earth a little bit, but he's not like shooting a lot. There's, I think, 3 games since he's come back where he had single-digit field goal attempts.
And if you can keep Julius Randle from trying to take over and becoming a black hole offensively, and he's actually distributing a little bit and scoring too, that's where all of a sudden you start to see the fit a little bit better with Minnesota. And whatever happened while he was out, some light bulb came on, and they're playing awesome. They beat the Nuggets by 20 last night.
Ooh, it's always going to be about usage for him. Like if you allow his usage rate to get too high, you're in trouble.
I totally agree.
And so what they've got to do is they've got to, like, for the season, his usage rate is 25.3.
Mhm.
I'm guessing his usage rate over the last couple of games is more around 22, 23%.
Mhm.
And that does actually matter. If you can get him as low as possible in the usage rate, move the ball, get the ball out of his hands more often, allow guys like Naz Reid to really kind of, expand their game and be something bigger, then I think you've just got a better shot.
Yeah, I think you're right. Hey, real quick, the James Ham, Kyle Madson, Joe Brazil, we're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Did you eat yet, Joe? Okay, thank goodness. I was going to be actively mad if you hadn't just walked away from the board. All right, you got your food. Very good. We were talking about this a little bit this morning. Can you tell me about what's going on with Keon Ellis's contract situation? Because he is making 2.1 this season. He has a team option for 2.3 next year.
Mm-hmm.
If they pick up that option, he's unrestricted in 2026. But if they decline the option, then he's restricted this summer, and the Kings would have right of first refusal.
Yeah, exactly. So the Kings are in a weird situation with Keon Ellis. They have an opportunity this summer to try to extend him, right?
Okay.
They'll have some limitations on how much they can give him and all that stuff, but they have an opportunity to try to lock him up to like a new 4-year deal or whatever. But if they just go into next season and they pay him the $2.3 million, they risk losing him at the end of the season next year. Now, again, they'll have Larry Bird rights to him. He'll have 3 years with the team, and they can pay him more than anybody else on the market, but they won't have the right of first refusal. So if this is kind of like a sketchy situation for the Kings, because realistically, if you have him on a bargain deal for next season, but if you void that last year, it's probably what's going to be best for retaining him long term. Like, is there an opportunity for Keon Ellis to go out and get $15 million this year? Okay, that might be the case. He might get a huge contract offer from someone else, but his cap hold is going to be so minimal this summer. And again, if you give a qualifying offer, it's going to be so minimal, like basically like a $3 million cap hold, that you would be foolish to not consider it. So if they think that they can sign him to an extension, they'll have that extension. They'll have him under contract for next year at 2.3, and then an extension would kick in afterwards. If they're worried about whether or not he's going to re-sign with them after next season,
if they pick up the option.
Well,
sorry,
no.
keep going.
What I'm saying is if they have a feeling like it's going to be difficult to retain him, they should opt out now. They should opt out this summer, allow him to become a restricted free agent. You don't want him, you're still going to work a contract with him, right? But it also allows him to go out and shop himself and say, okay, how much am I worth on the open market? The one good thing is I think Keon Ellis, the fact that he only averages 7-8 points a game, that's a good thing for the Kings. It plays in their favor. But teams around the league, players like him, they do get paid. I mean, there was a point where Kenton Bazemore ended up signing that ridiculous contract with Atlanta a few years back, where he was getting $19 million a year as a player like what Keon is, right? We saw what Kentavious Caldwell Pope got last year. We saw the Bruce Brown contract that has been moved around now, but the 2-year $46 million contract that he got. So I think the Kings are in a little bit of a rough spot, but what they should be able to do is they'll know more than what we know now. But I know there has been a lot of talk out there. Oh, well, Keon's going to be an unrestricted free agent. That's not the way it has to work out. And if you fear that unrestricted free agent year, then you opt out now and you try to lock him up long term this summer.
Do you think that's the route they go?
I think that they're going to have like a really, really long conversation with him and his agent about what this summer looks like and whether they can sign him to an extension, what an extension would look like. Because if not, like if you don't think you're going to be able to get him to an extension, then you basically opt out. Yeah. You opt out of his contract, and you're going to have to pay more this coming season for him.
Mm-hmm.
But how much that's going to be, you don't know. I mean, it could go up to, like, again, I think he's probably in line. Someone's going to give him probably like a 4-year 40, something like that.
I was thinking 10 a year. Yeah.
Yeah, around 10. Like maybe someone would give their mid-level exception for him. Maybe he doesn't get that much. I don't think some team is going to go out and pay $20 million for Keon Ellis.
No, and that's the thing is, I think there's a lot of teams that think they have guys like this, where we see him night in and night out. We're like, man, super disruptive, reliable 3-point shooter, really good point of attack defender, like just all these things that are really important. But I think there's a lot of teams that just think they kind of have guys like that, where they wouldn't need to shell out 14, 15, 16, 20 a year to get Keon Ellis specifically in the door.
Yeah, I mean,
if he was more of a creator, or if he was bigger and a little more versatile defensively, then maybe you start to worry about that a little bit. But I'd worry about that with Keegan because he's 6'8". But with Keon, I don't think that teams are going to be falling over themselves to give him upwards of 15 a year.
Yeah, I think there's also a possibility that he gets somewhere around what Herb Jones got. I think Herb Jones has proven to be a little bit higher scorer and not like a crazy big time scorer. But I would assume that like a contract for him would be similar for Keon would be similar to what Herb Jones got. And I think Herb, maybe that's a little high. I mean, he's a guy who's averaged over 10 points a game. But Herb signed what is this? A 4-year, like, I want to say, boy, $55 million deal, something like that. 50 million. So, that's a lot. But if you're retaining a guy like this who is a major rotational piece, then maybe it's worth it.
Sure. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Mitch in New Jersey. Go ahead, Mitch.
Hey, how are we doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Maybe there's a short fit here. First in the Kings. They can't win tonight. I think they should go for the lottery. It's not like the Warriors have such a great front court, kind of like we guys. It's shooting guards against shooting guards. And with the NFL, I like the 49ers being misers, cheapskates, not going after Joey. Come on, it's history there. And then Raiders passing on Sam Darnold, going for Geno Smith. Come on. I'm tired of these jet quarterbacks. Those are some couple bad moves there.
Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate the call.
We did not get to ask Mitch the question of the day, which did Mitch get lice from the little guy?
If Mitch, given his penchant for sharing things about his life on this program, I imagine if our guy got lice, I'm having a whale of a time with this pancake. I didn't get a knife, so I'm trying to just use a cheap plastic fork, and it's not going well for me. If Mitch had lice, I believe he would have told us. And real quick, so he told our call screener, Joe, that he believed the Kings should tank if they lose tonight. So here's the deal. Here's the problem with that. I don't think they would. They're not going to. They're not tanking.
No.
If they lose tonight, that's not a thing they're gonna have. That's gonna happen. But even if they did, let's say they lose tonight and they say we're pulling the plug. We want to lose the rest of our games. So let's say they're successful. That leaves them at 33-49. There are 2 teams that already have more than 49 losses. That's the 13-51 Wizards and the 15-50 Jazz. The Pelicans have 48 losses. The Spurs already have 37. I think they'll finish with 49 or more. Other teams that I think will finish with 49 or more losses. Bulls, they're 27 and 38.
Okay.
The Sixers are 22 and 42. The Raptors are 22 and 43. Brooklyn has that same record. And then Charlotte is 16 and 48. So even if you tank and lose all of your games, your odds of getting the number one pick are going to be very small. So,
well, I think the key for the Kings is if they want to keep their
But they're not gonna
draft pick. Yeah, I don't think they're going to take either. But they want to keep their draft pick. They would try to get below. They'd be in the top 12 because it's top 12 protected.
yeah, I don't. That isn't, to me, I don't think that's a consideration for them, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah, and I would make the argument that it might be better off that the Kings draft pick goes this year. Again,
I completely agree.
Yeah, the number wherever they're at, like let's say let's say they miss the playoffs, but they're in the play-in, right?
Mhm.
That means they're still in the lottery.
Mhm.
So like the top 14 teams, the bottom 14 teams are in the lottery.
Okay.
Right? So if you're not a playoff team, you're in the lottery.
Mhm.
Right? That still gives them an opportunity to somehow move into the top 4. It's a very slight chance, but it still gives you the opportunity, and your pick is top 12 protected after the lottery. So it's not like if you end up at the 14 spot but move up to number 2 that you already gave your pick away.
Mhm.
So I think it would be better for the Kings to start fresh this offseason. They get to July 1st. They'd have their 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 picks, 7 years of picks,
Yep.
and an additional pick in 2027 and an additional pick unprotected in 2031.
Yeah.
So they would have 9 first-round picks over the next 7 years starting July 1st,
Mhm.
and that the Kevin Huerter trade would be over and done with.
Yeah.
And you would
Just
never
get that
have to
behind
worry
them.
about it again.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. They're trying to make the play, and they're trying to make the playoffs. They're a game and a half back of the 8 seed still. They are 4.5 back. Nope, 3.5 back of the 6 seed. They need to start stringing some wins together, but that's going to be their focus way more than draft picks at this point. All right, we got the handoff coming up. One of D'Lo or Casey, I'm not sure, is going to join us next on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Thanks, Joe. I am going to win this battle with this pancake if it's the last damn thing I do. Let's go.
Got it on the run, Kyle?
Huh?
You got it on the run?
Yeah.
I saw my promotions team out there as I was grabbing some food, and they're all sitting there having a good time, right? And I go, "Are we doing?" I noticed they didn't have any drinks. I said, "Are we doing any mimosas? Any Bloody Marys?" And I got a look, and I don't think the vibe that I got. I don't think we're doing any Bloody Marys or mimosas.
Bad beat for my guy.
So we're gonna go ahead and chalk that one off of the board today. It's all good though.
Tough. Megan runs a tight ship, dude.
I was like, oh no, I wasn't either. Obviously, I was
Like,
just
yeah, no, I was,
trying to spark up a conversation. So.
John Feinstein.
I don't know. I feel like when your boss says, you're like your boss, the guy who is in the station, who is the boss of all of us, goes, "You want a Bloody Mary?"
Oh yeah,
that's an open door to say yes.
It is,
but also if your direct superior is like,
there's levels.
I get you for sure. Also, Megan scares me way more than New Aaron. So,
well, yeah, no comment. I love Megan. Just for the record, she is amazing,
great,
and she's a huge reason why I got to where I am now.
Our entire promotion staff is without question. On 95.7, we barely had a promotion staff, but this is without question the best promotion staff we've ever been around.
Well, I'm part of it, so I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank
dude.
you.
Yeah, you're very much part of that.
And yeah, shout out my promotions team. I love my team.
Yeah. Best-selling author and sports commentator John Feinstein has passed away at the age of 68. That was a good pancake.
Yeah, they killed it today. The food was really good. I enjoyed it a lot.
Charlie was out there cracking eggs at the speed of light.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, salute. Shout out Vanessa. Vanessa, Joe, Eli, Danielle, Jackie,
Yeah.
Megan.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah, it's the whole team, whole squad. Hey, did you grab a vegan biscuit?
Nope.
Texture a little odd. I'm guessing it's made with almond flour. Texture is different than you'd expect for a biscuit, but delicious. Like really, really good.
Maybe I'll have to try. I'll try one. It's a good question, Russ Dog. It's a good question.
Really good question. I don't think you did.
It was optional on the side, I believe. And that might be for certain reasons. Not sure.
Those Rangers hats all going for like $1,000 on eBay is so funny.
From Jesse, he said he did not throw anything on there.
Not even a little sriracha?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Mike's on. James there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil. Pushing buttons. Yeah, shout out to Malia of our sales staff. It's Employee Appreciation Day here. And she rolled up with vegan biscuits. Like, yeah, I'm not above eating a vegan biscuit. Phenomenal. So good.
Nice.
Yeah. Highly encourage you to eat one.
Maybe I'll go back out there and have one.
Yeah. I need to make an underdog lineup for tonight.
I'm here for it.
And so what I did was I went through the Underdog app, and I encourage everybody to do this. Download the Underdog app, and of course, if you sign up, you don't have to, but if you do sign up, use promo code KyleM. Get up to $1,000 in bonus credit. Obviously, game of the night, Underdog game of the night is going to be Warriors Kings. Here's what I'm looking at. Zach LaVine's points projection is 20.5.
Oh, I'm going more.
Yeah, I'm going higher on 20.5 points. Part of me, because one of the things you can do on Underdog with their pick'em game is you can adjust the point totals.
Yeah.
So I can make it a 1.5 times multiplier if I bump that total to 24.5.
Okay.
You want to go higher than 24.5? Or do we just want to stick at 20.5? I feel like 20.5 is so low that it makes me want to go lower.
Okay, so 20
like, what do they know?
I would say I would take the 20.5, the higher on 20.5. I don't think I would bump it up because Sabonis is coming back. Monk is hopefully. Monk is still in the midst of trying to, return to play and return to form after missing a couple of games. So I would not be shocked if we start seeing some of those baskets go other places.
Okay.
But Zach needs to be a lot more aggressive than he was last game, where he had 10 shot attempts.
And that's why I think we're going to see him be hyper aggressive tonight.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm going to go higher. I'm going higher on that. My next one, I've got Jimmy Butler, half a 3-pointer made. I'm leaning lower. I think he has 2 made threes with the Warriors.
Total?
Yeah, I think that's right.
This is just kind of how we do the show.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, pull up.
Normal.
We collabed on an Underdog lineup last night. Oh my goodness, what is this?
Oh, look at this.
What is it? Who? They're coasters.
is amazing.
It is amazing.
Who made these? Do you know? No, we don't. It's a mystery. They just dropped them off? Correct. Hey, did somebody in the chatty house make these? Because this is extremely cool. It's like a slate coaster with the ESPN 1320 logo, the Insiders logo, and our names on it.
It's spectacular.
It's amazing.
I love it.
You're getting credit for this for now, Aaron. Thank you so much for doing this. It's so kind of you.
I can take credit for that Bloody Mary.
That's
Is it
right.
a good Bloody Mary?
It's a good.
No pressure.
Oh no, it's a
Standing
good
right
Bloody
here.
Mary. Yeah.
All right, my man.
Spicy, like I like it.
Shout out.
There we go.
Appreciate you, man. Thank
That,
you.
of course, is new Aaron.
Yeah, new Aaron. Shout out. We love him very much. We also shout out to whoever made these coasters. They're very cool. And shout out to Damian Barling. We're skipping the intro thing today.
No, that's my bad. I forgot Kenny wasn't here, so I had to run in here.
No,
Sorry.
that's okay. We're making an underdog lineup right now.
Okay.
If you
Do you
can,
mind
if
I
not,
bail
yeah,
out of
no,
this?
you can. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Sorry. Just timing of the read. That's my bad. We'll get to the handoff here in a second. Where were we at? Yeah, Jimmy Butler. I'm going less than half, or lower than half a made three, because with Golden State, Jimmy Butler is. Let me get to his total. Stand by. 5 for 25 from three in 13 games. So I'm going lower. Draymond Green, the number 6.5 assists. I kind of like higher.
I like higher too.
On 6.5 assists. That's just, it's so much. That's what they used to do. That's what they do now with Draymond. It is when in doubt, they get him the ball and he just orchestrates, and it leads to a lot of assists.
Well, that, and he also is known, and the Warriors are known for getting those offensive rebounds and kickouts. And that's where the Kings usually give up a bunch of easy points to the Warriors.
Yep. And then Keon Ellis, 1.5 steals. I feel like the Warriors have a little penchant for turning the ball over. Keon rips Steph one time, gets a hand in the lane for another one.
Okay.
I got higher than 1.5 steals.
Yeah, especially
it's a decent multiplier. It's a 1.3 multiplier.
I would take that, especially because there's going to be plenty of time where Keon plays against Buddy Hield.
Oh, that's a great point.
And I'm here for those steals against Buddy Hield.
All right. We were 4 for 4 yesterday. Tonight, we're going Zach LaVine higher than 20.5 points. Jimmy Butler lower than half a made three. Draymond Green higher than 6.5 assists. Keon Ellis higher than 1.5 steals. I would love for you to play along. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code Kyle M to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credits when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code Kyle M. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus credits instantly upon first deposit. Again, that's promo code Kyle M. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog. Do I have to read this every time, do you think?
No.
No? All right.
You already read it once.
Just probably.
Yeah, do it. Okay. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Void where prohibited. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. And now that that's done, it's time for the handoff with Damian Barling. Hello, Damian. How are you?
Oh man,
chilling.
Sorry about that.
Did you get a little employee appreciation brunch today?
I did.
Yeah,
it was very nice.
What'd you have? Did you eat bacon?
Well, me and Audrey went to get those little breads from Bad Bakers. The
senorita
fire. Yeah, so I didn't cook. So we went to get those to contribute. And then I had like a little bit of everything they had up there. Very good.
Why would you have to cook?
I don't know.
Did they tell you that you should have had to cook?
No,
because
not at all.
I thought it was
the leaders
that had to
the
cook.
leaders. Yeah, the leaders cooked, not me. Okay. I said since I didn't have to, I wanted to contribute something. So
I see.
we went and got something.
I didn't contribute anything.
No, that's fine. I don't think you were supposed to.
Okay, good.
I don't think you were supposed
to. Those are
to.
delicious, by the way, though.
Oh, there's
still Starbreads.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm like 4 in. It's not
I had
good.
one of those.
It's not good at all.
No.
Yeah. What's it over under 6.5?
Depends on when we go to commercial because
all right.
Kenny's out today, so it's I'm gonna have to eat up now because it's 6 hours after this.
Do you want at some point for me to jump in and vamp for a while while you
don't have
eat
to.
some?
You got enough to do. I mean, you're welcome to.
We'll see.
You're just vibing.
See what's happening.
You can do whatever you want. I don't know. I'm just talking.
I'll
probably go pour another drink too, just to make sure I have a good day.
Yeah. No, this is good. I love that idea.
Yeah. I mean, it makes talking to yourself for 6 hours easier.
Yeah. You got Jesse.
I do. Yeah.
You have guests today?
I've always got Jesse. James is tomorrow. James was yesterday.
Thursday.
I got Matt today.
Sorry. All right.
Ask
no,
him
not
about getting yelled
Tuesday.
at by Doug Christie.
Hilarious.
It's very funny.
That's so good.
Even better because
Like
it
of
was
all
Matt.
the people.
Come on, man,
Yeah,
get it right. He looked at Matt like he wanted to fight. Get it right. Say it right. Come on. I love Doug. I love Matt
best.
too.
He's the best. Must win game tonight? Like in a from a like vibes sense? Because obviously you can it's not a must win. The season's not over if you lose.
It's must win if the 6 is like even remotely in your brain.
Yeah, it feels like the 6 is out if they lose tonight.
And I mean, Minnesota's, and this is probably how we'll start, is kind of on a little run right now.
Yeah.
Good, dude.
And like I don't think they're good. I'm not buying it. Like I do not buy this basketball team at all. But they have one, what is it, like 6 in a row?
6 in a row.
Yeah,
and they beat Denver by 20 in Denver yesterday.
So you could wind up playing yourself out of the 6 and the 7 with 1 loss tonight. And now you just get into a position where, all right, can you finish in the 8th spot and still have to only win 1 game?
Yeah.
I don't care as much about the 7 as much as I do the 7 or 8.
Right.
Like, you have 2 opportunities to get in you got 2 opportunities to win 1 basketball game.
Yep.
And I'll take the Kings in that. I'll take them
I will
doing it
too.
in that scenario.
Yeah.
And if you can win the first one, you avoid OKC.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
at
the
least
big
until
part.
the conference
Yeah.
finals.
Yeah.
Obviously. That Sacramento Cleveland one, boy, inside the NBA is going to go crazy for that NBA finals.
Oh.
Is that what we're chalking up right now?
Sacramento and Cleveland.
Sac and Cleveland.
Can you imagine how much bitching Charles and Shaquille O'Neal are going to do about Sacramento and Cleveland if that were to happen?
It would be unbearable.
That show is unbearable. I'm rallying. By the way, that's another. That show. I wish that show had died. I absolutely hate that show.
It feels like the fact that it's going on, they're like just feeling themselves now.
It is
they're just
purely it is not an information. It is. It's a comedy. Like it's fine.
entertainment.
It's like 2.5 Men. You tune in if you're brain dead. Just tune in absolutely brain dead television for 30 minutes. That's all it is.
We gotta go. But Jesse, sneaky good Shaq impression.
Yeah, very good.
Really
no,
good.
that was solid. That was solid.
Stay tuned. You might hear that coming up next. D'Lo and Casey. No Casey, just D'Lo, Jesse. Some guests hanging out. We've been the insiders for Joe Brazil and James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program. We're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water. Be nice to people. See you. Hey, thanks, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bye, friends.
Later, Chatty House. Have a good Thursday.
What's up? What's up? What's up? My bad for the delay. Sorry, y'all. I don't really love this. What's this look like? Well, that ain't gonna work. What about that? That ain't it. What about that? This one? No, fuck it. Let me just do that. Oh man. What's good, baby?
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, what's up, baby? Hey. Get these headphones checked a little bit. Let's go one more time. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, March 13th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
KC is out today. Our man's a little under the weather.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
Worst slums of Sacramento.
The worst slums of Sacramento. We are so happy that you're here with us. We're about one drink in here to the employee appreciation brunch. I think we're gonna have to get another one. You sipping over there or no?
No, I don't really sit there and work.
Oh, excuse me.
I don't really sip unless it's like I'm in like a spot where I'm comfortable, you know?
No, I got you. Well, I feel like I'm sitting in this room for the next 6 hours by myself. Like I'm perfectly comfortable having another drink.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's none of the drinks that I like love, but you know, there's enough. Orange juice and Tito's will work. It's fine. Nice little breakfast put on from the crew out there. We're thrilled that you're here with us, man. Thank you so much for tuning in. Obviously, a huge game tonight in San Francisco at the Chase Center. The Sacramento Kings take on the Golden State Warriors, as we were talking about just a moment ago with the insiders. Any thought on the 6th seed? Any thought at a guaranteed playoff spot without going through the play-in? All boils down to this. It boils down to tonight's game. The Warriors are pretty much white hot right now. They're playing incredible with Jimmy Butler in the lineup. And you got Jonathan Kuminga coming back. Now, that could go multiple directions. Jonathan Kuminga could come out, fit in seamlessly with this group. Jonathan Kuminga could come back, be a little off, maybe throw off the flow. Sacramento Kings take advantage of that. You could have a Sacramento Kings team that is ultra locked in and motivated after a couple of days off and 2 straight losses. The heartbreaker to the Los Angeles Clippers, and, of course, that ass whooping at the hands of the New York Knicks. But this is kind of it. Clippers got a win last night. You know, they had a back-to-back, split those 2 games, so you want to keep pace with them. You know, there was a scenario where if they had lost yesterday, the Kings could have gone into tonight's game with an opportunity to pull even in the loss column if they win and, you know, be right there. Now, all of a sudden, you're talking about 7th within reach. You're already at the 8th spot. You get a win. You've obviously gained something on the Golden State Warriors where we throw that result out there. And then you got the Timberwolves who just kind of keep winning. And that's the 7th and 8th spot. It's 6 straight, for Minnesota. And as I told the insiders just a moment ago, like they're playing well. You can't knock that at all. I didn't buy them last year, and they looked really good, like meaning at the beginning of the year. And they started winning. It's like, all right, I give it to them. I thought the Julius Randle trade was going to work out a little bit better. It was kind of one of those things where I really did feel like, you know, both teams probably came out okay. Karl Anthony Towns, maybe the better player of the two. He's going to fit in perfectly with New York. And then you've got Julius Randle. I think that actually works. Julius Randle been in and out of the lineup. Obviously, he's back now, and you feel like, all right, 6 straight. I'll pay attention. I don't know how much attention, but I'll pay attention. And I've seen them like they've they've played well. They're playing well. The question I ask, and this was, this is what we were talking about from a Kings perspective leading into tonight's game against the Warriors. What's sustainable? It feels like the Golden State Warriors are sustainable. Could be wrong. I don't think everybody agrees with that. It's perfectly fine. But I feel like what they're doing is sustainable. Of course, they did it at the beginning of the year. They won at a freakishly high clip at the beginning of the year. My dumb ass thought it was sustainable then, and it wasn't. As James kept saying, no, they're not going to be able to keep this up. And of course, they were winning. What were they, like 13-2? No, they're not that. They're not 13-2. Okay? But then they went to hell. I mean, 13-2, they got all the way back to, I think they were below 500 at one point. Started to get a little bit better around the Jimmy Butler trade, and then executed the trade for Jimmy Butler. Of course, you lost Jonathan Kuminga, I think, in January. Then they execute the trade for Jimmy Butler, and now, I think it's 5 straight wins for them. I think it's 10 straight with Jimmy in the lineup. I think 10-2, 11-2 overall with Jimmy Butler. Like, that's sustainable to me. So you're watching Minnesota right now, and I ask you, do you think what you're seeing from Minnesota is sustainable?
What's sustainable mean? Like, just
is this who they are?
Yeah.
Like it is the 7th spot,
because they're playing like good ball, but it's like I don't know if they're going to make a run in the playoffs. Like,
so let's take making a run out of the equation and just boil it down to: is this sustainable for the next 19 games or whatever it is that they have left on their schedule to secure a 7th seed or potentially compete with the Golden State Warriors for the 6th seed? Or do they wind up doing what we're seeing? Do they wind up doing with what we've seen from them all year, what we're seeing with the Los Angeles Clippers right now, what we're seeing with the Sacramento Kings right now? You win a couple, lose a couple, win one, lose one, win one, lose one. You kind of just split the difference along the way. But are they, and I'm not suggesting that they're going undefeated the rest of the way, but you look at 6 straight wins. They beat the crap out of the Nuggets. All right, salute. They beat the Spurs. They beat the Heat. They beat the Hornets. They beat the 76ers, and they beat the Suns. Hey, they took care of business. Didn't the game before, they lost to the Jazz, lost to the Lakers, beat the Thunder, lost to the Lakers, lost to the Rockets, beat the Thunder, lost to the Rockets, lost to the Cavs. That's me moving backwards.
I think it's sustainable in the fact where like they're not going to end up 3 games over 500 or anything like that. Like they're 9 games over right now. I think they'll stay around there. I don't think they'll slip back too much. They'll stay up.
Well,
they're tied with the Warriors right now.
You might be right.
6th, but
you might be right, because here's their schedule coming up: Orlando, Utah, Indiana. There's 2 games against New Orleans. There's another game against Indiana. Then they got Phoenix, Detroit, Denver. They got Brooklyn, Philly. They got another game against Milwaukee, Memphis, Brooklyn, Utah to close out the season. It's not the most difficult schedule. But again, 6 in a row. They've won 6 in a row. Denver, easily the best team in that group. Miami, the 2nd best team.
I don't think the Kings are catching them. I'll say that. Okay.
That's fair enough. What do they got? Two on the Kings or 1?
3.5. The Timberwolves are 3.5 up on the Kings right now.
3.5?
Yeah, they're, if I'm doing math right, they're 16.5 back of the 1 seed. The Kings are 20 back of the 1 seed. So split the difference is 3.5 right there, right?
Damn. Okay, I had that. I thought it was 2. Yeah, looking at the Kings. Okay. You know what I'm looking at? That's my fault. Jesse. You know what I'm looking at? They've played more games. I'm looking at the loss column.
Gotcha.
Minnesota has 29 losses. Sacramento has 31. That's where they are right now. And looking at Minnesota's schedule, like, yeah, they've done a good job at taking care of business. So that just might be what we're looking at right now. But I'm not buying this team at all. And I'll piggyback what you said. I don't think Minnesota's making any sort of run in the playoffs. I think this team they're fine. That's what the Minnesota Timberwolves are. They're fine. It's a fine basketball team in the end. That's it.
They have a star player, and just like you said, like the rest of their guys are just fine players. Like Rudy Gobert isn't what I guess he used to be with Utah or anything like that. And Julius Randle's always just been a guy, like a number 2 or number 3, if that.
So they'll go. Tell me if I'm wrong. The Timberwolves will go as Anthony Edwards goes.
No, I won't even say that. I think
Okay.
Ant can do well, but they can get bounced in the play-in still. Just the team's just not good enough to go anywhere in the playoffs, like, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think they're going anywhere either. But that's not my concern, is what they're doing in the playoffs. I'm not buying them in the playoffs. I'm feeling like they could. Yeah, looking at that schedule, I don't know. They'd have to, like, slip. Because, again, we just went over it. They're beating bad teams. They're splitting games with good teams. There's more bad teams than good teams left on their schedule. And that seems to be, and it is obviously, as we have outlined exhaustively, I feel like, for a month now. It's the exact opposite for the Sacramento Kings. Like, we started talking about this schedule at All-Star break. We started talking about this run where you've got the Golden State Warriors and you've got, you've got these back-to-backs, right? You had the one, last week with the Clippers and the Knicks, or earlier this week, I guess I should say. Then you have this one here where they'll play in San Francisco tonight, and then they'll play the Phoenix Suns tomorrow. And then Cleveland's coming to town. You've got Milwaukee coming to town, Oklahoma City, Boston, all of that. All of that's ahead. We have outlined this schedule exhaustively. And we've looked at everybody else's schedules. The Warriors, the Timberwolves, the Clippers. Dallas and Phoenix, they can't help themselves. Like, Dallas is a disaster. Phoenix, they cannot help themselves. I'm not going to say anything bad about them. You got to play them tomorrow. I'm not going to say nothing bad about them. They can win any game that they play. Just a question of will they or not that day. And more times than not, they're not winning that game. And that's going to be the case. Like, if Dallas holds on to a playoff spot, given they marched like 6 guys out onto the healthy bodies the other night.
Jason Kidd, coach of the year, if so?
God, no. But, what does that say about Phoenix? What does it say about dudes like, what does it say about Devin Booker? You have a basketball team that is literally and figuratively dead, and you still can't catch them.
Yeah.
That's a tough look. I'm a KD guy. That's a tough look, dude. KD had like 12 points or something last night.
I've been harping on the vibe since the trade stuff. I think I'm going to stick
bad.
with that. Like, I think
it is.
That's too tough to overcome, I feel.
It is so bad.
It's like everyone who's ever had senioritis in high school is like, all right, I'm out of here. And then after this year, it's like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Try this year for at all? And I'm not saying that they're not trying, but it's just like it's it's the end coming up.
You're 100% right. They want it to be over.
Yeah.
They want this season to be over. And like, I know we're box score watching. Are you watching this basketball team play? They are lifeless. If got beat by Houston, there's no shame in getting beat by Houston, but how y'all have no fight in you? Like, absolutely none. Highlight of that game was a fight between Mason Plumlee and Steven Adams.
Shocked that Mason Plumlee won that, actually, too.
I don't know that.
No, he won. He took him down. Like, Steven Adams tried doing the whole, I'm from Australia or wherever he's from, New Zealand, I think. You're not going to move me. And Mason Plumlee took him down. That's a 10-8 round for Mason Plumlee.
Wow.
Yeah,
really?
no, it was. I was shocked. I wanted it to go the other way. Mason Plumlee won that.
Are we sure? I think we might need to look at the tape again.
We can run that back, but he took him down, I'm pretty sure.
We'll pull up the tape. Jesse he'll scorecard the fight between Mason Plumlee and Steven Adams. We'll continue to talk basketball, man. Another marquee win for the Oklahoma City Thunder last night. Of course, we'll talk much more about the Kings and the Warriors as well. We all know why Kitty took the day off, for real, though. Mac Jones is finally a San Francisco 49er. We've got all that ahead. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Be the co-host for the day. Hit the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Guys, I'm going to run out and grab a drink real quick. Hang tight. Don't go anywhere. Hang with Jesse. We'll score the fight when we get back. Don't go anywhere.
See, what did I just see? Like, it's fine, but he had the knockdown as well. I got to give him points for that. Shout out to the boss. They actually cooked pretty good for us today. King of Magdon, I did have some eggs, and I didn't throw anything on them because there's no reason to, because they're fine just the way they are. A little bit of the syrup from the pancakes got there, but it's fine. I don't think my egg take is that bad, by the way. I'm right here, man. I'm right here. You know how I am. Oh, we only do broccoli and eggs at home, Zabo. I don't think it is, Kyle. Like, what's so wild about it? Like, I just eat scrambled eggs not by themselves because I have other things with them, but like I don't throw anything on it. I feel like that's fine.
Can I chime in?
Go ahead, Kyle. Yeah.
It's not weird to me that you don't eat salt on eggs.
I'm glad we're talking through this. Go ahead.
No, it's not weird. Like, if you don't salt your eggs, that's cool.
Yeah.
The thing that sucks about your take is that you think putting salt on eggs is weird when it's objectively not.
I guess it's not weird, but it's not weird because you guys all do it, but it's not my preference. Yeah. It just doesn't taste good to me.
But if you're like,
it was like a big realization that like, oh, everyone does this, and I'm the one who doesn't.
Oh. And Jesse, do not put ketchup on his eggs.
You sure
You
about
put
that? I haven't in a while.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't in a while. I have before though.
Huh. All right.
Now we just go tapatio on eggs and stuff like that.
Yeah,
If we need
okay.
something.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
Honestly, D-Mac, like I wanted to talk trash and all. It was a good win by the Thunder. I don't know if they'll be able to get 4 times in June against Boston, but good win by the Thunder.
I have gotten so many spam messages today. It's crazy. Yeah, hot sauce on eggs works.
Yeah, TCG, we go unsalted.
That is Jesse's most famous take ever.
It really is.
Ever.
Every time it gets brought up, it's like a conversation in the chatty house where it's like,
time.
like this is insane.
Every time.
Oh yeah, Aldrin, this is a bad take.
Yeah.
I'm not a breakfast burrito guy. I'm a traditional
I like
guy.
breakfast burritos. I'm with you in the best part, but breakfast burritos are fire. I might have got a little.
Norm, is this a joke?
I heard that this morning, Norm.
Where?
It was a wake-up call bit.
Oh. Pineapple on pizza is wild too. That's not good.
It has something to do with a kid's book. I think that's what it's. I could have that wrong, but I know, Bryce. I think that's what it is. Yeah, old DeMarcus Tapia over here. Chorizo, tofu, potatoes, veggies. Oh, there you go. I love pepperoncinis. Those joints are fire. Poor Complex. Everything we do, Complex has to work.
Yeah, he's the DJ for all this stuff. I realized.
It's like, can we just put a CD on and let Complex enjoy? Well, I can't believe I have to do this. Since Kenny's not here, we got Beam money. Download the Prize Picks app today. And since Kenny's not here, I can tell you use the promo code KSFM. Use the promo code KSFM or the promo code KIFM. Get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. They got Domantas Sabonis, easy money at 0.5 3-pointers made. Y'all want to get in on that? Let's see if we can get some demons here for DeMar DeRozan. 6.5 assists. I love you, DeMar. I don't think I'm doing that. What do we got for Domas? Demon money, 17.5 points for Domantas Sabonis against the Golden State Warriors. That warranted a demon. I might take that. right there. What else we got from Keegan Murray? 18.5 points plus rebounds. Let's see if we can get a demon out of that. 24.5 points in rebounds. I'm going to take that as well. Let me see if we got something from Steph Curry here against the Sacramento Kings tonight. Oh, do I have to put Stephen Curry? There he is. You do. You have to put Stephen Curry in. Let's see. What do we got with Steph? What's the point number? 26.5 is even. 20.5 is the Goblin. 29.5 is the Demon. I play all three of those demons. A $20 bet lands. Oh, that ain't even worth it. $20 bet lands $260, but those are too risky. Those are too risky. I might do it. I'm going to do it anyways. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the promo code KSFM or use the promo code KIFM and get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, I will not say it like him. Run your game.
I don't have Kenny here to like share my food takes with. So real quick, you're here. Have you ever tried the hot honey on pepperoni pizza?
I have not.
You need to try that. It'll change your life. You won't go back.
Okay, okay. We know I don't eat pizza.
Oh, that's true, huh?
Yeah.
Like at all?
I don't eat cheese.
Yeah. Damn it, we need Kenny here.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. I know I've gotten very laxed with how I eat. Like I had a little piece of bacon out there that was just incredible. But like dairy, there's no gift.
I got you.
So I apologize for that. Can we score this fight real quick? Let's see here. So Jesse is adamant that Steven Adams lost this fight. Mason Plumlee gets the dub. We see the double arm hook already.
See, so it's after the basket.
Yep. All right, in there. Okay. Camera cuts away. Steven's got him wrapped up, and they go to the ground.
It looks like Steven took him down to watch.
So Steven couldn't turn him, is what happened. He couldn't turn him on the way down, and Plumlee retained position. All right, now here maybe perhaps a better view here. All right, underarm hook. Now watch. Hey, get off me. Get off me.
Look at Big Mace.
Wraps him up. He wraps him up, and down it goes, but Plumlee lands on top. Steven Adams couldn't turn him. Steven Adams tries to turn him. Plumlee blocks it.
That's Mason Plumlee taking him down.
No, Mason Plumlee did not take him down.
He fell on him. He fell on him.
No, I think Steve.
He earthquaked on Damian the Snake.
I don't think that's true. I think Steven tried to. I think Steven tried to suplex him, and I'll get okay. Plumlee gets the round, but it's got to be 10-9.
Fine. That's fine. But I'll
look. Steven Adams tries to turn him, and he can't. Plumlee blocks, and then everybody gets up. That was the most exciting thing that happened in the NBA last night. No, that's not true. Mikal Bridges.
That was facts. That was a good shot. I saw that live.
That was a hell of a shot. Kyle Madson, kind enough to come back and hang out for a few minutes. Appreciate you, man. What's going on?
Yeah, I need a ruling here.
Okay.
This is for Jesse too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Actually, it's probably primarily for Jesse, the head official. So I'm scrolling Instagram, which is typically what I do after a show, and I get a Ticketmaster ad. That pops up on, I shouldn't have said their name, but whatever. I get an ad from a ticket place that has DeMar DeRozan on it.
Okay.
And the first thing I see is DeMar. So I'm like, oh, wait, what happened? And I catch a vibe what's going on.
Okay.
Here's what the ad says.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Whether it's the dribbles or the drip, the NBA is better IRL.
It's uncomfortable.
The dribbles or the drip?
I think you play on. You play on.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't. It's not egregious.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's not like that Kings one you sent us that one time.
All right. Very good.
Yeah, play on that.
The
Kings one was
great.
that
Yeah,
was
Kings
insane.
one
They
was
knew
great.
what they were doing on that
Yeah,
one. They knew what they were doing.
All right. I just wanted to make sure.
Kings one was a little wild. It was a little wild. Yeah, it's uncomfortable, but it's fine.
Okay. We're playing on. Very good.
Kyle Madson to the insiders here. You buying Minnesota at all? We
little
were talking
bit
about this for a second. You were. Okay.
Yeah. Not as now.
Can I read something to you real quick? Just real quick.
Is it going to refute my point?
I hope so.
Nah, then no.
Okay.
I'm not interested in
I understand.
learning about.
That's fine.
No, what?
Well, they've won 6 in a row.
Yeah, correct.
You knew that.
Yeah, since Julius Randle came back.
Right.
He's averaging 18.8 points, 7.5 boards, and 6.5 assists on 51.3% from the field.
So you dug into this.
I did.
You saw that they beat Phoenix.
I did.
In Philadelphia.
Uh-huh.
And Charlotte.
Philadelphia is tough. Quentin Grimes will get you. Go ahead.
Okay. Miami.
Uh-huh.
San Antonio.
Yeah.
Okay. And then they beat Denver last night.
Yeah. Well, okay. So here's what I kept saying. Like, I'm keeping an eye on Minnesota, but again, like their schedule. And I said on the show yesterday, I was like, I'm keeping an eye on this game because this will tell me a lot about Minnesota. And then they went in and just dominated that.
Yeah, they
game.
beat their ass.
And what they the thing that's tough though, to your point is, yeah, they won 6 in a row. That's good for that. Like they needed to string together some wins. And Julius Randle's playing well, and he looks a lot more effective than he had early in the season. The thing you could push back on though is even Denver, as good as Denver is, and Minnesota beat them by 20 on their home court. Minnesota's just a weird matchup for Denver. Minnesota's just a tough matchup for them because they can do things defensively. Yeah, they can do things defensively with Jokic that not a lot of teams can do.
Yeah.
And that's why you see him. I think he had 31 last night, but what do you have? I think 4 assists. 4 assists, 8 rebounds. Like they're able to limit all of the things that make him this just like juggernaut of a player.
Yeah.
And when that happens, you realize just kind of how pedestrian Denver is. Denver's not that, like, top to bottom, their roster is not super impressive. It's Jokic maximizing everything that every single one of those guys can do.
I don't disagree about their roster. Can Denver win a playoff series?
Yeah.
Can they win 2?
Sure. I think they can go to the finals.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh.
Jokic is sick.
Okay.
Like they're that,
I don't think
like,
I was expecting that after you just said that about the roster.
Yeah, they're in. So, have we not done my West tiers on this show yet? Sweet. Here we go. Buckle up.
Okay.
OKC is tier 1. Nice.
Thanks. Thank you.
Is that a Gucci buckle you just built?
It's not
crazy.
It's not. It was a fictitious buckle.
OKC is by themselves, tier 1, like the title contender. Tier 2 is Denver.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Do you want me to take notes and like comment later or comment as you go?
Okay, no, comment is that's a better radio bit.
Okay, so
you're the professional here.
So okay, that is
tier 1.
True. We kind of like go as you go. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's facts.
Who's we?
You are.
Y'all are following me?
Yeah.
Charlie too. We're just right. No, so OKC is tier 1.
And so they're OKC
in the West.
Is the lone tier title contender in the West.
Yeah, but follow me.
Okay.
There's more.
Okay.
They're the title contender.
Okay.
Right below them in tier 2 are the teams that I could see going to the finals.
Okay.
Like the teams I could see. I think OKC will. They're in a tier by themselves. Then there's the guys who are like, okay, it was the Lakers. I'm taking them out for now. As long as LeBron's not on the court, the Lakers don't get to be involved. And then Denver is also there.
When LeBron gets back, do we just throw them back in there, though?
TBD. You got to see what he looks like.
TBD.
Yeah, it's very good radio. I'm on the fence on that.
Okay.
But they were playing so well.
There's a line from
that,
The Office, by the way.
I know I missed that.
It's fine.
What episode
right.
is
I
that?
gotcha.
Is that a season 8 thing?
No, it's the one where they it's where Dunder Mifflin Infinity was infiltrated by the sex predators.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh
This is the Dunder
God.
Mifflin Infinity 2.0, wasn't
That's
it?
right. Yeah, 2.0.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Sometimes you got to jog my memory.
That's tier 2. Right now it's just Denver. Tier 3.
This is fascinating.
The Lakers are going to go into tier 3 now, which is where Memphis is hanging out. They're the teams that I'm like.
Okay. No, all right. Memphis.
No, this is good.
This is fascinating, is what it is.
These are the teams. It was just Memphis. It was just the Grizzlies tier. Now it's the Grizzlies / Lakers tier 3. And I don't think they're going to make a run.
Okay.
But if they did, if you came from the future and you said, I'm Damian Barling from July 2025, Memphis went to the finals, I wouldn't be like, what?
Okay. All right. So it's Memphis and LA.
Yeah.
Without it's Memphis and LeBronless LA.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Kind of,
Okay.
I think.
This is the third year, correct?
This is the third.
Mhm.
So just explain number 4 because you're doing a thing right now, and I think I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
What's tier 4? What are the parameters for tier 4?
Tier 4
Yes.
is the like not winning the West, but wouldn't want to see him in the playoffs.
All right. Now who's tier 4?
Everyone else.
Okay. This is dumb. You're doing a thing right now. I feel like you're doing a thing.
I don't think he's doing a bit.
No, I think you are.
I'm just being correct on the radio.
Okay.
what?
So the Warriors.
Let's start here. I'll take notes on the beef you have.
The Golden State Warriors.
Pause?
Yeah, pause.
Yeah.
No, you know what? Hold on.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that you can't just do that. It's a flag. Holding.
It's fine.
The issues you have with my list. Go ahead.
The Warriors
Mhm.
are in the same tier as the Clippers.
Yeah, for now. It's a wide range for sure. I'm with so now keep in mind, Golden State could go up to tier 3. In fact, you know what? If you want to argue that Golden State's in tier 3, I'm not going to push back super hard on that.
I'd argue Golden State's in tier 2.
Really?
Yes.
Here's my issue.
If you're
with this.
putting Denver there with what you just said about Denver's roster, you've got Denver in 2.
Yeah.
Why can't Golden State be there?
Because I've watched Golden State be down by like 25 to the Bulls and down by 27 to the Nets, and they're having to come back.
Did they
and
win
fight
any of
with the
those
Hornets.
games?
Oh yeah, they won them by a
Okay.
lot.
Okay. Oh.
But it's just I am much closer to sold now than I was. But I've also watched them go 12-3, and then they went 13-23, and now they're 12-2 again. And they're better than they were in that middle part of the year, to be sure. But if you want to put them in tier 3 as a you could see them coming out, I'm not going to necessarily argue with that. But are they beating OKC in a playoff series? I don't think so. Are they beating Denver in a playoff series? I don't think so. Are they beating Memphis in a playoff series? Definitely beating Memphis? I don't think so. So.
Wow, Kyle Madson on the Warriors. You heard it here first.
I think Kyle, I think he's doing a thing.
No,
this
no,
is
no,
his
no.
thing, and it's fine.
No, this is that's where they are now.
Am I too high on the Warriors?
To put them in you could see them coming out of the West tier.
They're
relying a lot. They're just relying a lot on Moses Moody continuing to play really well, and Quentin Post, a second-round rookie, and there's some nights where it's hey, can Buddy knock down a shot?
That's where I'm
kind of. I've lived that life.
So
I do not factor in Shavano when I'm evaluating.
And now, what I'm waiting on is they have to reinsert Jonathan Kuminga into this mix.
Okay,
and
right.
This is where and I was talking to some people about this who follow Golden State day in and day out, and they were like, the Jonathan Kuminga thing is not going to be a problem because he's either going to play well or he's going to the bench and he's not going to play. And I don't know if I believe that.
I don't think I do either. You don't just throw him to the side with you'll need him in a series, won't you?
That's kind of what I've been thinking.
Yeah.
Because if you get Jonathan Kuminga coming back and he's bought in on defense, and wow, Jimmy Butler is having a huge influence on him, and he's developing into this two-way threat that everybody thinks he can be, that he certainly thinks he can be, then sure, I'll buy in. But they need him to come back, fit in without the rest of the team falling off or other key pieces falling off. They need him to fit in, and then they need him to produce. They need him to be 15 to 18 a night and playing really, really good defense.
You need that from him. Right at 15 to 18. Okay.
In my opinion, yeah.
Okay.
If they're gonna be a team that can come out of the West.
I do think there's a middle ground, for the Warriors. I think you might be a little too high, and Kyle might be a little too low.
Yeah, they can go in tier 3.
I throw them in
fact,
Memphis tier.
I'm down with that. Okay, they can go in the Memphis tier.
A live amendment. Okay.
Yeah, they can go in the Memphis tier.
Okay. I don't.
I actually, you know what? I think
maybe I'm too low on Memphis because I just do not see that. But I'm probably too low on Memphis too.
Yeah, I don't. That's the middle ground between they're not winning. That's the middle ground between they could make it, and I think they might give a team a tough series, but I'm not taking them to win multiple series. And I'll believe they could win 3 series and go to the finals. Memphis is in a weird spot for me. Their offense is sick.
Mm-hmm.
When you have Jaren Jackson and Desmond Bane, but Desmond Bane's a huge question mark defensively, especially because of his back. What are you going to get from Ja in a playoff series? I have no idea. But I think they have the right pieces. I think Taylor Jenkins, as much as I don't like his vibe, I think he's a good basketball coach. But I think he's a good coach.
But his vibe, I feel fixed the basketball team.
Yeah, exactly. They're just ugh.
Yeah, that's the Memphis. Yeah.
Just
in a perpetual state of stank face.
Yeah. So I again, would I bet on Memphis to come out of the West? No. But if you told me they made it, I wouldn't be floored at all. And I think while we're amending live, Lakers, Suns, LeBron are going down a tier for me. They go down to tier 4.
Wow. This is crazy to me. But we're not expecting the Lakers non-LeBron to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, but we're talking right now.
Like we're literally talking about 12:34 on March 13th. Okay.
They're in tier 4
well,
today.
It's your tier. We can do whatever the hell we want with it.
Damn right I
All
can.
right, Lakers
Hang
down
on.
to 4.
Do we want to make the Lakers their own tier as tier 4 and knock everybody else down to 5?
I don't think you believe in the Lakers.
So
that
we have
much.
5 contender tiers here.
Not
Well,
contenders.
not really.
We have the contender, the like. Oh, okay, they could
It's just
definitely
tiers
give it
of
a
the
run.
West then. Tiers of the West.
Tiers of the West, right? The second tier is they could make it. I don't think they would, but they definitely could. They're the top contender to the contender, and then there's everybody else.
I think there's 4 teams that could come out of the West.
Warriors, Denver, OKC,
The Lakers. The Nuggets might be the lowest on that tier. You know, might be the second lowest, and this is what I need you to help me with, is OKC. I am struggling to buy into the Thunder.
Really?
Why?
I am. I'm because I'm trying to envision another marquee win for them last night. Beat the Boston Celtics. I'm trying to envision a scenario where, all right, you give me game 1, it's Oklahoma City, and I'll say Los Angeles just for fun, the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
And they go out there, they get that big marquee win, and all right, game 2, in 2 nights or whatever. And then, like, how do they adjust through a series?
Sure.
Specifically, how do they adjust in the second series in the West and the third series in the West? And how do they adjust as this thing continues to move on? Because that's where you need other guys outside of SGA to do some heavy lifting for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good basketball. It's a really, really good basketball team. But if people are willing to kind of look the other way with what Cleveland's doing and say Boston, because they're the defending champs, is still the team to beat in the East, then I feel like I can look the other way when it comes to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
It's different, man. There's nobody
Why?
because there's nobody in the West that's even close to Boston. Outside of like OKC. There's not like people are side-eyeing Cleveland, not because of what Cleveland's doing individually, but because it's like, hey, at the end of this rainbow is the Celtics.
I think that's partially okay. So maybe the idea of not buying Cleveland is really not buying Cleveland beating Boston.
Yeah, that's it. Not buying Cleveland is I'm still picking Boston.
Okay.
Cleveland's awesome. I've been on record.
Very, very good.
I've never been more wrong about a thing than I was about Cleveland this year. I watched them in the playoffs last year and was like, it's just not a cohesive group. I don't think they're ever going to figure it out. I think they're going to have a tough start to the year. They're going to make some trades and it's going to look different. And then they were on pace for like 75 wins for half the year.
In comes Kenny Atkinson.
Right. And they're incredible. And if you told me they came out of the East, I wouldn't be stunned, but I'm picking Boston for now. There's nobody in the West commensurate with that. If
that's fair.
If
I hear you.
If
like
Boston
Memphis
and
or
Cleveland
Denver
play in a
or
series,
whoever.
if Boston and Cleveland play in a series, Boston's favored.
Sure.
It might not be by a lot,
Sure.
but they'll
Yeah,
be
no,
favored.
sure.
OKC is going to be favored in every series they play in the West. Probably handily. And then when you talk about it's so okay teams, because you're right, playoffs get a little more physical, so SGA is not getting to the line as much as he normally does.
Yeah,
but I think he's skilled enough that doesn't matter as much. I think you have enough secondary playmaking, ball handling with Jalen Williams. I think you've got enough shot making with everybody on their freaking roster.
Is Jalen Williams a killer?
He might be.
Okay,
TBD.
We might.
They tell us he is.
TBD.
So this is when we might find out then, because this is where you're going to need it. This is where it's Tatum and it's Brown, or it's Jokic and Murray, or whatever. Like this is when it's.
I think they
Dame
believe
and Giannis.
I think they believe he is, because they have a real like title shot this year, and they haven't done anything.
It's true. Yeah,
like there were options out there if they wanted to use their picks and a bunch of this excess talent they have to go get a bona fide second guy. I think they think that J Will is that guy. So that's J Will, right? J Dub and J Will. J Dub's the big, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think they think he's that guy. And then defensively, they're just sick, and it's they might be able to just suffocate people, and it might not matter what they're doing offensively. But I think Mark Dagnall's a good coach.
He's a very
The
good
roster's
coach.
super deep.
Cleveland point differential 11.3. Oklahoma City point differential 12.5. Cleveland 8.5 game lead on the Boston Celtics. The Oklahoma City Thunder a 12-game lead on the Memphis Grizzlies and Denver Nuggets. Man, those are the teams in the regular season so far. Do you have a coach of the year? I thought this was a fun conversation yesterday.
Man, it is. I was a big Jamal Mosley guy for a lot of the year, and then Orlando kind of fell off.
Yeah.
I think you got to give it to Atkinson, right?
Well, what we really boiled it down to is how you truly feel about the coach of the year.
Yeah.
And it's either the guy who's coaching Cleveland or the guy who was coaching Cleveland.
Yeah, JB Bickerstaff.
Yeah, he's doing. He's terrific.
My Pistons.
Absolutely. Kyle Madsen's Detroit Pistons.
Might be his greatest call of all time.
They're a playoff. Like they're going to make the playoffs.
Yes.
Like they're going to be a top 6
Yeah.
team. They're
I
not
think
falling out of this.
Here's right. If Cleveland was a game ahead of Boston right now, and it was kind of going back and forth, I think it'd be one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But Boston's really good, and Cleveland is like way up in the standings. What are they? 8.5 up on Boston?
Yeah.
Like they are way the best team.
Yeah.
And that's where I think it's the same reason that people are saying that Shea's the MVP over Jokic. Like Jokic might be the better player, but OKC is just so much better than Denver that the player on that team has to be the MVP if it's at least close to even.
Shea's numbers are insane.
They're ridiculous.
Like I know it's Jokic is the better player. Like please do not tell me he's averaging a triple-double. Kiss my ass with your averaging me a triple-double. Because y'all cared about it once and didn't care about it the 5 other times the guy did it. So shut the hell up about the triple-double.
Whoa.
Collectively. Not pointing this at anybody. Just saying as a collective. Don't use that as an argument with me.
I see.
But SGA is number 1 in
he's
7 categories.
It's not. I've heard this on. I listened to some basketball podcasts, not to brag, and the idea that
Kyle Madson, big podcast guy.
I think the only wrong, and I felt this way in the NFL too. To me, the only wrong take is that I think Mina Kimes actually said this. This is not a Kyle Madson original thought. I'm stealing this from Mina Kimes. The only wrong take is that the answer is definite. Like I think in the NFL, there was a really good argument for Lamar Jackson. There was a really good argument for Josh Allen.
Yeah. And
Josh Allen won. That doesn't take away Lamar Jackson's awesome year. I think there's a really good answer argument for Jokic. I think there's a really good argument for Shea. And whoever wins it is going to be like, dang, that was a worthy MVP.
Yeah.
And also there was another guy who was awesome.
Yeah.
Like I just don't think there's this.
I don't know that the other guy's going to get referenced. I really think it's these two.
Yeah, no, Jokic was the other guy.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I misunderstood. Yeah. I think
poor Giannis.
Oh my God,
he's averaging like 32 and 13, and he's not even in the conversation.
Giannis has beat his MVP numbers like 3 times,
and he's not even been in the conversation.
Never been in the discussion again. Never been in the discussion again. Can you stick around for a few more minutes? Okay, we'll come back because we'll get back to basketball for sure. I really would like to ask you about what the 49ers are doing.
Oh, boy.
Kyle Madson. Well, I read an article on Niners Wire said it's not time to panic.
Well, it's not yet.
But that signing yesterday got some people's attention, so we'll talk about it. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Steele and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All good.
Hey, can I ask the chatty house about the personal thing that I need to ask for? Hey, does anybody in the chatty house own, work at, or know somebody who owns or works at like a party bus or limo service? I'm trying to, I have a very small job that I would like to just like pay under the table for, or get like a little deal on instead of like having to pay minimums and stuff. I need like 2 or 3 carfuls of people, limo or party bus, to go 0.4 miles one way, and that's it.
If you do know, email me, kyle.madson@odyssey.com. AUDACY. Appreciate it. I didn't mean pay under the table. I meant like I know some places have like minimums and stuff. I don't have probably what a minimum would be. So here's the issue. So this was initially the and shout out Bald Doggy. I'll see you at the next Bald meeting. It's like gonna be late. And people are going to have been drinking and stuff. And it's gonna be here in Sacramento. It's downtown.
All right, we're back here. KC out ill today. Kyle Madson, kind enough to hang out and spend some time here as we were talking basketball, tiers, championship contenders, all of those different things. And I hate to divert from the basketball conversation because it's so much fun. We can get back to it later. I don't want to occupy too much of your post-show time. So I want to talk about football for a few minutes, specifically the team that you cover over at Niners Wire, Candlestick Chronicles podcast. It's very good. I listen to it regularly.
My man.
So let's start with the obvious. Mac Jones. He is now a member of the San Francisco 49ers.
Keep going. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. Mac Jones is a member of the San Francisco 49ers, 2-year, $7 million deal to be the 49ers backup. $5 million guaranteed. He does have an opportunity to earn up to $11 million.
Mm-hmm.
What does this tell you? Okay, he threw his hands up. So that I think that's what most of us thought when the tweet came through.
So if this was if Mac Jones had his exact same career, everything is exactly the same, but he was the 5th round pick. He was a 5th round pick in 2021.
Yeah.
This doesn't move the needle even a small amount.
Okay.
But Mac Jones is going to forever be associated with the 49ers in the 2021 draft because that was the guy that everybody was certain. And this isn't even, I don't even want to put this on like the media told us. No, like people in the building in San Francisco, I had people like, hey, pre-write your Mac Jones stuff. It's happening. That's what that's what people inside the building thought.
Fascinating.
Yes. And I want to keep it. This is people who are around the team, cover the team, talk like this is everybody. This was not like an Adam Schefter national media special where we're like going, what? No, this was the consensus. And then on draft night, they go with Trey Lance to the point that we found this out after the fact. The TV cameras, when the number 3 pick was going, were standing in Mac Jones' little cubicle thing at the draft.
Really?
And then they got word that that wasn't the pick, and they had to sprint down to Trey Lance's little cubicle right as the pick was getting announced.
Yeah.
That's how, like, that's where it was. So it's not nothing that Mac Jones was the guy that they decided was going to be their backup quarterback.
Okay.
But I also don't think, like, the immediate reaction I saw was, what does this mean for Brock Purdy's contract negotiations? Is there going to be some kind of quarterback battle? Kyle Shanahan finally got his guy.
I don't think it's that
It
dramatic.
does feel
though.
like Kyle kind of got his guy though.
Hey, low key. Like, but I think he liked Mac Jones. I
Yeah.
genuinely think he liked Mac Jones, but I think he saw what we've seen with Mac Jones and like, there's kind of a ceiling here.
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted to take a big swing. They wanted to get a Josh Allen
They did that.
type of quarterback with Trey Lance, and that hasn't worked out or didn't work out.
Yeah.
But I don't think they hated Mac Jones. They just went, hey, we want to take a bigger swing.
We're here. Let's go for it.
So they get a quarterback they know they liked. And when you start going through, we did this a little bit today. You start looking at the other quarterbacks who are available. It's like Gardner Minshew, Jameis Winston, Carson Wentz, like Cooper Rush, Joe Flacco. Who's the cat that was on Taylor Heineke?
Mm-hmm.
It's names like that. And Mac Jones, if you strip away the whole 2021 draft process and how hectic that was, Mac Jones is one of those guys. You're just like, yeah, he's probably not good enough to be a starter, but if you need him to come in and manage a game, you feel like you have at least a chance to win it. But there's always going to be the 2021 draft.
Yeah.
And God forbid Brock Purdy struggle and then get hurt and Mac Jones come in and win a couple of games. And now all of a sudden we're back here.
You think Kyle Shanahan's still the coach of the 49ers if they end up going with Mac Jones in that draft?
Oh, good question. Because
Trey Lance led to Brock Purdy.
Probably. Like, yeah, that's the thing is I don't know if they still use a draft pick on a quarterback. I think Mac is probably better now had he been in the 49er system for 4 years than being on that version of the Patriots and going to the Jags. I don't know. Probably, yeah, he probably is, but they're probably in a little bit different spot. Yeah, I think.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's an interesting question.
It is.
The idea is that Mac Jones sticks around longer than Brock. I mean, sticks
Yeah,
around
which
longer
is
than
that.
Trey
'Cause,
Lance did.
yeah, Trey was just done when it started,
But to that point, if Mac Jones' career trajectory is the exact same, and the 49ers didn't pick Brock Purdy, let's just go to that sliding doors moment and assume they don't, and they don't pick Brock Purdy last in that draft, and they don't have him right now, and
Sure.
and Mac Jones nosedives the way he has in his career. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan is either gone or this is the year where it's like, all right, dog, here's your last chance.
Yeah. I knew the
Kyle, don't go anywhere just yet.
Yeah. TC 916-909-1320. Go ahead, TC.
You know what? Hey, you know what, TC? Hang on. Don't go ahead. Typically, I push back on stuff TC has to say, but given how much Kyle Shanahan has ruined various points in my life with this quarterback stuff, with trades up and with Trey Lance, and is he starting, is he not, and Jimmy Garoppolo, is he staying, is he not? The fact that they're now signing Mac Jones, I'm going to just agree with anything TC has to say today.
And we don't even know
Let
what
it fly,
he's going to say
TC.
yet.
Go ahead.
Hey, listen, that's what I've been trying to say the whole time right now. But look, hey, we got to be a fool, right, Kyle? You sharp, D-Lo, you sharp, Niner fans, you sharp, right? That's why they like talking to us. You got to be crazy if you don't think that Mac Jones is going to come in and compete with Brock Purdy for that starting job. That Kyle is like, this is my last ride, dog. We going all in. We ain't paying this dude nothing. We finna see if he finna duke it out. If he can beat out Mac, the guy that I want to pick with the number 3 overall pick, then we'll give him that money. You got to be crazy to think that he's not finna come in and compete, bro. That's all I got, man.
All right, TC.
I disagree.
So he's going to come in and well, I think what's throwing you is there was no trashing of Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I thought for sure he was going to let it go. But no, this is a great decision from Kyle Shanahan, I guess, for TC.
TC's not a Brock Purdy guy, by the way.
No,
He's
he's
for
definitely
sure.
he wants to sign Brock Purdy for $7 and some jawbreakers.
Sure. So here's the pushback I have on that. I don't think Mac Jones is that good. Where he would definitively beat out Brock Purdy in a quarterback competition. And there's not going to be one. He's going to get the QB2 snaps and Brock Purdy's going to be QB1 and that's how it's going to go. But on the other hand, the 49ers wouldn't be operating the way they're operating this offseason if they had some doubt that they were going to extend Brock Purdy this offseason.
Sure.
The way they're managing their money right now is so they have cap flexibility and financial flexibility over the next 2, 3, 4 years, where if I don't know, if D Winters winds up being the second coming of Dre Greenlaw, they can sign him to a good deal. If Renardo Green winds up being this awesome cornerback. Like they have the flexibility to sign him. That's what they're doing this offseason because they know they're going to be paying a quarterback big money over the next few years. If they had any plan of, hey, Mac Jones is available, let's bring him in. We're going to have a low-key quarterback competition, and maybe we can avoid paying Brock. If that's their plan and they're still operating like this offseason, I have no idea what they're doing.
I don't think it is.
It's not. I would be floored. That's just bad. That's bad team building. It's horrible business. That's what they're doing.
Are you guys concerned at all if they take this Brock Purdy negotiation stuff into training camp?
Yeah.
Like just as far as maybe how they view Brock or not more so as how like they negotiate, but like why is it taking?
I think they're being stupid. Like if in your scenario, because you know what it's going to take to get this done. I mean, I don't think either side. We're talking the last pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
The tough part about this is I don't know who Brock's agent is.
He's never done a big money deal like this.
So
this is his first big one.
I mean, an agent for the last pick in the draft is a whole lot different than an agent for the first pick in the draft.
Correct.
Or the first round in the draft. Or in reality, probably the first 3 rounds of the draft.
Fact.
You're talking about the very last guy who was drafted. That means you probably didn't even know if he was going to get selected. And I don't know that there has ever been a negotiation like this before where you have a guy who immediately upon entering the league is kind of slotted as a Mr. Irrelevant, a lower tier guy, a lower paid guy, to someone who's going to be paid at the top of his position, which in this case equals the top of the league.
Right.
You're now negotiating a contract for the last pick in the draft to be one of the top probably 5 players in the entire league. And I want to blame the 49ers because I think they screw up every contract negotiation.
They have. Yes.
I'm really crossing my fingers for the agent to pull this one off because he might be boxing in a class that he's not ready for.
Right. So that's where so I can't decide if that helps the 49ers or hurts them.
I think it hurts all of us.
Just to get back to Jesse's point, if this goes into training camp, fire everybody. Like seriously, you've known for since he got you to the NFC title game as a rookie and then came back and got you to the Super Bowl coming off major elbow surgery. Like you've kind of known you're going to have to pay this guy. If you're not ready to do that, what are we all doing here? But I get that my concern is that his agent comes in, again, boxing in a class that he doesn't belong in, and he starts throwing kicks. Like he goes, well, Dak Prescott got this, so that's our starting point.
No, sir, it's not.
Right. That would be insane.
Yeah.
So, but it wouldn't shock me if that's like where he starts and all of a sudden this starts to get messy.
Well,
I think if you're the Niners,
that's the dumb thing about this, and this is what I hate. It's not exclusive to the NFL, the NBA. It's not exclusive to sports. It's contract negotiations.
Yes.
You're trying to see how little you can pay me,
right?
And I'm trying to see how much you can pay me.
Correct.
And we're starting our conversations off on the wrong foot. We're having a completely disingenuous conversation because I'm asking you to pay me something I know you're not going to pay.
Right.
You're asking me to take something you know I'm not going to take. Why don't we skip all of this? And I'm going to lay the case out for you as to why Brock Purdy should make more than Tua Tagovailoa.
Sure. Why
Brock Purdy should make more or on the same plane as a guy like Joe Burrow or make more than a guy like Trevor Lawrence. Like that's the field in which we're playing in right here. Let's have this discussion. But that is never how contract negotiations work. I used that strategy in my last contract negotiation. I got really lucky because it worked. But I felt like I was like, look, I know how this works. You know how this works. And I was negotiating for 6 people. Me, you, James, Jesse, all of us.
Right.
It's the first time ever that they were like, it took them 6 months, but they were like, okay.
Yeah, boy, did it.
Yeah, well, as Kyle is contemplating becoming a painter.
Dude, nothing worse than realizing you have no marketable skills. Yeah, hey, I see you have this office job open. You guys got radio shows there?
It was it was really tough. It's really tough to call one of your best friends every day and go, "Hey, hang in there, man. Like I think it's almost there." And then a week later, "Hey, man, yeah, don't go take that accounting job. It's we're right there." That's a tough call to make.
You know what's funny? Show started September 5. I went to SoCal in July. I had a meeting with a boss here at the time about that.
Mm-hmm.
And he said to me in that meeting, "When can you start?" And I said, "I'm going to SoCal this weekend." This is on like Tuesday. I was like, "I'm going to SoCal this weekend. I'm supposed to come back on Monday. I could start Tuesday, but I can cut that short so I can start Monday." And he put his arm around me and goes, "Hey, go to SoCal, enjoy it. Take the whole time. Don't cut it short, and just enjoy it, knowing that you're gonna have a job when you come back." And I said, "Bet, like you got it." That was July 26th.
God damn it!
And September 5.
Oh,
Good old radio.
Unreal.
Oh,
Uh,
the amount of times I had to go to them like, "Look, we need one more thing." What? Really? I was like, "No, we need Kyle. Kyle's he's the guy that pulls all of this together." And I don't even know if we're talking about the same boss. He's like, "You know what?
Michael Scott.
I got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got something for Kyle." And it was like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Okay, wait a second."
What is
we got something for Kyle, as in I can call him and tell him this.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to think of something for Kyle. He was like, "No, get him in the loop and get him in the loop immediately." It's like, "Oh, okay, great."
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Rocky.
I got past it. It was supposed to be,
Sorry about that.
I think, August 9.
Yeah.
We were supposed to do a whole big thing.
Oh, yeah.
I was so fired up. I told everybody.
Yep.
And they're like, "Hey, August
Yeah.
10th."
They kept
August 9 was a tough day for me.
Oh, they kept no, not yet. What do you mean not yet? No, not yet. Okay. I remember they wanted the show to just start.
Yeah.
And not tell anyone.
Yeah.
I was like, "Okay. So who's going to listen?" Like, we're banking on people who listen to D-Lo and Casey to just randomly tune in 2 hours earlier, not knowing that.
Wait a minute, this isn't Greeny.
They'd be, hey, if you tune in for Greeny and got us, you'd be fired up. They're just like, maybe today's the day that they start a show 2 hours before D-Lo and Casey. No, Carlin versus Joe again.
Just no promo, no names, just Kyle and James on the radio.
The whole thing was like we were going to announce, because I thought the KSFM, the D-Lo and Casey on KSFM announcement was going to fall flat, because I didn't think anybody really cared.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, let's just announce them both at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And then that way, anyone who doesn't care about
the
KSFM thing, they'll be super hyped for the insiders.
Mm-hmm.
Went into that day with that being the plan. I was told that morning, you can't announce it.
Oof.
So you just want me to announce KSFM?
Oof.
It's not that it's not happening. It's like, no, I do not like this at all.
Oof.
So I very begrudgingly announced, and then just kind of hinted. I know you thought another announcement was coming. It's coming. Pause. But yeah, I was so frustrating.
Wow.
So frustrating.
I think Brock Purdy should get. No.
What else about so is the 49ers off-season thing the draft?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, man. Like, this is where
they had to lose everyone.
There's all these conversations going on that are all different. How the 49ers are choosing to spend money, like shell out cash, is a thing.
Okay.
Because they have shelled out so much cash. They're buying soccer teams. They're doing all this stuff. They have spent so much cash on the football team. So I think they're trying to curtail that a little bit.
Okay.
Not long term, but just for now.
Okay.
They're also trying the salary cap stuff that we talked about, like making sure that they're not in a bad position down the road with all this dead money.
Sure.
The problem with the 49ers and the reason that they might not be very good this year is not
really.
Yeah, there's a chance. But they're also,
they weren't very good last year.
Right. They were 6-11.
Yeah.
Like,
fine.
so that's the
fine.
other reason I can't get. Oh my God, Malik Collins! Like, their run defense stunk.
Yeah.
And you're mad that they're getting. So, anyways,
I was thinking more Charvarius Ward.
Charvarius Ward didn't want to come back.
Oh, that's right. Shoot.
Yeah,
that's
he didn't.
Right. I
Yeah,
forgot.
he didn't want to come back. The Drake
didn't
Greenlaw
want to
one,
come back to not the 49ers. He didn't want to come back to
Bay
California
Area.
after the
right. Yeah, just trauma stuff for him.
Tragics. Yeah.
Which understandable.
Completely understandable. I forgot about
but
that.
I don't think the Niners are going to play in the $20 million a year market for him anyway.
Yeah.
So like Dre Greenlaw, that's a deal I think they should have done. But I also am not sure. Matt Mayoko on the 49ers Talk podcast hinted kind of at like Greenlaw might not want to come back. He might kind of want to run the show somewhere, which, all right, like you got it. So the issue is not for me how the 49ers have handled the offseason. The issue is that their 2022 draft stinks, save for Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Their 2023 draft was worse. And when you have 2 drafts in a row and you're going into years 2 and 3 removed from those drafts and you have nothing, when you lose free agents, which is what happens, it looks a lot more dire when you just don't have good enough players coming in to back them up. So yeah, to your point, the 2024 draft bore some fruit. You got Malik Mustafa can play, Dominic Pooney can play. Looks like Ricky Pearsall might be able to play. Renardo Green looks like a starter. Isaac Garendo looks like a viable running back. It's like, man, that's 5 contributors out of 1 draft. That's huge. You need to do it again now.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to hit again.
Yeah, and that's that. Maybe they don't. And if they don't, they're going to have a really hard time winning games this year. But if they get a couple of starters out of this draft, if they get 3 starters out of this draft who can contribute right away, and 1 or 2 of them is on the defensive line, they still have a lot of really good players. And if they're healthy, they're going to be in the mix.
Is their line strong enough to protect Brock Purdy?
Probably. I think so. I'm interested to see what they do at center. But like losing Aaron Banks,
who's catching the ball?
What do you mean?
Like who's he throwing the ball to?
George Kittle, Juwan Jennings,
still
Ricky
George
Pearsall
Kittle
might be able to play.
Yo, so Ricky's the one that I'm most interested in. Juwan felt like he had a moment.
Yeah, I think the big deal for Juwan Jennings last year was he's like a bona fide number 2 for me.
Okay,
I think he's an overqualified 3, but a legit, like if he's your number 2 receiver, I think you feel okay.
So he has to ascend, or Ricky Pearsall's. You need to have
Ricky Pearsall's got to be good.
He's got to be the one.
They need Ricky Pearsall to be really good at football.
I got you.
Yeah, like that. He can't just be, oh yeah, and Ricky Pearsall's here too. He caught 37 passes last year. Like, no, you need Ricky Pearsall to be like a 75, 80 catch guy.
Okay.
Yeah. Which, I don't know. Their receiver room could be a mess. Brandon Ayuk, no idea what you're getting out of Brandon Ayuk this year. No idea when he's going to be back, much less how he looks coming off a catastrophic knee injury.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall, year 2, we have no idea. I wrote so many articles after Dante Pettis' rookie year about how he was going to be such a big factor in year 2. Stinks. He doesn't stay. He's still in the NFL. But did not succeed with the 49ers, I should say.
Sure.
Is the proper verbiage there. So maybe Ricky Pearsall comes in this year and it's like, oh boy, like another whiffed first round pick.
Oh, I don't think that's the case. I think Ricky Pearsall's solid.
I think so too, but I thought I thought the same thing about Dante Pettis. I need to see it. So it's all a question mark. DeMarcus Robinson, like, okay, that's nice as your 4th guy, but if he's all of a sudden like your number 2, ooh.
So you haven't had a single notable free agent signing, like a truly like
one that moves the needle.
Yeah.
Not really.
Is this a team headed towards missing the playoffs this season? And a retool year, I guess.
I think if you can avoid major injury, you're not.
I think it's early. It's way early and all
Again,
that.
This was a 6-11 team last year.
Yeah, so plenty of offseason left and all that. But like I look at the Rams and I think like that's a much better team right now.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, that's the team in the conference, the division.
If you can get the Rams at plus money to win the division right now, you should do it. That's what I would. They seem like the clear favorite to me.
You called them earlier than I was willing to buy into last year.
Yeah, I said.
And then I thought, okay, Kyle's right. Like I think they're good.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, I didn't pick them to win the division, but I said if you're trying to find like a good value, they were great value. Just if you're into the betting stuff. So I think that same thing again this year. But yeah, no, there's definitely a chance to answer Jesse's question.
They could for sure miss the playoffs.
Yeah, because you're waiting on Ayuk still. It's like Juwan Jennings is really good, but can he be your number one for the time being and all that? CMC, McCaffrey, it's like, is he healthy now and for how long?
The thing that jumps out to me, and the most telling thing to me,
It feels like the defense has been kind of taking a step back each year a bit too.
this entire conversation and the entire, I don't know what took it. Because I don't mean this like as an insult. But the entire panic about the 49ers, or the discourse about the 49ers, the negativity toward them.
Mhm.
All of that is an admission that Brock Purdy isn't that guy. All of that is an admission that we have no idea what the 49ers are going to get out of the quarterback position. If Josh Allen was the 49ers quarterback, there would not be this panic of like, oh my God, what are they doing? They should trade Christian McCaffrey. They're done. It's like, no, there's angst about him because they don't have a quarterback that's going to be that rising tide that lifts all boats. At least we don't know that.
That's what I was going to say. Like you don't.
There's a
know.
huge question mark under center still.
Let's get Daniel in here. 916-909. 1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Daniel, what's up, baby?
Hey man, how's it going?
Excellent, brother.
Good. Hey, I know the Yorks just bought the Rangers. Is that the Scottish team? Scottish soccer team. Also, Leeds won yesterday, so they're in first place. They're probably going to get promoted to the Premier League.
Big time.
I pay attention to the Premier League. The Yorks are going to have to spend a lot of money on that team because I know that they're not going to want to go back down. So in order to stay up in the Premier League, they're going to have to spend. And I think this has an effect on what's going to happen with the Niners. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you think.
Yeah, that's part of the cash flow thing. Brock Purdy is probably going to make a lot of cash this year because your cap number and the cash you make is not the same. Those are not equal.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I think the 49ers know they're going to have to give Brock Purdy a lot of like a check this year, like I don't know, however much the check is going to be, tens of millions of dollars.
Is it a big check? Like a 49ers logo in the
1,000%. Yeah, it's huge. And you actually have to take it to the bank. They have a big check bank.
Wells Fargo, could you put this in my account?
So they're going to have to cash him out this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with what the caller just brought up with all of their different soccer investments that are potentially coming up, the cash flow thing just starts to be something they have to factor in.
Yeah.
So
Kyle Madson, kind enough to hang out here a little bit with Casey out today. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. Kyle will be back with us tomorrow at 12:15. He'll be back with the Insiders tomorrow at 10 a.m. And we'll be back. You want to get in on the phone lines? You most certainly can. 916-909-1320. Kings, Warriors, Chase Center tonight. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Cooper Flagg exited Duke's win today with what looked like a pretty nasty ankle injury. We'll dive into that as well. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
So I'm going to peel the curtain probably further back than I should on my writing job. If you have a 100,000 page view day,
okay,
it is like, holy smokes.
Okay.
Like that is big time. For me, I sit probably around like 30,000 page views a day. And that during the season, that obviously fluctuates up and down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
A person on our network yesterday had one post. Now keep in mind, I get to I average about 30K doing 4 to 8 posts a day.
Okay.
One post did 123,000 page views yesterday.
Wow. Can you say the team?
Aaron Rodgers accidentally leaked his 2025 landing spot through Pittsburgh merch request.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's good.
That's good
stuff right there.
That's a good headline.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
That's a really good headline. Dang. I hope that's not like proprietary information I'm giving out, but that's just great work.
That's awesome.
And it's still cooking with this update we just got. My God. Need Aaron Rodgers to sign with the Niners, man.
Those are numbers, baby.
All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. And if you know someone who owns a party bus company or a limo company, or if you do, reach out to me. Okay, goodbye. I have to take my coaster.
Got to take the coaster, dog.
I mean,
Man, thank you for doing that.
Yep,
yes, sir.
absolutely.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, shout out to whoever made the coasters. Appreciate it.
Mr. Rancho, yeah, I'm solo today, man. KC not feeling well. When he left KSFM yesterday, I immediately thought, uh-oh. It's definitely a comfy sweater. People seem to like this sweater, man. I don't know why. I mean, I like it. It's just a nice little essentials joint, but I get a lot of compliments when I wear it. I'm glad people dig it. I certainly like it. Matt George is going to be with us in the final hour of the show. Excited to talk to our brother from the Locked On Kings podcast network and over at ABC 10. A couple of other football things we can dive into as the show progresses. Obviously, lots of quarterback meetings happening around the league. There's some things I just don't understand. We'll talk about it. We'll absolutely talk about it. For those that were around during the commercial break, Kyle said something interesting about Aaron Rodgers in a post on his writing network that it's fascinating. The whole veteran quarterback thing I think is so interesting. So we'll dive into that stuff as the show progresses. We've got Kings basketball tonight. It is the Kings and the Warriors tonight at the Chase Center. And, you know, the Kings, the trade deadline creates so many. We talk about the word hope a lot. We talk about the word. So I can't remember who brought up the word potential the other day. The word potential comes up so much. Like, people love that word. The whether it's the potential in a player or the potential of a team, it's always, people love it, I think, because it's the unknown. And in the NFL, you're seeing this right now in the NFL free agency period. It's the unknown. Like, there's a hope there. And, you know, not to spoil it, this is what we'll talk about later. Like, there's a hope with the Pittsburgh Steelers if they sign Aaron Rodgers. It's like they weren't watching football last year, or they believe the New York Jets, and there's probably some truth to this, is so dysfunctional that Aaron Rodgers just stunk because he was in New York. It's hope. Trade deadline does the same thing. Hope. Potential. But it can go a different way. The Warriors, like, yo, we can make this move for Jimmy Butler. Or, depending on what y'all believe, and I think we got this story confirmed multiple times over, the Warriors, Kevin Durant, it's trade deadline. It's a season of hope. We could do something right now. We can go get Kevin Durant. We can go get Steph title number 5. And obviously that went the way that it went. Turned their attention to Jimmy Butler. Now, admittedly, that Jimmy Butler deal gets done, not just the trade, but the extension. And it was like, immediate reaction was, I don't think that moves me. It's good. Interesting for sure. But does the Jimmy Butler deal to Golden State actually move me? And the answer was no, it didn't. So I think that's a bit of an L on my part because I've gone the absolute other direction right now. At no point this season, at least I don't remember what I was saying at 13-2. I know at 13-2, I thought what they were doing was sustainable. I didn't think they were going to stay winning at that clip. That was crazy. But I absolutely thought they would be a top 4, 5, 6 team at that time. And the fact that they fell all the way back to 500 or perhaps below 500, if I can remember correctly, was like, okay, yeah, that's terribly off. But they go and get Jimmy Butler here, and it feels like, all right, they're riding another high. Whatever high they were riding at the beginning of the season, they seem to be riding again right now with Jimmy Butler. It's like you have so much, known when you're February, 30 some odd, 40 some odd games into the season. You make that deal and you look at the output immediately afterwards. The team is 10-2 with Jimmy Butler in the lineup, like 13-2 in their last 15, somewhere around there. Guys, this is good, but 13-2, isn't that what they were to start the season? And you're trying to figure out, is this real? Because we saw this already. Talk about the Cleveland Cavaliers winning 15 straight games on 2 different occasions this year. 15 straight games on 2 different occasions for the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's incredible. The Golden State Warriors are 37-28. Remember, this is a team that at one point that was at 500, under 500. They've gone, Drew Down corrected me, 12-3. And 13-2 this year. We talk about like 25-5 for a team that is 37-28. But what's real? I hate to say it, but this feels like it's real. Because Jimmy's a championship competitor. He's a championship level player. We saw what he did with the Miami Heat on a couple of different occasions. Didn't win a title. We saw what Jimmy did. Jimmy helps Golden State get to the finals. He doesn't have to win the title. Steph can do that. He's got to help Steph, but Steph could do that. The whole reason I buy the Golden State Warriors is Steph Curry.
You think this is just good for half a season, though, or is this beyond this season?
Oh, that's a great question. I feel like that is an entirely different subject. Because I don't think the Warriors win at this clip next year. I don't think they fall off either. But, like, if Golden State, I think they're going to finish 6th. I really hope the Kings can put a dent in that by getting a win tonight. Even if they get the win, I still think it's going to be an uphill battle for them getting to 6, given their schedule, given the Warriors' schedule, given the way that the Warriors are playing, given the way that the Kings are playing. I think that's an uphill battle. But I could see the Warriors more as a 7-8 next year and not referencing them as a title contender. I know you don't think they're a title contender, do you?
Not yet.
Okay.
I don't. I believe in Jimmy and Steph, but I need to see the others in the playoffs.
I understand.
I can see the vision and all that, but yeah, I'm not there yet.
The other side to this, though, is the trade deadline for the Sacramento Kings. Sacramento Kings were in a different position than the Golden State Warriors were. The Golden State Warriors were in an offensive position. We are taking the fight to the league. And the Kings were in a defensive position with their former franchise player. And that operation is a little bit different. The operation that the Sacramento Kings had at the trade deadline is a little bit different than the operation that the Golden State Warriors had at the trade deadline. And sometimes you could feel that. Like you can feel that in the vibe. I mean, look at the Dallas Mavericks and the Los Angeles Lakers. It's a bit unfair of a comp given the fact that the Dallas lost the guy that they traded for is played a half for them, and then they've lost so many other components along the way. The vibes were dead in Dallas, whether Anthony Davis was there or not. The vibes were going to be dead. It was going to take wins for them to get that vibe back, get that energy back. The Lakers started winning games before Luka Doncic stepped on the floor. The Lakers started winning games when, they started winning. I think if memory serves, they had won a couple before the trade was actually executed. Then they make the trade. It takes time for Luka to get there. It takes time for him to actually take the floor. But they're winning all along the way.
I feel like they were starting to solidify themselves as a top 6 team right before Luka got there.
100%. 100% agree with you. As an energy shift. The Kings, they're on the defensive, and they're trying to keep their head above water. This season has been a mess for Sacramento. You fire your head coach, at 13 and 18 or whatever it was at the time, somewhere around there. 31 games in, fire your head coach, bring on Doug Christie. Chatter starts happening about De'Aaron Fox. Ultimately, you trade De'Aaron Fox, and you don't go the rebuild route. You don't go the draft pick route. You don't go the young player route. You go and a lot of people would disagree with that, and this remark, and that's fine. You go kind of the lateral route. There's a guy on a big contract that we can get in here who's an equally as talented scorer as De'Aaron Fox, or there isn't much of a fall off with this player we want to go acquire for De'Aaron Fox. And you bring in Zach LaVine. And now you're kind of in prove it mode. And you come out, and I guess you play reasonably well. And this is a thing that I've asked myself a couple of times, and I know we said after the Spurs game, maybe you just kind of get, the De'Aaron Fox part of the conversation is over, but it's when you look at the season in its entirety, De'Aaron's got to be a part of this. He played a lot of games with Sacramento. But the thing I just wonder is how different would the Sacramento Kings be on March 13th if De'Aaron Fox was here? Now, the component to that's probably the most important is De'Aaron Fox is here, but so is Jake LaRavia, and so is Jonas Valanciunas. Is anything different? Are the Kings better? Are they worse? And the fascinating thing about De'Aaron Fox, as highly as I thought of him over the years, and at moments over the years, is I think the team's exactly the same. I mean, and when I say exactly the same is probably a stretch. I'll rephrase it. I think the team is the same. Give me the team is the same plus or minus 1 win. I don't think they're that different if De'Aaron Fox is still in uniform.
Do you think it makes a difference that you're getting the production that Zach LaVine would be giving you, but maybe from the point guard spot? Something that they kind of struggle with right now, the lack of having one there.
No, I don't. Only because, again, the important factor in this is the Valanciunas signing and the Valanciunas trade and the LaRavia trade.
Yeah.
So you bring those guys in with De'Aaron here and the rest of that group.
I wonder how, because we've Chatty has talked so many times about DeMar and Zach LaVine getting their shots at the end. It's just kind of just getting theirs rather than kind of moving the ball.
But DeMar would still be here, and De'Aaron would just be LaVine.
But De'Aaron brings a kind of different play style where you can kind of break the defense down, and maybe he's getting Keegan a shot or something like that. Just what a point guard would normally bring you,
No, I hear you. You're right. But in the final few minutes, isn't De'Aaron taking that shot anyways? Because that's what everybody bitches and complains about is the clutch time shots. And I understand why everybody complains about it. Because we've seen them go bad. We saw them go bad in the Pelicans game before the All-Star break. I get why people are frustrated with that. I get it. But I feel like we'd be saying that different positions and maybe the distributing component is the biggest difference between Zach LaVine and De'Aaron Fox. But other than that, I feel like they're certainly not identical, but I feel they're really, really similar.
Yeah, I think ultimately you're right. It's only adding probably about a couple more wins.
Yeah,
if it does.
Again, plus or minus. I said 1, maybe plus or minus 2 is a little bit fair. If we're going prize picks, plus or minus 1.5.
I think, like I was talking about yesterday, I think the biggest difference here is Doug Christie. Like, if you make all the moves, De'Aaron's gone, Zach LaVine's here and all that, but Mike Brown is coaching, like, I don't think they're a very good team.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, who knows where this team is if they had who knows where this team is if they had stuck with Mike Brown? Who knows where this team is if they had never signed the extension? Maybe Doug Christie becomes the coach in the summer, or somebody else becomes the coach in the summer. I'm not really sure.
Maybe you trade De'Aaron Fox earlier too then.
Possibly. You trade him in the offseason when Mike's not back. This could be true. It could be true. I think I'd love to know the story behind the Mike Brown. I mean, I certainly know components to the story of Mike Brown and the contract extension last offseason. But I'd love the entire story about who was pushing for this to get done. Who was pushing for this not to get done? We know De'Aaron was pushing for it to get done. We're talking about who in the front office and beyond was pushing for this to get done. And who was pushing for it not to get done? Because a lot's been written about that already. You're starting to hear just random names pop up.
I wonder if they went into this season with the thought, if this goes south with Mike early on, we're just going to fire him. Like, if you already gave him the extension with the intention of, we could fire him, though, this year. Like, you already had that idea in your mind.
That's the thing with being the Sacramento Kings head coach. That's always a conversation. Like, that's probably always something that's being discussed is, well, okay, we don't really like him. De'Aaron is, kind of put a gun to our head, so we'll re-sign him. And if it stinks, De'Aaron might be on board for us firing him because the team is bad. He's going to miss out on All-NBA. He's going to miss out on the max contract. We'd be doing him a favor, getting him a better coach. But I want to know who said, all right, fine, let's sign him. I want to know who said, no, let's not. Again, a lot is being written about this. And I think it's all garbage.
What parts?
You could kiss my ass if you expect me to believe Jeremy Lamb was making decisions with this team. Now, I get it. That was a bit on this show. It's funny because we're wrestling fans. What's the tie-in? Triple H was a wrestler who married Vince McMahon's daughter, Stephanie, and guess who runs the goddamn wrestling side of the company? It's funny. It's a joke. I never once believed Jeremy Lamb was making decisions. The idea that Jeremy Lamb was making decisions for the Sacramento Kings is absolutely absurd. The idea that he had input on what the Sacramento Kings are doing is stupid. And if there is even a grain of truth to that, this organization is screwed as long as Vivek Ranadive is the owner. If there is a grain of salt truth to what Sam and Anthony wrote, we, as a media contingent and a fan base, are covering and cheering for a trash-ass basketball team while Vivek Ranadive is the owner. To be clear, I do not believe for a second that is the case. Absolutely not. Jeremy Lamb walks in and starts making decisions. Man, please stop it.
It feels like it's just low-hanging fruit.
As absolute, there's always a boogeyman associated with Sacramento. Always. And now I guess the boogeyman is Angeli. It's like, all right, cool, dude. All right, whatever. It's now she's it because it was Matina at first. Matina was the boogeyman.
She got some name drops.
2025 Boogie Woman. So Matina's the Boogie Woman. I'm sorry. Did we get bored with that? And now Angeli is around too much. So now Angeli is the Boogie Woman. All right. Got it. There's always a shadowy figure lurking over this organization. I think Sam and Anthony even wrote about that. The figure first it was Vlade, then it was Joe Dumars. Matina's always around. It's got to be her fault.
Well, it feels like in the article too, like the people who I guess are concerned about Jeremy Lamb is just kind of like, hey, it's the King, so who knows? It's not even like it is. It's like,
it's all like. If you said the Kings used a Ouija board to sign there, is that what those things are called? Where you put your if you
don't
said,
play Ouija board, by the way.
I do not.
Do not.
Yeah, I do. It's not my bag. But if the Athletic, the New York Times wrote, the Sacramento Kings signed DeMar DeRozan because a Ouija board told them to, who wouldn't believe it? It'd be on the sidebar, and pardon the interruption. It'd make SportsCenter. Everyone would believe it. With the Sacramento Kings, you can literally say anything. And I don't even know how we got to this point.
It's just an ongoing story with the Kings, I guess.
It's never ending. I mean, I have questions about who wanted Zach LaVine. I mean, think about Zach LaVine, the basketball player. Like the skill set. Think about what he's really good at. Think about his tendencies on the floor. Think about his scouting report, if you will. And ask yourself, with the players that Monty McNair, or with the players that Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox, because we're the only team in the league with two general managers. Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox have acquired over the years. Does Zach LaVine fit that mold? Genuinely asking. It's not asking where I'm going to make like a definitive slap the table segment at the end. I'm asking.
I think so.
Zach LaVine fits that mold?
Yeah, Kyle Kuzma did, no?
Kyle Kuzma,
not the same player, but just kind of along the lines of like Kyle Kuzma. I don't think he's like this defensive guy. He's more, we think he's an offensive type player and all that. Like that's where his bag is. I don't think
he's definitely more of an offensive player than
a prototype, I guess, is what it would be. Not the exact same, but I think he's along the lines.
Let's get Leezy in here. He's been on hold for a minute. 916-909-1320. Leezy, what's happening, baby?
Yo, what's up, D-Lo? What's popping, man?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, I just want to follow up on your question. You were asking, do you think the team would have been better if Fox was here with his current roster, or even with Mike Brown still here? I don't think the team would be better just based on vibes. It was kind of known Fox, he was kind of had a foot out the door. And also with Mike Brown, like the second they fired him after that first loss to the Lakers, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the team went on like a 7-game winning streak. So based on vibes alone, I don't know if the team would be better. I was a Mike Brown guy. I thought he was a good coach, but it definitely seemed like he lost the locker room. And as far as Fox, he's a great playmaker, and that's definitely what the Kings need right now. But if you look at his numbers with San Antonio, besides last night, he's still playing through that injury with his pinky, and he's still, or whatever part of his hand, and he's still not really putting up those big numbers. So yeah. I personally don't think the team would have been better just based on vibes and Fox's injury.
No, I'm with you, Leezy. I think the team, and I think it's about the same. And that's just such a different contrast. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that, because if you wanted to go I don't think the Kings were ever getting Stephon Castle. But if they were able to land a player or two from San Antonio, if they were negotiating exclusively with San Antonio and didn't have the idea of going to grab Zach LaVine in this process, and you're getting draft picks and all of this, like you're probably going in a different direction, right? And in that scenario, you're probably putting some dirt at this point. You're probably putting a little bit of dirt on, and who knows, because you've got Dallas, you got Phoenix, you got all these other things. You might be putting dirt on this season. And if you're putting dirt on this season on March 13th, you might be putting dirt on Doug Christie's coaching career. That's the other component of this. You're starting and you go acquire the draft picks. You're starting the process of truly breaking this down, because now you've messed up DeMar's time here. So you have to move on from DeMar, and I'm sure DeMar will be happy to tell you this offseason, you need to move on from me. What would Domas want? I'm not sure. There's already rumors about what Domas wants, and I'm going to hold off on talking about Domantas Sabonis right now, because this is all speculation. Domas wants clarity. Like, all right. All right, bro. You want clarity? Hang tight. Because if Domas wants clarity and he doesn't like what Sacramento says, okay, we'll talk. That's a tough report to put out there, especially with people who know what the hell went on. But I'm not going to turn on Domas. I love Domas, and I want to see him back. I'm excited. I assume he's back in the lineup tonight, and I want to see that. But they went the Zach LaVine direction. And so while the Golden State Warriors go acquire Jimmy Butler, and they're looking, and it was a gamble for sure, but you're looking to elevate yourself. That's what they were able to do. They have elevated themselves. And they're a win tonight, probably away from being a certified playoff team. Again, I say that, meaning a top 6 team. Again, I say that because I don't buy the Minnesota Timberwolves. I know the Minnesota Timberwolves are still very much in this conversation. I don't buy it. Yeah, they could be bad teams. So can the Golden State Warriors. I'm measuring everything against the Sacramento Kings. The Warriors versus the Kings, the Timberwolves versus the Kings, the Clippers versus the Kings. That's it. Timberwolves versus the Warriors, please. No, I don't buy it. I don't buy Minnesota. You ain't going to get me to get in on that one. The Clippers, stop. Stop it. It's not even a discussion, in my opinion. It's not even a discussion. So the Kings move that lateral direction, and that's the stay afloat. Stay afloat, keep fighting, with Doug Christie being our main catalyst. Doug's done a hell of a job. Doug has earned a position as a head coach in this league. I really hope it's with Sacramento. If it's not, whatever, man. That's another King screw up. Doug has earned a spot to be the coach for the to be a coach in the NBA. Again, like I said, I hope it's Sacramento. He deserves that. But Doug has shown he's a head coach. He's shown X's, O's, basketball, the game, managing schedules, all of that, whatever. He's shown he can get guys to play for him. He's shown that a team that was done was rejuvenated with him at the helm. And if Sacramento don't want to give him a shot, someone will. If he needs to sell his home out here in Placer County, well, you can call Johnny Jennings, because Johnny Jennings and the Made for More Realty team, they can sell his house. And no hassle. You can get at least 3 guaranteed cash offers in 72 hours. Robert listed his home with Johnny Jennings and Made for More Realty in Roseville. His house sold in days. Full price, cash, as is offer. If you've ever sold your house, you know about the inspections and the repairs and the contingencies or all of that. Full price, cash, as is. Johnny Jennings and the Made for More Realty team get it done 27% faster. They will sell your home 27% faster than other homes on the market. They will sell your home for an average 3% higher than other homes on the market. They're voted the #1 team in Roseville the past 3 years. Ask about their Fix It Before You List It program with no upfront cost to you. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings at Made for More Realty, California, DRE number 01982171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. It is the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors tonight. We've got more basketball to talk about. We've got Kings to talk about. We've got some NFL stuff to talk about. Steelo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Titus, hang on, man. We got you, bro. Hang on. Sorry, y'all. 1 second. All right, what y'all got going on over here? My bad. What? Oh, I see. Y'all got me. Okay. Well, y'all leave my brother
Shadow's
alone.
running a little
Well,
wild.
y'all leave my brother alone, man. What is going on in here? I hear you, Frank. I love the way Julius is playing now. I'm a Julius Randle guy. I like Julius. It's all working right now. I'm looking at the total pick. And again, sometimes the end of the season is all that matters. It's the last thing you saw, right? And the last thing we saw is them playing well. And I'll never knock a team that does this. You look at their schedule. They had a great win last night against Denver. You look at their schedule. They've beaten some bad basketball teams. That's what you want your team to do. But I'm just not there yet, Frank. I don't think they're better than Golden State. I do not think it. I do not think they're better than Golden State yet. Okay. Barrett says, it's tough to listen to D-Lo narrate this show and read up in the chat. It's like watching two shows at once. Yeah, when I'm solo, I have to keep my eyes on the chat. I love the chatty house. I love all of y'all. I can't. It's distracting. Y'all got your own show going on in there. Let's get Titus in here, though. Hit up the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Obviously, Casey's out ill today, so you want to be a part of the show, you can be a co-host. Matt George will be my co-host coming up at about 3:15. Of course, the host of the Locked On Kings podcast, and our man over at ABC 10, he'll be with us again coming up at about 3:15. Warriors, Kings tonight at the Chase Center in San Francisco. Titus, what's going on, baby?
Man, what's up with my boy?
Yes, sir. I'm all good, baby. Appreciate you.
Yeah, this 100% of Sacramento. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
I see the other half. He disappeared. But nah, look, this my thing. Now, we already know the narrative. Don't nobody that's a superstar or, like a good player, they never want to come play for Sac. So thanks, Fox, for going and leaving and then keeping the narrative going. You get what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Like we celebrating this man. We got C-Webb, Bibby, Jackson. I got Scott Pollard to hit him. I don't care about the playoff drought and that little thing. You didn't do nothing. Yeah, 8 years. You ain't do nothing. You feel me? Then you quit on us at the end. We got to quit giving this man all this airplay. You feel me? Let's see what he do over there in the Spurs. He ain't gonna do nothing over there. You wanted to go play with Wemby, all cool. You had a 3-headed monster. All they had to do was figure it out. You feel me? We went from the coaching. That I knew it. I knew Mike Brown wasn't the right type of coach for us because we didn't have he don't coach defense like that. We are offensive team.
Yeah. I hear you, Titus. I wish I missed on Mike. I don't know what I don't know. Man, it just went bad with Mike quick.
Did we miss on Mike, or was it just him in the front office never saw eye to eye.
But I don't know, maybe, but that's,
Like I
that's
always say, how many
but
times?
that's really problematic because if they didn't see eye to eye, who hired him?
Well, that's the
Like
question.
that's
there.
the front office's hire, or that hire was made under this front office.
Yeah, because there was so many times, like over the few years where he was coaching, was like, yeah, like, well, seems like Mike Brown wants this for the roster, or whatever, but the Kings front office is trying to go this way and all that. Like, it's kind of out there for us.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I don't know. I think the thing that I'll always be frustrated with Mike Brown as the Kings coach is I thought and think Mike is a really good coach there, but there was clearly a Mike couldn't connect with these guys. It appears, at least. We thought the relationship, the very kind of what's the word, animated relationship that he had with Malik was just like that. It was just animated. It was just two brothers who will tell each other how they feel. And I don't think that was the case. I think we all took it a certain way because
maybe a little realer than we thought.
Yes. Yeah, I think it was a little more real than we thought. And look, I know De'Aaron, his whole thing was like, I told everybody, if y'all move on from Mike, like you can move me. He told anyone who would listen that. Me, Matt, Dave, anyone who would listen, he told them that. I also know he had some things to say about Mike. And I also know that internally he had some things to say about Mike. And I know that there were a lot of people around the organization saving text messages in case De'Aaron popped off a little bit too much about what went on here in Sacramento. He didn't. His story has been consistent. It's never been over the top. I don't think it's ever really truly been inflammatory. I know he said some things that Kings fans didn't like, and that's perfectly fine. But he's never popped off too much. And I know that there were multiple people in the organization who were like, hey, he can go on a media tour if he wants to, but we got receipts. And that all kind of, it died. De'Aaron went to San Antonio. He's doing his thing, whatever that is. And San Antonio is just kind of sputtering to the end of the season. They're clearly looking at next year with Wemby and De'Aaron together and whatever happens for them in this draft and this upcoming offseason and how many free agents might be under the idea of playing with a guy like Wemby, for the next handful of years, maybe taking him into his prime, into San Antonio's first years as a championship contender with this group. There might be a lot of guys that feel like that, but it's I don't think we have to be that down on De'Aaron. I think we need to be real about some of the things we thought. Like I thought De'Aaron was ascending to superstardom after the Warriors series, and he didn't. He came out and he was white hot the next year. It wasn't really resulting in wins, but it was like, hey, he's good. Or I take that back. It wasn't resulting in the amount of wins that we were hoping for. But then it fell off. And that's kind of where De'Aaron has been since then. It kind of fell off, which is why the Zach LaVine acquisition was fine. We said this in the moment. It was a lateral move. Now, you can question what the move was for the future. That's perfectly fine. If you're down on this team next year, if you're down on this team in 2 years, that's perfectly fine. But this year, even when Kenny and I got into the discussion about, which I think sometimes my man gets worked up living on Twitter, but he did you want to be Charlotte or Utah? Or did you want to be Charlotte or Sacramento or Utah or Sacramento? Because I think the Kings played them in consecutive games. Who would you rather be? And it's like, I don't think that's really applicable here. Because this Kings team, the one we're going to watch tonight in San Francisco, they could make the playoffs. They could like I said this to Kyle and James earlier. Give me 8, give me 7 or 8, and I'll take the Kings winning one game to get to the playoffs. I'll take that. But anyone who has an issue beyond this season, I'm fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. Especially that you're already wondering who's gonna want out, who's what's DeMar gonna think about all of this? What's Domas gonna think about all of this? And again, if DeMar got something to say about the direction of the Sacramento Kings, if Domas got something to say about the Sacramento Kings, it's cool. We will address it then. No need to address it now because none of that's happened. But this Kings team's got to perform well, and in my opinion, it's got to start tonight. They got to play well tonight. You want any shot at the 6th seed, you've got to beat the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, it's a must-win tonight if you're still thinking about that.
It's a must-win for the 6th. And given the way that the Timberwolves are playing, and we went over their schedule, if even if the MO is just beating bad teams, they're in great shape because they got a lot of bad teams ahead that are probably going to get worse as the season moves along or as the season comes to a conclusion, because they're going to start looking like, I think I saw Phil. I think our guy Keith Pompey tweeted. I don't know if you can remember this, Jesse. Philly right now has the 5th worst record in the league. Their pick has to fall within the top 6 to keep it. Does that sound right?
It might be top 8, but it's one of those.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those.
The point is Philly needs to be bad. There was something about Paul George earlier. Oh, Paul George is seeking medical. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Watch this magic medical advice come back that says, Paul George, don't step on the floor again this
Podcast is back, baby. Let's get
Launch that pod, baby. Launch that pod. They have to keep that pick. You're going to see that with New Orleans. You're going to see that with Utah. You're going to see that with these bad teams where it's like, well, we're here. We're out of the conversation. I wonder if we're going to see it with San Antonio. Like, I've speculated that De'Aaron's going to shut it down. I mean, there were people speculating that the second Wemby shut it down. We know De'Aaron needs surgery. This isn't a.
I feel like San Antonio's at a point where, like, you're not making a run at the play. You're
not
too far back, and I don't see the benefit of running De'Aaron out there with his injury on his hand. I don't see the benefit or what you gain from that, rather than, okay, so shut him down, get the surgery, we'll lose a few games, and our pick gets better.
Yeah. Yeah, I maybe it's just De'Aaron's competitiveness. Maybe that's what it is. De'Aaron liked being out there on the floor. I'm not sure. But you're right. They're 5 games back from Dallas. We're less than 20 games left in the season. We know De'Aaron's getting surgery. We know he has to have surgery.
And we know what San Antonio is. They're not a team good enough to make a run, I don't think.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And they're now you could be worse than Portland. You want to make sure you're worse than a team like Chicago. It's probably not going to get much worse than that for San Antonio.
Yeah, because the bottom of the East after the play-in is just horrible.
Oh, it's brutal. That's why Philadelphia, I'm confident, like they just shut it down in this. And that's why I think Kings get a win tonight. They remain in that conversation for 6. I think the 6 is more distant than the 7. It's a difference of a game, but it feels very far away, given the way that the Warriors are playing. But you want a shot at 6 or 7, you got to get that win tonight.
You're gonna have to win this game, and you're gonna have to go on a run like the Timberwolves, I think. I don't see either of those teams falling back towards you. And that's the thing, too. Do you think Kings are capable of turning it up? From what they're doing now, I guess.
Can you turn it up? It really boils down to how many good teams can you beat. Kyle did this yesterday. The insiders, I think it was yesterday, where I think Kyle said I hope I got this right. If I got it wrong, it's in the general vicinity. There's 11 games left against teams above 500. And Kyle asked, I think he put like the over under at 4.5. How many of those games can Sacramento win? And I took the over and I said that they can go 5-6. The problem with going 5-6 against those teams, and these aren't just teams that are over 500. These are we again. I know we've exhausted this, but this is the reality ahead for Sacramento. This is Cleveland. This is Oklahoma City. This is Milwaukee. This is Boston. These are the big dogs right here. These are title contenders that the Sacramento Kings have to face down the stretch. Not teams competing for a play-in spot. Not teams competing for the 6th seed. These are teams who you have conversations about like they could win the championship. Then you've got certified playoff teams like Detroit. Detroit is a certified playoff team. Kings still have them on the schedule. Indiana is a certified playoff team. The Kings still have them on the schedule. Then you have a couple of teams that are fighting. Orlando fighting. Denver fighting for positioning. LA fighting. Who knows where Phoenix will be the last game of the season? Phoenix probably going to be completely out of it, but again, it's Dallas down there. Who's putting their money on Dallas? Like, we've got Dallas losing damn near every game that they play.
I don't mean to be Mr. Negative either, but ESPN has the Kings as 9-21 versus teams 500 and above this season.
That's what their record is?
At 9-21 versus 500 and above. That's ESPN.
Oh,
they're the
God.
only team. There's 3 teams in single digits versus teams above 500. It's them, the Pelicans, and the Jazz, according to the stat. Everyone else is at least double digits.
Man.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's tough. Again, for the schedule reasons that we just outlined.
Hey, but damn it, can they beat the bad teams? 24-10 against under 500, but
so I mean, well, all right, you got Phoenix tomorrow, but then you got Memphis right after that. I don't know. I don't even know if Chicago is under 500. Are they? I mean, they've got to be because I think they're a playing team, so they've got to be under. I think all of the playing.
Yeah,
they're
27-38.
I was going to say all
if you're playing in the
teams.
East, you're under 500.
Yeah, so it ends with Detroit. Yeah. You got Portland, who's playing well. They had a heartbreaker last night against New York. Orlando, again, Indiana certified. Then you got Washington and Charlotte. You better win both of those. Yeah, you've got to find a way to beat good teams, and you got to find a way to beat the bad teams. It's a hot take here that you've got to find a way to win games.
Start that tonight, though.
And I think the tough thing about tonight is, all right, you're riding high tonight, man. That's great. Okay, lather, rinse, repeat. Just run this show back tomorrow because then you got to beat Phoenix. The conversation is different. Phoenix is a bad basketball team. It feels like, as you pointed out earlier, they're mailing everything in. They just want to get to the end of the season. Kevin Durant wants to find his next destination. Maybe Devin Booker is out of there. Who knows? Maybe they fire Mike Budenholzer. I don't really know what Matt Ishbia is going to do. Dude is a little wild. But tomorrow is just like tonight. Kings got to find a way to beat a good basketball team, keep their playoff hopes alive, keep their hopes for the 6th seed, keep their hopes perhaps for a home playing game as the 7th seed alive. And then tomorrow, well, it's a bad Phoenix team. You've got to beat them. This is where we are in the season. There's very little go with the flow. There's very little, oh, they'll figure this out. There's very little, oh, let's see what happens. There's very little, oh, let's get a bigger sample size. We here. The season is coming to a conclusion. Every single one of these games matter. And and the worst part is you could beat the Golden State Warriors, you lose to Phoenix. The end result is the same. You messed up. You've lost the benefit of the doubt. It's like, all right, we react in the moment. It sucks. But that's where we are. And we get into next week. Memphis is here. The Cavs are here next week. Chicago is here. And then that 3 and 4 we've been talking about. That 3 and 4 everybody's been waiting for. I mean, the Golden One Center going to be hyped. You a Kings fan. You got tickets for those 3 and 4? You get to see Giannis, Dame, Tatum, Brown, Shea, all in a 4-day stretch. Hoping your team can find some way to grab a victory or two out of that group. Out of that stretch, out of that group of games.
This is all just going to come down to ideally if the Kings can win 2 games in the play-in, I think.
Yeah, you're probably right, but I hate that. I really wanted it to come down to being able to win 1 game. 2 chances to win 1 game. Of course, that would be painful. You lose both.
Yeah, like going back to your
that'd suck.
question about the Timberwolves earlier, like I'm gonna buy them. I think they'll at least maintain. So I think
You buy them to stay at 7.
Yeah, like at least just maintain that pace that they're on right now. Not just keep this win streak going, but they're not gonna fall back or anything like that. So I think realistically, you got to catch the Clippers. I think you're a game and a half behind them, but realistically, that's what 2.5 because they got the tiebreaker.
Do you think they can compete for 6? Do you think they
If
can
you
keep
like right
winning at
now,
the Clips
no.
to beat the
Right
Warriors?
now, no. But if they win today, then I'm curious. Like I said,
I'm sorry. My bad. I meant Minnesota.
Oh,
Do you think
Minnesota, yeah. They're there right now.
You think okay?
Yeah, they're there right now. Like
right.
I said, if I think they're maintaining, I think they can keep that up.
All right.
It's just with the Kings, it's a matter of like you're right there, but I think you're just gonna have to turn it up another notch.
I don't know that they have another notch.
And it's not this thing where it's like, oh yeah, like now they can win a playoff round, but just more so now you're playing steady, good basketball where you're winning probably 5 out of your last 6 or 5 out of your last 7, like the Timberwolves, like the Warriors now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the Kings have any more notches to turn it up. They had to turn it up when Del Christie became the head coach. They had to turn it up when Zach LaVine got here and De'Aaron Fox was out. I just checked the latest injury report. So it was about 36 minutes ago. Domas listed as questionable. The belief is Domantas Sabonis is going to play tonight. Domas and Trey Lyles are listed as questionable. Jake LaRavia is available. Mason Jones on assignment. So I think the overarching belief is that Domantas Sabonis will be back on the floor for the Sacramento Kings tonight in San Francisco against the Warriors. And it's interesting, one of your best players, maybe the best player, is coming back, and the way things have gone the last handful of games, Kings fans are asking, like, what does this mean, for the Kings offense? Zach LaVine has played, even though it hasn't resulted exactly in the record that we would like. Kawhi Leonard shot falls. I mean, I think you're 3-2 so far in March. Kawhi Leonard shot falls off the rim. You're 4-1. We're having a whole different conversation here. But you also would be 4-1 in the stretch that Domantas Sabonis is out, and I'm counting the Rockets game because he went out, a minute and some change into that game. And the way Zach LaVine has paid over this stretch, she's got like, oh man, what's Domas's returns going to be? Because so much of the Kings offense tracks through Domantas Sabonis, and that potentially takes the ball out of Zach LaVine's hand or DeMar DeRozan's hands as they're more isolation players. And we talked about Jonathan Kuminga's return to the Golden State Warriors. Of course, this is his first time playing in the Jimmy Butler version of the Golden State Warriors lineup. And is there how does this go again? My belief is no. There absolutely is not. I mean, these guys play like Domantas Sabonis hasn't been out a month. He's been out 5 games. It's fine. They'll get it figured out. The thing I wonder is, do you find ways to keep Valanciunas maybe a little more active in the rotation than he was prior to Domas's injury? Because he's been terrific. Absolutely, Valanciunas has been absolutely terrific for Sacramento. So I'm not sure that's as big of a talking point as some people want it to be. Of course, tonight's game will dictate that. The way that the offense moves, who it flows through. I assume it just continues to flow through Domas. What DeMar's shots look like, what Zach LaVine's shots look like. Another guy who's been playing really well, and I'm sure Matt George will be excited to talk about this in about an hour, is Keegan. Keegan's been playing really well. And I don't believe any of this is a byproduct of Domantas Sabonis not being there. It's just kind of a product of
getting past the wall he was at.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. It's just a product of the way the way that lineup has kind of, and I mean the starting lineup, has just kind of settled in a little bit. I don't know what was said after that last Warriors game. That's another thing about tonight's game is the Warriors walked in to the Golden One Center, beat Sacramento's ass so bad, they had to talk about it afterwards. They got their ass kicked so bad, Doug was like, I need to see y'all. And from what we understand, they talked to the 5 starters after that. And it's worked. I mean, regardless of it's 3-2 this month. To go back to the Warriors game, you beat the Hornets, you beat the Jazz, so you add a couple to that. You got 5-2 since that game. 5-2 since that 132-108 loss. It was 31-28 after one. Warriors opened up for 37 in the second quarter. Pretty much put the game to bed. 37-25 in that second quarter. Just put the game to bed. Kings could never really get going. Fourth quarter basically punted. And Doug said, let's talk. Let's figure this out. By all accounts, they did. Maybe they didn't figure it out, but they figured something out. Again, we talk about the way that Zach LaVine has played. We talk about the way that Keegan Murray has played. We talk about the way that the Sacramento Kings overall have played. 5-2 since that game. 5-2 since that game, with Kawhi Leonard's shot going in at the buzzer. The tough one, and that and we talk about this all. It's just a phrase that lives in my head. You're never as good or as bad as the last thing you saw. Minnesota Timberwolves, case in point. You're never as good as the last thing you saw. The very last thing you saw. Sacramento, you're not as bad as the last thing you saw. 5-2 since the last time they played the Warriors. But that Knicks game was an ass whooping, and the Clippers game hurt because the way that it ended. Those losses feel heavier. And now we're wondering whether this is a good basketball team. This is a good team. But you've got to show us something tonight. You've got to show the Warriors something tonight. We'll come back. We mentioned this earlier. Cooper Flagg exited Duke's win today, and it didn't look good. It looked bad. Bad enough to where we might have seen, this is speculation, Cooper Flagg's last game for Duke. But again, it was just watching. It was like, oh, this doesn't look good at all. More Kings basketball ahead as we got Matt George, Locked On Kings podcast, joining us in about an hour. And why do these teams in the NFL continue to make the same mistakes over and over again? We got that coming up here. Steeler and KC. KC out today. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I love y'all, man, but I got to run to the bath. It's my bathroom time, so y'all hang on. I'll be right back. Talk with Jesse, 13th round with Jesse or whatever. I'll be right back.
What's up, Chatty House? We're not talking boxing, though. Leezy, I don't know. They're talking like he's gonna slip down the first round. So honestly, I have no clue. What's up, Mrs. Mac? Drew Down. I'm still running the 24 show. What's up, Wheezy? Yes, Kyle, put it on my fries, it's not my eggs. Leezy, honestly, I'm out on anything Dolphins right now. We stink. Rooting for a dysfunctional franchise is not fun. I feel like I really empathize with you Kings fans, given the Dolphins suck. Make sure your other teams aren't as bad as these ones. Leezy, yeah, I think it is. I think I still lean Thunder, but the Lakers are pretty good. True, down. At least you guys got like history. I don't know. Like you guys really lean on Troy Aikman and stuff. It's a little embarrassing now. The Eagles keep kicking you guys' ass. No. Chris, there's no issue. Bregman's going to play third. Devers will be DH. And they'll have David Hamilton play second. Or Christian Campbell, play second probably. I think I'm going to go with Carter from Penn State. Seems like it'll be him, but should be Cam Ward probably. Aiden O'Connell, Marcus. Yeah, it was Aiden O'Connell. He had a bone bruise, so I guess it wasn't for no reason, but it was a little wild. Mostert's lost a step. He had fumble issues last year, but maybe he could do something for the Raiders. He was pretty bad. I don't want to say bad to be too harsh, but he wasn't great for us last year. Steven, I don't know if that's like something I don't know. I just work and do my job and just try to steady move up. Whatever opportunity they give me, I'll take. Whether that be being a boss or having a show. Just let everything go with the flow. Do my job and do it well, I guess. I don't know if you're talking about now or just forever, but nobody now, I guess.
All right, our man Matt George coming up 1 hour from right now. Kings, Warriors, big game tonight in San Francisco. You want to be a part of the conversation? Casey out ill today, so if you want to be the co-host, you definitely can. Hit the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, wherever you at, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, radio, Odyssey app, TuneIn app. Appreciate you tuning in, spending part of your day with us. Shout out to those in electric vehicles at 98.5 FM H2. HD2 are those fancy people just listening on HD radios. We're thrilled that you're here with us. I mentioned this. I really don't have anything to expand on it. The tease is the story. Cooper Flagg was injured today. I walked into the Insiders right before the show started, right when he got hurt, and looked up at the TV, had an opportunity unfortunate opportunity to see the injury, then saw the medical staff working on it, and it looked tough. They've already said he's a long shot, a real long shot to play in the semifinals. He's not playing in the
I'm not playing
ACC
until I've
tournament.
Forgotten about this injury.
Yeah, he's I don't think he's playing in the NCAA tournament. I don't think he's playing again.
Yeah, there's no reason to.
This is a high ankle sprain. This is a minimum couple week injury. Like that looked rough. That looked absolutely rough. And when the doctors or medical staff was working on it, his reaction to that was,
You ever sprained your ankle?
I'm sure I have as like a kid.
I sprained mine during a soccer game one time. I'm dribbling the ball down the sideline, and this bigger player falls on me and falls on my foot, and my foot bends back and kind of twists to the side, and it pops. Doctor could have took my foot off at that point. I thought it was over with. I thought it was over with.
So it was a sprained ankle. That's all it was?
Yeah, it was just all swollen and stuff. I couldn't run for like a month on it.
Bro, I'll never forget Hoop It Up 1996. American River College. I got tangled up and my knee did something. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. I remember going to the ground and thinking I didn't want to look because I was just certain that thing was Dak Prescott, Joe Theismann. I thought that thing was gone. And I was like, don't look, don't look, don't look. I rolled over and coast look, and it's perfectly intact. Oh, that was the worst pain. Oh, that was just I don't even remember. I think that was one of the few times I went to the doctor, and the doctor, I think I'd like tore cartilage in it or something. Like it wasn't a surgical procedure. It's like wear a brace or whatever. And awful. But that was a knee, not an ankle. I'm sure I've rolled an ankle playing basketball. I don't ever remember.
Luckily, I've never like broken anything. That's wild. I couldn't imagine going through life like, oh, I had a broken arm once. That sounds miserable.
Yeah, I've
Just
never
experiencing that.
I've never had that either. Knock on. This isn't wood. I don't know what this is, but I have not broken a bone. No surgical procedures for your boy, and I don't think there's any surgical procedures for Cooper Flagg, and I also don't think there's any NCAA tournament ahead for Cooper Flagg. They can talk about being a long shot for the semifinals all they want to. He's not playing in the semifinals, and if he did, he's crazy. Sir, sit your ass down. You got money to make in a couple months. But, yeah, tough to see that earlier. Duke wound up holding on for the win. So we talked about Mac Jones signing with the San Francisco 49ers, and again, we'll get back to the Sacramento Kings. They got that big game in San Francisco tonight. We talked about Mac Jones signing with the Sacramento Kings. Quarterback's always the center focus, and it's just hilarious to me reading things like the Steelers are locking in on Aaron Rodgers. Apparently, there's a story out there. The Steelers have offered.
Yeah, no, that deal's out there. It's just waiting for Aaron to say yes.
And he's on a beach somewhere with a blanket wrapped around him.
Yeah, Florio took a shot at him. Go ahead and say your point, because I have a thought after that.
Did you watch it? Did you watch him last year?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay. Because I want to remind everybody, because I guess I'm normally not the one that does it. But since Kenny's not here, I'll go ahead and do it. I'll take the role of Kenny Caraway, except I'll do it as D-Lo. Who told y'all entering last season that the dude was ass? Nasty, unwashed ass. Me. Aaron Rodgers stinks. Living off the... What is Pittsburgh doing?
Okay, that's my question. What else do you do, though? What else do you do?
Not this!
But what else? Are you going to go get Russ come back? Like, Russ stinks. Russ was horrible the last month. Russ is bad.
What are the New York Giants doing calling Russell Wilson? What the hell are you going to do with him at quarterback?
Well, we can ask that question about the Giants for a while now. But
that's a good point.
But with the Steelers, it's like I low-key get it. Low-key? I know. I'm sorry. What else are you going to do, though? You have DK and George Pickens.
This. Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, okay. Go give Sam Darnold a contract if you have options and all that. But, like, Sam Darnold's with the Seahawks. Like, there's not much out there for them. I don't like it either, but I get it.
Okay. You get it.
I understand.
All right.
It's disgusting, but I understand.
I got you. You get it? You understand? Does it work?
I mean,
bro, you're about 2 seconds from doing this show by yourself.
You don't think you don't think with that defense and DK, like I said, you got DK and Pickens there, like you don't think Mike Tomlin, your guy, 500 every year, even if Duck Hodges is the quarterback, you don't think he can do something?
Didn't we just do this last year?
But with the Jets.
No, I get it. It's the Jets. Like, I get it. Didn't we sing the praises of that defense last year? Weren't we singing the praises of Sauce Gardner last year?
I was not. To be fair, I was not. I did not buy it. I did not buy him once.
No, but wasn't that the talking point?
Yes, it was. But I believe in Pittsburgh more than I do the Jets. Like, I didn't buy the Jets at all. I thought the defense was overrated. Breece Hall was not.
Pittsburgh. It's not Pittsburgh.
I get it.
It's not the Jets.
I get it.
It's him. Dude is a cancer.
But what else do you do?
You can't find anyone else in the league to. What else? I would have signed Daniel Jones instead.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think you believe you believe that. Yeah, I don't know. That's a little wild. I really did.
I don't know that I believe that. I said it out loud, but I don't know if I believe it.
They should have just went against what they usually do and paid Sam Darnold.
Yeah, that's. What did Sam Darnold get again? Was it 55 guaranteed?
It's 55 guaranteed. It's 100.5 total, but it's 55 guaranteed. And honestly,
like, what is
question? Do you like the Steelers better with Rodgers having DK there, or would you like the Steelers better with Darnold and Pickens as your best receiver? Because you signed DK and you gave him that massive extension. I wonder if it's kind of one or the other here.
You said Darnold.
It's Darnold with Pickens as your number one, or Rodgers, and you get DK, of course, now. Because you were able to pay DK. I don't know with their cap situation. I don't know if you could pay Darnold and DK, so I'm assuming it's one or the other.
I feel like I just don't think Aaron Rodgers is a good quarterback.
He's not. I agree with you.
I feel like the answer is Darnold, but I get your point. I just don't think Aaron Rodgers is a good quarterback anymore, and I think he's going to be.
I think I would go with Darnold as well.
So this is what I feel like that Steelers contingent is doing. They're sitting around going, well, one, it's the Jets. Two, he's now a year removed from the Achilles injury. Someone in that room with a smidge bit of intelligence goes, yeah, but he's like 40-something.
We hope it. Mike Tomlin's the adult in the room, but...
How old is Aaron Rodgers? Is he 42?
I think he's 42.
I'm going to check because I want to see when he's... Okay, he's 41. He turns 42 during the season. December 2nd, Aaron Rodgers would turn 42. Guys like Tom Brady and LeBron James have now convinced the rest of the sports world. What was every single talking head's favorite line? Well, you know, Father Time is undefeated. All right.
One loss.
They got 2 losses.
That's true. Yeah, 2 losses.
LeBron's already won.
Yeah, LeBron and Brady.
LeBron's 40.
Throw Jerry
That's
Rice
right.
if you want.
That's right. That's fine. That's a good call. Now they're convinced it's normal. These hoes have convinced themselves that what Tom Brady and LeBron James have done, and in LeBron's case is doing, is normal. Dog, it is not. And continuing to put your hopes for a Super Bowl on Aaron Rodgers is ridiculous.
All right, question.
42, Jesse.
Yeah, no, that's his age. Frank in the chat says Kirk Cousins at best is better than Rodgers or whatever. Average at best, whatever he says. Would you risk Rodgers going to the Giants and kind of waiting on the Falcons to hope that they cut Kirk?
Would I risk Rodgers going to the meaning risk Rodgers going to the Giants and you have to figure out something else?
Yeah, like you don't really have a quarterback left because like the whole Falcons and Kirk Cousins thing is like, yeah, we're good with you being our backup. It's like you're really gonna pay him that much to be your backup quarterback. Would you wait that situation out and let Rodgers go?
Yeah. Yep, I absolutely would. Hoping you get because what are we talking about here? Let's we're talking about 1 year. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're talking about one single season. That's it. You can get a pissed off Kirk Cousins, a little rejuvenated, got a little gas in the tank. You gonna get 1 year. Oh, I'll take that. Give me that. That's the other thing. What are the Giants doing?
It's a great.
I'm sorry. The answer to our quarterback issues are Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson? Bitch, please. What are you trying to accomplish?
You're desperately trying to save your job.
And why are you even employed?
It's a great question there, but
bruh.
I think they're desperately saving their job over there. or
There's a
attempting
lot
to.
of there's a lot of dumbasses that run sports franchises.
It's true.
I'm gonna hang the hopes of I got a really good team. Well, what can we do? Well, I don't know. Well, let's go get Aaron Rodgers because it was New York's fault they stunk last year. All right, bro. All right, man. Y'all do that.
I mean, it's kind
Let's go get Russell Wilson. I'm sorry. I get why you got Russell Wilson last year. I get that. You had Justin Fields that you wanted to see if it worked. And if it didn't, you felt like you could lean on Russ for a little bit. And that's exactly what you did. The problem is you killed both of your quarterbacks. I'm sorry. You didn't. You killed Justin Fields was dying.
You sent one packing, that's for sure.
You brought one that you thought had life. He ultimately died, and then Justin was gone.
Well, that's the thing. You stood up Justin Fields for Russell Wilson. I was listening to Shepard talk the other day. It seems like the Steelers wanted Justin Fields first, and Justin Fields was like, "Nah, I'm gonna go do my thing here with the Jets." So the Steelers kind of got left at the altar here, I think.
Okay.
Like where they're like Rodgers was not the way Schefter put it. The Steelers were waiting on Fields, Rodgers was waiting on the Steelers, and then the Giants, of course, are waiting on Rodgers.
Let's get Manny in here. 916-909-1320. Manny, what's happening, baby?
Actually, Manny left.
Oh wow. Okay, Manny. Wow.
Let's see what
don't call back, Manny. I see how it is. Brother need a little help here on this show. Like, no, I'm out. No, I'm out. I'm not waiting more than 10 seconds.
He didn't even call in yesterday. You know it?
I thought of that
He didn't
last
call in
night.
yesterday. He didn't call in yesterday.
I thought of that last night. I was like, because since Tuesday, when I went to the Sky, I've been thrown off on the days. And Tuesday completely threw me off because I thought it was Wednesday. And yesterday I was thinking, did Manny call today? Is it Wednesday?
Yeah, no, he didn't call yesterday.
Didn't call.
Here he is. He's back.
No, I see he's back. He's gonna call, try to win tickets later. But no, hey Manny, I'm so sorry to keep you on hold so long. This dude right here, bro, Manny.
Yeah.
Yo, we're live.
What's going on?
Okay.
What do you want to talk about, man?
Manny, what, man?
You are doing. First of all, let me say you're doing a phenomenal job today on your own. You are killing it, sir.
I think you're being sarcastic.
I'm not. You would do an absolutely phenomenal
Now, hold on a second. Manny, what the hell are you doing right now?
Dude, it is right now. I got in my truck and it started hailing.
Oh my God.
It's raining outside. I forgot.
That's crazy. Well, it's not here, not in Roseville. I can see the sun here.
No, I'm in Sac. It's literally hailing in Sac right now.
Okay. Well, thoughts and prayers.
I appreciate that.
And thank you for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you.
But hey, so I would love to see Rodgers in Minnesota, just so we can get one more crack at him. Because
I hear you.
Stand that dude on and off the field. So I would love one more crack at that.
Okay. All right, Manny. Thanks, man.
Stay safe out there.
Yeah. Thoughts and prayers, bro. Be safe.
What is he really hailing? Yeah.
Like, bruh.
I thought he was like shuffling through water bottles or something.
So that was my first thought. I was like, what is that noise? It's weather. And I'm looking outside and we're in Roseville. And while I can see the dark clouds, there is no rain outside. Like I could see sun. I can see light outside. Shout out Sacramento. Manny funny, man. Elk Grove Kid Talk line if you want to talk. 916-909-1320. The point is, I understand the quarterback is the center of the NFL universe. I just don't understand why these teams keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. It's like these once great quarterbacks have to, like, I don't even know what it takes. I guess they just go out on their own. Is Aaron going to retire? No. Sign him.
Rodgers winning MVP. I think it was MVP the second to last year before Green Bay probably added 5 years on his career.
Oh,
because his last year in Green Bay was horrible.
Right.
Like he was not good at all. Like that was the start. He was not good that year. You could see that year.
Thank you. It wasn't my disdain for Aaron Rodgers that made me think he was going to stink last year. It was what he did his last year in Green Bay.
Jordan Love's been fine with them.
And Aaron's probably right. When he went, he was like, yeah, my MVP probably threw off their timeline. Yeah, he's probably right. And then he stunk. Like, well, let's get back on our timeline, get Jordan Love out there.
Shout out Greeny though. He's already spinning the narrative. It was the Jets and not Aaron Rodgers. So still got 30
here's
minutes
the
of
thing.
segment time right there.
Here's the thing. Sam Darnold, there's a long history of it's like so every quarterback that plays for the New York Jets sucks.
That's
Now
how it ends up.
Now that's either a hell of a coincidence, that's either bad scouting, or there is something wrong with that organization. Now now you have a Hall of Famer on there. Shout out Joe Brazil, producer of the Insiders, for bringing a piece of cake. I don't even know what that cake is, but it looks terrific. Thanks, Joe Brazil.
Shout out Tom.
You will always be referred to now as your full name, Joe Brazil.
Shout out Tom Nakashima, by the way, his last day.
Yeah, shout out to Tom Nakashima.
Tom's a
been
legend.
Doing radio for like 1,000 years.
Yeah, Tom was at the old Madison building as well.
Tom, you know how Tom Nakashima is a legend? He walks in maybe once a week, twice a month with a briefcase. I have no clue what's in it.
No, it's the same briefcase too.
Doesn't really speak, and then isn't seen for another 2 weeks.
That's why Tom is my guy. This is what's up, Tom. Hey, Jess, how you doing? We go our separate ways.
Bro. That's hilarious because he is the most do you know who's, if we had power rankings here in this building, you know whose power rankings are sky high right now? Yours.
What do you mean?
Oh, okay. So I've told you this before. Katie from the Wake Up Call loves you. Loves you.
Shout out Katie, by the way.
She was like, she is regularly, I want more Jesse. I want more Jesse camera time. I want to hear Jesse more. He's funny. He's got comedic instinct. He's got everything you need to be a great radio show host. Today, when we start the show, KC's out. I get a text from Matt George. I won't even summarize it. I'll just read it verbatim.
Shout out Matt George. Let me be on the show one time.
Matt George says, Jesse has gotten so good as a co-host. Dude's talent is crazy.
I appreciate that, Matt George.
Jesse, number one in the Odyssey building power rankings, man.
I just try to show up and have fun.
And that's it, man. That's all. See, you have fun, but you're very funny. I'm not funny. You're funny. Like you've got good. I have fun, but you actually make people laugh. You got good comedic timing. Can you believe Danny in San Francisco once told us to not let Jesse talk? Isn't that crazy?
I think Danny low-key thought it was a lost cause on that one point.
100%.
But I was just quiet, Danny. That's it.
Yeah, no, it just don't know. I remember I had something went wrong with my internet, and I had to I was bouncing back and forth between locations, and Danny was like, "Okay, Casey, you got to do the show by yourself. Don't let Jesse talk." And it's like, "Yo, it's 15 minutes. Just let no, don't let Jesse talk." And I get to the other place, and Danny calls me. I was like, "Hey, how'd everything go while I was gone?" He was like, "Casey, let Jesse talk."
Shout out, Danny. We just got to prove it sometimes. That's all it is.
That's all it is, man. This whole D'Lo and Casey show has been about proving it since 2020. But yeah, Jesse number one in the Odyssey power rankings. I don't think I have anything left on football. I just really wanted to rant on these quarterbacks. I like Russell Wilson. I wanted Russell Wilson to be better than I wanted Russell.
That was
Wilson.
A great story,
Yeah.
and then the air left that balloon.
Yeah, man. And it was like they didn't like just pop like a hole in the balloon. They like shredded it.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, it was actually like one. It was like, oh, it's over.
No, it was low key. Like you let the air out of the balloon, but it's the one where it lets the fart noise for the last 5 seconds. And it was a fart noise for December for the Steelers.
It was so bad. Oh, it was so bad. Oh, Russ. But this is the worst part about all of this. It was like that for Aaron Rodgers for an entire season.
No, yeah, but we're trying to tell everyone otherwise.
It's like the Jets win a game to go to 4-8 or something, or 4-7, and everyone's like, oh. Now a lot of that is the Bristol stuff. A lot of that is an ESPN thing, and you got Greeny, who's a Jets fan, and you've got this conversation where you center, like it's the story Kyle was telling during the one commercial break about, an article that posted on his network that did crazy numbers because it's centered around Aaron Rodgers.
Provocative. He gets the people going.
Like he it's the LeBron James thing. It does numbers. Aaron Rodgers does numbers because if you click on an Aaron Rodgers article, you have no clue what you're going to read. Like the man is wrapped up in a blanket out on the beach. The man is living in some like dark hole. What is this stuff called? Ayahuasca. He's on some like psychedelic drug. He's running for vice president. He's hanging out with Donald Trump. He's hanging out with RFK. Like you have no clue what you're going to read when you click on something involving Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, low-key, has the NFL tricked. Like the dude is like the ayahuasca stuff. Like he goes on darkness retreats. He hasn't played good football in like years. He just does his little drugs and hangs out.
That's it. That's it. He was 13-3 4 seasons ago as the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers. MVP that year. Threw off everybody's schedule, as he says. He was 8-9 the next year. He was 39 years old when he was 8-9. Turns 40, carries the flag out, tears his Achilles 2.5 minutes later. And he was ass last year. Terrible.
Yeah,
but good luck, Pittsburgh, I guess.
Mike Florio tweeted that they made an offer to him, but he put in
saw that.
parentheses after that. Yet again, he's milking the fact that he's the center of attention.
Like, let's hypothetically say he's got this much life left in him. It may or may not get you through the season. Why do you put that in your locker room?
Because you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, and like I'm being serious right now. You're the only organization where it's like because the Steelers have been just the epitome of excellence and all that, like just since the 70s, whenever. They've just always been the same. There's nothing that's changed. It's always been the same culture, all that. So maybe Aaron Rodgers isn't big enough to knock that.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. We will shift our attention back to the Kings. Yeah, we'll talk some Kings basketball. We'll shift our attention back to the NBA. That's what we'll do when D'Lo and Casey return here. A Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Peyton, I mispronounced it. I'll go do better on my next assignment.
Oh. This is a bad look, everybody. Don't do health this way. That was terrible. I drank my green juice to be healthy. And now I'm going to take a bite of cake. More just because it's sitting here. Joe Brazil brought it for me, and I'm curious. No. It tastes like cake.
Not gonna lie, good vibes there. Me and Dame are not ayahuasca experts, so maybe.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about ayahuasca. I know I think it's the same drug Will Smith did, right? It's the one. Don't you do it under a doctor's care and it sends you off into I'm not trying to be funny, good vibes, Dave. I genuinely don't know. It sends you off into like like you get like in your thoughts, like a universe or something, like a whole different universe. Because I know I really the name only rings a bell because I listened to the audiobook of Will Smith's audiobook, and I remember him talking about like he's done like I think 2 or 3 ayahuasca journeys or something like that. That's interesting. I mean, I don't think it's something I do, but
this as well. They brought back Mason Rudolph, if you're into that sort of thing.
Well, there's that. Very hallucinogenic experience. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's good. That's what I thought, Bryce. It's also used to kick hard drug addictions. Okay. D'Lo, that's accurate. It's in the same realm as mushrooms. Okay, it's a spiritual and therapeutic practice. Interesting. Have you done it? Good vibes, Dave? Curious. Like, can you go somewhere and like?
Can you pick it up at the dispensary? I think Dave was asking.
No, like, can you? Because I think you have. Do you have to be under someone's like supervision and care? Like, can you go somewhere and do it? I love Drew Down. Haven't done shrooms in a minute. Well, that's a good call, Scooter. I actually thought of that as I was saying that. That's a good call right there. Should we all trip in D'Lo's backyard when it's ready? That's funny. What sucks is, where'd you go? It's almost done. Except it's fucking raining. And it needs to be clear for like 2 days for them to finish. And I don't think we have 2 days of clear weather. Okay, there you go. Guide. Okay. All right. Good call. Our ayahuasca expert. Good vibes, Dave.
Shout out Good Vibes Dave.
Man, that's crazy. I don't even think I wouldn't even consider that. Yes, we spent the entire commercial break talking about hallucinogenic drugs.
We learned some things.
I don't know what you did during the commercial break, but we sat around with the chatty house and talked about hallucinogenic drugs. Good vibes, Dave, schooling us on how ayahuasca works. And I knew Rodgers did it, but Rodgers was the second person I heard discuss it. It was actually Will Smith was the first person I heard talk about it, and he talks about it at the end of his autobiography, which I listened to the audio version and kind of locked in, and he talked about these multiple different journeys that he did with ayahuasca. So I was Good Vibes Day was kind of schooling us on how it works, and fascinating. It's interesting. I don't know that like hallucinogenic drugs are something I'd ever be into.
Sounds kind of scary.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't. I'm not a drug person. Period. It's not like, oh, back in my day I used to do that. No, I didn't do any of that. Like the hardest drug I think I've ever taken is an edible. And that's it. With marijuana in it. That's all.
I don't even think that counts.
I don't think it does
counts,
either.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a drug, sure, but it's not a hard drug. It's
from the earth.
It's from the earth. That's it. But you're talking about shrooms and all. Yeah, that is not my bag. That is not and has never been my bag. That stuff is frightening. I do not want to lose touch with reality like that.
You imagine taking ayahuasca and then you're the Steelers quarterback the next day?
Well, it might be what's happening. Or there's pictures circulating of you on a beach with a blanket. Did we touch on Shaq and the inside the NBA stuff?
I don't think we really did.
I remember you saying it's entertaining, but I don't feel like we ever really talked about it. Shaq botched. He said Chauncey Billups is the coach of the Detroit Pistons, and Candace Parker corrected him. He's like, I don't watch Detroit. And it's like, all right, I need us all to collectively acknowledge inside the NBA it's a comedy.
Now I do remember we did touch on it, I think. I don't know if this was specifically, but you were talking about how we can let the show go and all that.
Yeah, I'm of the belief that like that show can go, but I'm also of the belief like if we watch it, we're watching it just like we watch The Office.
Yeah, I don't watch.
We're watching it for laughs.
I don't watch it because I'm curious about Charles Barkley's thoughts on the Celtics any team.
But the problem with that is it is still considered the flagship show in NBA media.
They do say some things though, like they do get serious at times where like maybe it's not like talking about the team, but more so the minds of a player and stuff like that, I guess.
And I don't look at that show like First Take. Like Kenny will tell you, oh, I watched it. It's 90% normal discussions. I don't think it is. And I haven't, maybe the format has changed, but when I watched it was just like a lot of like yelling and just nonsensical debates and unnecessary debates. Like you didn't have a conversation on that show. So I'm not suggesting that Inside the NBA is that. I'm not suggesting that the show is just formatted nonsense. But when you're the flagship show of a sport, And you just trick off one of the best stories of the year by acknowledging you don't watch them, because the rap on that squad has long been they don't actually watch basketball. They know basketball, but they don't actually watch it.
Is that on the general audience for letting them get away with that for so long? Because I feel like that's kind of been like the ha-ha with that show, is like just like stuff like that, I guess, is part of the charm. Like the who he play for segments and stuff like that.
As long as we can, and that's fine. Like, again, it's fine. The show is a comedy.
That's an extreme as well, the who he play for segment, but
it's Saturday Night Live.
Yeah,
that's what Inside the NBA is. And I'm perfectly fine with that. But it's also like, don't, like, imagine, I don't think we have to imagine. I'm sure this happened 2 years ago. They didn't even know players' names on Sacramento's team 2 years ago.
Shout out Terrence Harris III. Kenny Smith.
Right. You know, they're handing it to Brooklyn. They're doing all that. They didn't know who they were. They got names wrong. And it was all, and I don't recall if they said it that day as explicitly as Shaquille O'Neal said it, but they don't watch Sacramento.
Maybe it's just a bigger symptom of just national media in general, though. Because like, how many times we talked about the Kevin O'Connors and stuff? Like, this is just they're part of a bigger problem. They're no different.
And it's like, that's fine. And if that's the case, write the Pistons out of the segment. Don't trash. I don't watch Detroit. They're 37-29. They were like a team with wins in the teens last year. This is one of the dopest stories in the league. They're not running Cleveland out of the playoffs. They're not running Boston out of the playoffs. Truth be told, they're probably not running anybody out of the playoffs. But give JB Bickerstaff his love. Cade Cunningham, a phenomenal season. Give him his love.
If you're supposed to cover the league, it's a story you know about.
Right. And if you don't, write it out of the show. Because then you look stupid, and people like me, and I'm probably in the minority, I look at you sideways. What is this? Y'all look like... I look at Shaq and Charles all the time, like when Charles opened up with about these idiots and these fools over on ESPN. I'm not taking you seriously. You don't know why they're talking about the Los Angeles Lakers? This was before the Celtics game. The Lakers were one of the hottest teams in the league. Charles out here acting like because the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Cleveland Cavaliers have the best record here in the regular season, they're meeting in the NBA Finals. No, when you talk about championship contenders, now the Kyle Madson grading scale, it might feel a little bit different with LeBron James out of the lineup, the beat down by the Boston Celtics, the loss the following night or two against Brooklyn. I get it why you pull back on that conversation a little bit. 1 week ago today, the Los Angeles Lakers are absolutely in the championship contender situation. And how could you think otherwise? But these idiots and these fools on these other networks, like, Chuck, you talk like someone who talks on television for 40 minutes a week. And you don't do it for 2 hours a day, 3 hours a day, 10 hours a week, 15 hours a week. No one's tuning in day after day after day to your show or anyone else's show to hear you three talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Cleveland Cavaliers just because they have the best record in the league. What are the stories around the league? Cavs won, Thunder won. Got it. What else? Well, the Lakers have been hot since the acquisition of Luka Doncic. Okay, there's a conversation. What else? The Golden State Warriors have been hot since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. You don't think that's a conversation tonight? You don't think one person on that set says the Golden State Warriors have ascended to championship contender status after acquiring Jimmy Butler? You don't think one person says that tonight? Let's all watch it together. Before Sacramento and Golden State play, we'll see. We don't want this. What if Golden State wins? You don't think after the show they talking about it? Yeah, they talking about it. Someone's going to say that. Not everyone's going to agree, but in my opinion, they are. They are a championship contender. Again, not everybody will agree with that. But to me, I think Golden State is. When I say championship contender, I think they could be one of the 4 teams left in the NBA. They could be one of the final 2 teams in the Western Conference. For me, that can happen. That can happen with the Los Angeles Lakers. That can happen with the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think it could happen with the Denver Nuggets. So I don't know. I can't make up my mind on how I feel about Denver.
Denver is, however you feel about New York, I feel like you should feel about Denver. And maybe that's not completely fair because like Denver's got Jokic, they've won a title before and all that, but like they've kind of had the same struggles against the top teams in the league.
Did you see the Knicks stuff with Mikal Bridges and Tom Thibodeau?
Yep, warm it up. Warm it up. Every year it's the same thing.
It's been a couple of years, but the Thibs play starters too many minutes take his back.
Yeah, and Mikal Bridges is leading this one, I guess.
Shout out,
however it's reported.
Shout out to Mikal who hit the shot last night to beat Portland at the buzzer. But I think Bridges said, yeah, I told Thibs we're playing too many minutes, and he's got to pull back on the starters. And then Thibs says, yeah, that didn't happen. That conversation didn't happen. And it's like, oh, God.
Well, it got reported as a meeting at first, I thought. So I wonder if, like, Mikal, like, just told him in passing, like, kind of joking, like, Thibs, like, give us a break or whatever. And it got reported as a meeting. Maybe someone heard it.
It could have
I
been.
don't doubt that Mikal Bridges brought it up to Thibs. Like, we hear about this all the time with his teams. Like, this is just what Tom Thibodeau does. I'm out on the Knicks, though, I think, after this.
I think I'm out on the Knicks, too. I don't know that I fall back. I'm not out on the Knicks. I don't think I was ever in on the Knicks.
Okay, that's fair, too, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I was ever
Casey
there.
was kind of leading that charge, but...
Yeah, and he's throwing his sinuses are killing him, but he just got up and he threw something across the room.
But this story right here, like, that's enough to tell me they're not going to last, I don't think. Because Thibs isn't going to change his mind.
Knicks starters all average 35 minutes a game. The Knicks have 3 players in the top 6 in minutes per game, and Josh Hart and Mikal Bridges are 1 and 2 in the league in minutes per game. Now, I don't know if there was a meeting with Thibs and Mikal, or as you said, maybe Mikal said something in passing. I'm not really sure.
Well, the way I'm like thinking through, like if you're Thibs, you don't really acknowledge it because it becomes a problem if you did have a meeting regarding the players' minutes, right?
Well, you tell me. Last night's game with Portland went to overtime. Mikal played 41 minutes. You take 5 off of that, just assuming he played the entire overtime. What are you at, 36?
Yeah, math.
That's what he averages. OG Anunoby played 43 minutes. Karl Anthony Towns played 39 minutes. Miles McBride played 38 minutes. Josh Hart, the league leader in minutes per game, played 42 minutes. Again, you take 5 off of that, you're hitting about what his average is. If you had a meeting, Thibs didn't listen.
He didn't care at all.
It should also be pointed out, like, they have dealt with injuries to Landry Shamet, Precious, McBride. They've dealt with like injuries to all of those guys at various points throughout this year. So a lot of the minutes that those guys were playing were out of necessity. We've seen Karl Anthony Towns out of the lineup for stretches like this. This is it's not like Thibs has just said F the bench, I'm not playing them. Like, he's had to play these guys.
Yeah, but it's like there's also the fact he does this all the time. So it's like, how much benefit of the doubt can we really give him?
I thought he had gotten a little bit better a couple of years, like the last year or two, and he probably thinking, we got a shot to win a championship. I got to go with my dogs. Let's go. And here they are, Thibs in minutes coming up again.
Yeah, this is a bad time to do that.
If there was a report that Cade Cunningham was talking to JB Bickerstaff about minutes played, would that be a conversation?
Yeah, but we'd be like, Cade, what is your problem? Why are you even bringing that up right now?
Now it's Thibs' problem.
Now it's Thibs' problem.
Yeah.
It's like Thibs has been a serial, I'm going to play you the whole game type coach.
Thibs is a repeat offender.
Yeah, like I saw someone tweet, oh yeah, Joakim Noah and Luol Deng saw their careers end because Thibs kept playing them with whoever they're with, whatever.
Oh, man. We don't talk about Luol Deng's career ending. Luol Deng, he might still be getting paid today. Wow, dang got paid.
Shout out him and Timothy Mozgov.
Timofey Mozgov will always be the biggest. That will always be the biggest the NBA has gotten out of control contract ever. Timofey Mozgov might be the guy single-handedly responsible for the new collective bargaining agreement.
You're probably right. He got like 456, I think, or something like that. And even that was like at the time, that was insane.
At the time, that contract was nuts. But the cap had spiked. Was that the Kevin Durant year? The cap had spiked, and there was money to be spent. And these guys got it. I can't remember if that was the KD to Golden State year or not, but I remember the cap spiked that year too.
They got 4 years, $64 million from the Lakers.
Okay, I don't even know if I could spell Timofey Mozgov's because it's not. You got it in front of you?
Yeah.
Spell it.
TIMOFEYMOZ.
Okay, there it is. That's ridiculous. That is just absurd. Timofey Mozgov. Let's see.
Career 7-5 player.
He signed that contract with the Los Angeles Lakers, right?
Yes.
In what year?
2016, 2017. I'm looking at his stats right now. It was his first year with the Lakers.
He played 1 year with the Los Angeles Lakers. On that contract, he played 1 year.
I don't even know how you justify giving him that deal at the time because I'm looking at his stats. Like the guy was never above 10 points besides 1 year.
He was terrible.
Yeah, he was 13th and sixth man of the year voting in 2013.
Timofey Mozgov played 8 years in the NBA. Oh, this would be fun. Timofey Mozgov played 8 years in the NBA. Knowing the contract that what did you just say it was? 4 years?
4 years, 64. I'd say he's around 80.
Man, you're killing it right now. 87.3 million.
Yeah, we've been on it.
I should give you the win just to piss Casey off because I don't think Casey would have gotten that. 87.3 million. Hey, salute. Good for him. Made a nice little living doing minimal work at best. Just traveling. It's hilarious. He played one single season with the Los Angeles Lakers. Got traded to Brooklyn, and then finished his career in Orlando. Played all the way up until 2021, which I don't think I would have guessed.
Cavs legend.
Jesus. Matt George going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes or so. Matt George will be with us. The Sacramento Kings take on the Golden State Warriors tonight at the Golden One Center. Any hope for the 6th seed is riding on tonight's game at the dental office. And given the fact that the Minnesota Timberwolves, who won last night along with the Los Angeles Clippers, have now won 6 in a row, any hope for the 7th seed likely lives off of tonight's game as well. The thing and I actually realize this is, we're doing the show. I realize this live on the air. The Kings, since the last time they played Golden State, where they were blown out at home at the Golden One Center, 132 to 108. Kings are 5-2 in that stretch. It was called a stretch. They're 5-2 since that game. And one loss is obviously the last one. It's that beatdown at the hands of the New York Knicks. And the second loss, of course, was the night before, when Kawhi Leonard's shot bounced, and went in the rim. Or went through the basket, I should say. The Clippers loss sucked a lot more because they got their ass kicked by New York. I mean, of course, it would have been an opportunity to win. I think that would have been 6 in a row. Yeah, it was 5 straight, and they lost 2 straight. So that would have been 6 in a row. But it's a win against the Clippers. And this was the thing starting the week, as we knew the schedule was going to get a little bit tougher. You got that really good win against the Rockets, but coming out of that Warriors game, you beat the Hornets. That's what you were supposed to do. You beat the Jazz. That's what you were supposed to do. Not only did you beat them both handedly, you beat the Rockets. You had a 48-minute game with the Rockets where they fought before you eventually I should say you fought them off. You had a 7, 8, 9, 10-point lead for a while, and they kept pushing, and you were able to fight them off and wound up winning that game by, I think, like 10. Then you beat the Mavericks, who they were, this is post-Luka. This is, cast the game. Kyrie goes out. You saw the spirit leave that basketball team in that game. And then, of course, the Friday night game against the Aaron Fox and the San Antonio Spurs. Both of those games were ass whoopings. The Kings have won these games against bad teams exactly the way you want them to. And we knew looking ahead, okay, this is going to get a little bit tougher. Clippers, Knicks, Warriors, Suns the next night. It's going to get a little bit tougher. And my thing was, you got to win two of the next three. The three being the Clippers, the Knicks, and the Warriors. Now you don't have an opportunity to do that. And my main line of thinking behind that was, give me one of the Clippers or the Warriors, keep pace with everything that's happening in the conference by getting that one against the Knicks. The Knicks seem to be a brutal matchup for Sacramento. Like, they got punked by them 2 times this year. At the Garden and at the Golden One Center. Twice. I mean, I think they put up 133 at the Golden One Center and like, what was it, 143 at the Garden? Lost probably those 2 games by a combined maybe 40-ish. Man, I don't. That just appears to be a brutal matchup for them. I wanted them to get 2 of the 3. You can't do that. All right, start anew. It's the Warriors tonight, and the Kings have a series of. They're not playoff games because qualifying and eliminating aren't really part of the equation yet, as long as they win enough games. I don't think that'll be a part of the equation at all till the end of the season is over. Or till we get to the end of the season, I should say. But you want the 6th to be in reach, you got to get this. You want the 7th to be within reach, you got to get this. You want to stay out of, I don't think 10 is a threat. You know, stay out of that. Keep pace with the Clippers at 8. If you can't catch the Timberwolves, if you really do like the Timberwolves, you like the way that they're playing, you're buying what they're doing, or you did what we did and you looked at their schedule realizing, okay, if they're at best splitting games with the bad teams, but they're splitting games with the good teams, but they're beating the bad teams, bro. They got a lot of bad teams ahead. They got a lot of bad teams that are probably going to get worse as we get closer and closer to the end of the season. So you might have to hang your hopes on the Los Angeles Clippers. Same thing. It's not a home game. 8, 7 or 8, whatever. But shoot, the Kings aren't even good at home. I'm gonna rethink. I'm gonna retool my thinking here. 7 may not even matter. Give me 7 or 8 because I want them to be able to win 1 game rather than 2. I don't give a damn if the game is at home or not because the Kings don't play well at home. There's no, you got to play this game at the Golden One Center. It'd be huge. Like, based on what? Your imagination?
Might be a hindrance, actually.
Yeah, shoot, play it on the road. Play it in Minnesota. Hell, if Minnesota catches the Warriors, it could be in San Francisco. Play it in San Francisco. Team 16-15 at home, 17-16 on the road. What's it matter? It's not the location of the game I care about. It's the amount of games they need to win to get to the playoffs. Clippers are still within reach. They're 36-30. Kings are 33-31. The number of games played will even out. Did we look at the Clippers schedule earlier? I know we have looked at schedules 1,000 times.
I think the Clippers are on the easier side when it comes to schedules.
It feels like everyone is on the easier side except for Sacramento. They're at Atlanta tomorrow, and then they're home. That's going to close out their 3-game road trip. Yeah, they play. No, this is, all right. They got Atlanta on Friday, and then the Clippers have Charlotte. They have Cleveland, Memphis, and Oklahoma City, a lot of the same teams that the Sacramento Kings are playing. Obviously, they're on all West Coast swings, excuse me. And then the Clippers head out east. They've got the Knicks. They got the Nets. They got a second game against Cleveland. And then they got Orlando.
Yeah, I was wrong. Tankathon has them as the 5th toughest schedule remaining.
You got New Orleans, 2 games against Dallas on the 4th and 5th of April. You got a San Antonio game after that. And then the final 3 games of the season for the Los Angeles Clippers versus Houston, at Sacramento, at Golden State. The Kings, they could have a lot of control over where they finish based on those last 3 games alone. But you have to take care of business from now until then. That stretch is the final week of that's the final week of the regular season. It's in the middle of April. It's a month away. You got business to attend to right now, as the American Dream Dusty Rose will say. And again, it starts tonight. I guarantee you, that is not the last time we've looked at the Clippers schedule. It's not the last time we've looked at the Timberwolves schedule. Hell, it might not be the last time we look at the Golden State Warriors schedule.
I guarantee we look at one of those team schedules tomorrow.
I'm sure we do. And all it takes is Kings get a dub tonight. Or I'll reframe this because I'm talking about the Warriors. Warriors lose to the Kings tonight. Then they got a game against the New York Knicks on Saturday, and a game against Denver on Monday, and a game against Milwaukee on Tuesday. All 4 of these games beginning tonight are at the Chase Center. That's their 4-game stretch right here. Sacramento, New York, Denver, Milwaukee. That's tough. This 4-game stretch could wind up saying a lot about the Golden State Warriors and how I feel about them, or the Golden State Warriors and how other people feel about them. This could be the moment that the Golden State Warriors solidify themselves as championship contenders, or it could be the moment that the Golden State Warriors come back down to the pack a little bit and give teams like Sacramento, Minnesota, and perhaps even the Los Angeles Clippers an opportunity to grab that 6th seed. We'll talk more Kings basketball when Matt George, the host of the Locked On Kings podcast and reporter over at ABC 10, joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. One more segment, man. One more segment. I think we're going to wind up doing tomorrow with just us, even though we got a little bit more of a guest list on Friday. Our boy looked pretty rough yesterday.
Yeah, it's going around.
I thought he was. We were doing KSFM, and I thought he was really quiet. I even pointed it out on the air. He was like less animated than normal, which sounded like he sounded great. And then when he went to leave, he gave me the elbow dab. He was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go get some tea and get in bed." And I'm like, "Oh," he's like, "Yeah, I think I'm fighting something off." All right. And I started thinking immediately that he ain't gonna be here tomorrow. There ain't no way.
It's going around this building.
Oh yeah, this building's gotten its ass whooped. Yeah, this building has absolutely gotten its ass whooped.
Yeah, because last Friday I was like, "Oh, this isn't right." Manny, I've seen that they've been added to the offensive line, so yes. I believe in Caleb Williams and everyone else on this team, so. And Eberflus isn't the coach anymore, which is the humongous plus. I feel like that's not Manny's account after Drew Down's message right here. That must be a burner. Well, Manny does have like 4 accounts in here, though. See, I don't know what to believe anymore. Chatty House has got me all confused now.
I don't know what the hell's going on, man.
Zabo, I'm with you. I don't know who's who.
Is that Dave Hepner or is that Dave Hepner?
Telling Carl the other day, I got the Blackstone now, so I've become the, hey, my friends are coming over. Can you barbecue for us tonight, guy? And it's worked out perfectly.
Oh, very nice. Very, very nice. I was thinking my sister's driving up. My sister and my nephew's a big Celtics fan. So one of his birthday present or one of his Christmas presents was King Celtics tickets. So they're coming up that Sunday to go to the game on Monday, and I think I'll have to cook for them.
Nice little Celtics takeover at the G1C. Am I right, guys?
They're gonna be out there. Yeah, they're gonna be out there. And he is a full-on Celtics fan. He was a Celtics fan before Carrick coached there. Like he like when he found that out, he was elated.
Oh yeah, we got all that, John Poles. Facts, Adam L. Facts.
I don't think I've ever made carne asada on the grill. What's a Blackstone?
Is this like a?
Is that the pan?
Like the griddle type.
Yeah. Okay. I think I need one of those.
David, no, we're grilling hot dogs and hot dogs only. We don't say that other word.
Man, is that really even grilling when it's just hot dogs?
You throw the peppers on there and stuff like that too. Yeah.
Well, okay. So,
what?
I'm trying to ask a question. So, is it like a regular hot dog, like, or is it more like a sausage?
Buddy, we're back, so we're gonna bring this to air. Go ahead and run that question back, pal. Go ahead. Run the question back.
No, okay. You was talking about grilling.
Yes.
And you said you were gonna grill hot dogs. So
Dr. David asked if I grilled something else, but he said no, we call them hot dogs.
So no. But what I'm trying to ask is, like, when you say grill a hot dog, you're not talking about the like.
I'm talking about between the bun.
No, I know that. I'm not talking about like the little like hot dogs that you cut up and give the kids. Like, are you cooking like a bigger sausage?
Damn.
I don't know.
No, hold on.
Forget it.
No, I get it. No, I get it. I get what you're trying to do, but it's just off principle as a flag. I get it. Yeah, we'll go like the hot links and stuff along the lines of stuff like that. But
okay, thank you.
Like
I'm sorry.
Cheddar dogs and stuff like that.
All right, just forget
hot
it.
links, cheddar dogs.
You can't do anything on this stupid
We
show,
already
man.
talking about grilling sausage.
So Matt said the camera's going to be off on purpose. So Matt, are you here with us?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another tour of the Chase Center with Matt.
Hey, let's go!
Where are we going today?
That is, you know what? It's funny. When you text me earlier, when you text me about Jesse earlier, it like I had a thought. Wait, is Matt in San Francisco? And then I thought, no, he would have told me that he couldn't do the shot. Oh, this is a great surprise. One of the greatest Matt George segments, one of the greatest show segments ever that mortified Matt George. You did not get how fun your tour of the Chase Center was.
Well, I'm leaning into the bit now, but no, I was absolutely mortified. But last time, D-Lo, we went that way. That's where we went last time. Yep. We're going this way this time. We're going towards like where the broadcast booths are and the Thrive City entrance. So we'll see what we can find. But hello, how are you?
But terrific. If you hit the dead end in the Golden One Center because for some reason they decided you can't walk anymore here in this arena, can you show everybody? Because I think some people think I'm making it up. It's amazing.
I would be happy to. Let's see.
It's just the dead end.
Let's see where I'm ending up.
Let's see. Look at Matt is at the Chase Center, just walking through hallways. It's probably carpeted. There's probably like pictures like you'd see at your grandma's house on the wall. Well, what I tell
Very
you?
close.
What did I tell you? Right there. Maybe not.
Okay. So we are at the water side of Chase Center. You can see out there into the
There it
beautiful
is. Very
bay.
pretty. Yep. Very nice. Very nice.
Bay. There's a bunch of tables down here for some kind of event going on.
Very nice.
And then we have this, the lounge, I guess.
Okay. That's what. Yep. That's what.
It looks like a Barnes and Noble.
Yeah. A lounge.
Where you go to get your books, buy the suites. Okay, because at Chase Center you have your suites, right, where you go and you enter your suites to watch the game. But then when you just don't want to be in your suites, you could just sit at this round circular couch over here next to your suites. But you still can't see the basketball game. But they're there.
The game, because why would you want to see the game at the Golden One Center or at the Chase Center? Excuse me. Why would
the court is there. That is the court.
Yeah, on the other side of the walls.
Right. I feel like I'm in a hotel. I feel like I'm at Marriott.
I'm worried about you being there too long. I feel like it might take your soul. I feel like that's what the Chase Center does, is it just takes your soul from you.
I survived the playoffs here. I think I can survive anything in this building at this point.
No. You definitely did that. You definitely did that, Matt. And there's going to be a playoff fill tonight. I caught the podcast this morning. I think you believe, like the rest of us believe, this is a massive game for Sacramento tonight.
Damian, before I answer that question, congratulations. We have hit the dead end.
I told you.
We have hit the dead end with authorized personnel only.
I told you, at some point, the arena just runs out.
It's over. All right, well, I'm turning around. I'm going back where I came from. Yeah, I do think tonight's game, I'll go as far as to say I don't think the Kings have any shot at making top six if they don't win this game. Right, the tiebreaker implications for this alone, right? I mean, they're what? I think Jesse said earlier they're 3.5 back of seventh, which means they're either 4-4 or 4.5 back of sixth, which is held by the Warriors. And to get that spot, I personally feel that the Kings, the best chance for the Kings is to tie the Warriors and then win via the tiebreaker, which they would get tonight. So winning this game not only brings them a step closer to 8th, 7th, and 6th, but it gives them that tiebreaker just in case they're able to chase the Warriors down in these final 18 games. So if they lose this game, I think the 6th seed and avoiding the play-in altogether, we can put that to bed.
I'm 100% with you in that thought, but I do, if we dumbed it down just a little bit and focus, because there is a games played component to the games back component. And if you look at Sacramento right now, who is sitting at 31 losses, you have the Los Angeles Clippers, who are at 30, the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are at 29, and the Golden State Warriors, who are at 28. If you can pull the Golden State Warriors back to 29 losses tonight while you stay at 31, that makes it a little bit more digestible. It makes it a little bit more profitable. I'm with you. Once you get, you move to 32 losses there at 28, you're not catching the Golden State Warriors the way that they're playing. And now I think a big concern is the Timberwolves won last night. The Clippers won last night. The Timberwolves keep winning, but the Timberwolves won last night. The Clippers won last night. Even if the thought isn't the 6, keep pace with the 7 and 8.
Yeah, one of the things that the way I thought, or the way I approached it, was don't rely on somebody else, because the Kings are already being proven just by everything you laid out there that no one's going to help them, right? They got to get it themselves. They got to basically, I think Kenny said it better a couple of days ago. You got to win to get in, essentially. You got to win your way there. So I feel pretty confident in saying that the Sacramento Kings are a playing team. I don't see them dropping below 9th where they're at right now. But to climb into that 7th or 8th spot, which is significantly better, they need to win games like this, especially with the tough games coming up inside the Golden One Center with the Cavs and Boston and OKC that we've talked about till we're blue in the face. But even with the Warriors surging the way they're surging, believe it or not, in this stretch, this is one of the more gettable games that you have. A road game against Golden State, a place that I know it was different circumstances. Zach LaVine wasn't on the team. Jonas Valanciunas wasn't on the team, but De'Aaron Fox was out, and the Kings came into this building earlier this season and absolutely destroyed the Warriors. And you best believe the Warriors remember that too. So I don't expect it to be as easy of a game for the Sacramento Kings, but I would expect that if the Kings drop this game, I think they know pretty comfortably that the goal should honestly be 8. I just feel like you can't really look beyond 8 if you lose this game here tonight.
For the radio audience, Matt George is live at the Chase Center for the Kings and Warriors tonight. Matt, you pointed out that Kings-Warriors game earlier in the season, it was not that long ago that the Warriors walked into the Golden One Center and beat the hell out of the Sacramento Kings so bad, Doug said, we need to talk. And Kings have been 5-2 since then. And unfortunately, like we're feeling a little rough about this team because they got beat up by the New York Knicks the other night. And, that brutal loss in Los Angeles the night before with Kawhi Leonard's shot rolling in at the buzzer. But in the overhead view of this is a team that is 5-2, and it was a catalyst. The last time they played the Warriors was a catalyst to something that has seemed to gel this group together a little bit. Now I got thrown for a bit of a loop because 2 games into that, Domantas Sabonis gets hurt and he exits. And I think we're all of the belief and understanding he'll be back tonight.
Yeah, and hopefully we will get an update on that. Doug might play that card close to the chest until just before tip-off. I imagine he's going to be like a game-time decision. But all signs point to Sabonis will be returning tonight. So fingers crossed for that. But that's where I actually look at, in a weird way, I look at the Knicks game with a little bit of optimism, because if you were to take the last handful of games, the outlier is that Knicks performance, right? They've been playing really good defense over the course of these games. I think tonight's game you should look at tonight's game, or at least I'm looking at tonight's game with every belief that this Warriors game is going to go very similar to the way the Clippers and Nuggets games went. Now, I'm hoping there's a win at the end of it, not just a close, painful loss. But there's no reason to believe that the Kings can't play the Warriors as hard and as well as they played both Denver and LAC. Unfortunately, they were just unable to close out the deal. And that's where I'm a little more concerned, right? Because if the Kings fight hard and bounce back from that Knicks performance, which I expect them to do so, have a close game down the stretch and lose again, that's where I'm starting to have those feelings again of that this is who this team is. They'll put up a fight, they'll be competitive, but in the end, they'll just end up falling just short. So hopefully the Kings avoid that. But I'm not thinking about that Knicks performance in terms of, that's what this team is and that's what we're going to see tonight. I think that's the outlier. In some ways, I think you can crumple that up into a ball and throw it away.
I think you're right. I certainly hope you're right. Certainly in the most recent games, that absolutely has been, as you just pointed out right there. Is there a scenario because they beat Houston? I think the other one was it was Utah. They beat Charlotte. They beat Utah. They beat those 2 bad teams immediately in the aftermath of that Golden State Warriors game. They came out and beat Houston there, and that's where Domantas Sabonis gets hurt. We've seen Zach LaVine play really well. We've seen your boy Keegan Murray play really well. Is there any potentially negative impact on Domantas Sabonis' return to the lineup, given the fact that he really is the facilitator, the orchestrator of everything, and we've seen the offense kind of conduct itself a little bit differently as they've had to, an adjustment, a necessary adjustment, but we've seen them, adapt a little bit without Domas out there. Do you think there's a potential negative impact?
I think the defensive impact will be negative, but it doesn't have to be plummet or catastrophic, right? Because you're playing good defense with 2 not necessarily good defenders in your lineup already with Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. They figured enough out to be able to play effective defense with those guys still playing heavy minutes on the floor. So Domantas Sabonis is not such a negative defender that he's going to come back and things are going to plummet. But things will look different than Jonas Valanciunas getting 35 minutes a night. I mean, I know the Knicks game it was a blowout, so we didn't really see the full minutes, but Keon Ellis only played 18 minutes in that game, in the first game that Malik Monk returned. So less of Keon Ellis, less of Jonas Valanciunas on the floor. There's going to be a negative impact for the defense. However, the last 2 games, D-Lo, the Kings haven't scored 30 points in a quarter. That's very unusual for this team to have 2 games in a row where they didn't score more than, I think, 28 or 29 points just in one of them. In the LA Clippers game that they nearly won and arguably should have won, I think the most they scored in a quarter was 26. So I'm looking at that, and my reaction to that is yes, it's fair to be concerned or to even believe, like I do, that there will be a defensive drop-off with Malik and Sabonis coming back and taking the 35-plus minutes a night that you expect them to have as starters. But the offensive boost that they bring is more than capable of making up for some of that defensive drop-off. As good as the Kings have been holding teams to in the mid to low 100s, they've only been scoring like 110 themselves. Yeah. So can you get back to scoring 120 but hold teams to that 110, 115 range? That's where I think you can be optimistic about the return of Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis returning is never, ever a bad thing. You'll just see it look different.
I'm with you. The offensive production that you just laid out there, and I didn't notice that at all. I mean, sure, you look at like the overall, so I didn't really notice that about the quarter scoring. Do you think that's a direct result of Domantas Sabonis being out?
Sabonis and Malik Monk, and I don't think it's a coincidence.
Okay,
now, Monk was the most rested, right, the other night, so I don't think it's a coincidence at all that Malik came in, and I think he led the Kings in scoring with 21 or 22 points or something like that. But as good as Keon Ellis has been shooting the basketball, he's not a shot creator. I mean, Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan have relied on a lot of ISO heavy scoring because you can run pick and rolls and things like that through Jonas Valanciunas, but it's not the same as the three-headed monster that Domantas Sabonis is, where he can pull up and shoot. You can run the DHOs through him. You can run pick and rolls through him, pick and pops with him. It just opens up the offensive opportunity. Of course, here comes the dance team now. Every time I come to the damn arena trying to do a radio show, this dance team decides.
Or Matt George just trying to do a radio conversation and got to come out.
But yes, I think the lack of two starters who are very offensively gifted players and who are your primary playmakers, I think that really hurt Sacramento in their scoring over these recent games.
Actually forgot Malik missed the stretch. Just completely forgot about that. We know Jake LaRavia is back in the lineup as well. I don't say that tongue in cheek. I mean, you need bodies out there, and he's been really good. Do you think with the way that Valanciunas has played really since the very beginning of that Rockets game, that there might be a little bit more of a need or a desire to make sure he gets a healthy dose of minutes, be it to help out Domantas Sabonis or potentially play alongside Domantas Sabonis?
I think Jonas Valanciunas has shown himself to be so valuable that you can't afford to not find minutes for him, right? And one of the things that Valanciunas gives you is the luxury that the Kings haven't really had over the last couple of years, which is Sabonis can step off the floor and you don't plummet. Right, early in this season, when Sabonis would exit, those minutes without Sabonis on the floor were typically pretty bad, to a point where Sabonis was having to play 38, 39, 40 minutes a night sometimes. So Valanciunas gives you the ability to handle those minutes, but Valanciunas should not just be playing, in my opinion, 12 to 15 minutes a night, right? So you need to find a way. Doug needs to find a way, and it's easier said than done, of course. Ooh, there's some sweets. I might sneak into one of these. He needs to find a way to have those two share time together on the floor, even if it's only for 2, 3, 4 minute stretches, and then go from there, right? Because what I don't want to see is Valanciunas doesn't have to be a starter for this team. It wouldn't work, I don't think, for Sabonis and Valanciunas to start together. But sure. I don't want to see Valanciunas go back to mid-teens minutes per game, just like I don't want to see 18 minutes a night for Keon Ellis. I think both of them have proved they're too valuable and too impactful on the defensive end of the floor to just be relegated to bench player minutes. And even the same with Jake LaRavia, right? It's a tough problem to have for a coach because only so many guys can play. But if you were to tell me, hey, DeMar DeRozan is only going to play 36 minutes tonight, or so Jake LaRavia can have 14, and Domantas Sabonis is only going to play 34 minutes tonight, so that you could find 15 or 16.
Well, I got great news, Matt. None of this matters because Domas is out tonight.
Oh, well, cool.
I got to be honest, I did not expect that at all. Oh, now that's very nice.
Here's a suite at the Chase Center, so we can feel better.
It's nice. That's nice. It's a very nice suite. It's very good.
Welcome out to this is like the center court suite.
Oh yeah,
this is the suite.
That's Lacob suite right there. That's good stuff.
So this is where
sweet. But
This is where Sabonis will watch the game, apparently.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Jason Anderson tweeted just minutes ago, or 8 minutes ago, that Domantas Sabonis has in fact been ruled out for tonight's game against the Golden State Warriors. So, just erase everything Matt and I were just talking about. I didn't expect that. I was surprised. You guys got to practice yesterday. They said he was out there on the court. It felt like he was progressing in the same way that Malik Monk was progressing. I did have the thought of the back-to-back, Matt, with Golden State and Phoenix. But honestly, I thought you'd want him tonight. And if you decided to do the not playing back-to-back thing right away, then you'd have Valanciunas go tomorrow. But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm the same way. If it's a back-to-back thing, then you're picking the wrong game. Like this Warriors game, you got to get the Suns. Sure, you'd like to keep separation from them, but they're not nearly as much of a threat. Plus, like I have full confidence in Jonas Valanciunas' ability to handle like Mason Plumlee. Like I'm not too concerned about that. Not that the Warriors have a big man that you need Sabonis to match up with necessarily, but the best version of your team has Sabonis, and if he's available to go for any of these two games, this Warriors game is the one that you need to get. So, and we know, right, this is a decision from the Sacramento Kings. This is not a decision from Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis would have been out there yesterday, right? He wants to play. He's ready to go. He's probably fighting to get back as much as possible, and he's probably more disappointed than all of us combined that he's not playing in this game because he recognizes the significance of this game. Again, thankfully, the Kings have a player in Jonas Valanciunas to where this is not catastrophic news for the Kings against the Golden State Warriors tonight. But it's definitely, don't get me wrong, it's definitely a letdown.
Sham Sharania, 24 seconds ago, we were literally just talking about this. De'Aaron Fox will undergo season-ending surgery on Tuesday for tendon damage in his left pinky. Literally everyone on the planet knew that this was going to happen. And San Antonio has full-on shut it down for the season. De'Aaron Fox will undergo season-ending surgery on Tuesday for tendon damage in his left pinky. Matt, and obviously De'Aaron Fox is none of our business anymore, but that is an NBA story. Correct me if I'm wrong. Does he have to have surgery on the other hand too? I know the pinky is the one that is being literally like propped up by tape, but is there something? Right. I felt like he had two hand injuries, but I could absolutely be wrong.
He hurt was it his thumb that he hurt in the playoffs? I genuinely don't like. That man has had so many injuries to his hands that it's hard to keep track. Honestly, to be honest with you,
the pinky he hurt in training camp, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just the pinkies that I remember talking about, but that doesn't mean that I haven't just gotten used to him having another lingering issue or lingering injury.
Yeah, Sean's just tweeted that Fox suffered the tendon injury during training camp in October and played through the ailment this season.
So I don't understand why you didn't just do this after the Spurs-Kings game. Like, what more did you run out De'Aaron Fox for? Although he is coming off of, he had a 34-point near triple-double the other night for San Antonio against Dallas. So maybe you wanted to end it on a high note for him. And I know he shared with us after the Kings-Spurs game that he was going to go to, when he went down to LA, he was going to see a specialist. He had kind of a throwaway line in there that caught my attention. He was like, yeah, they might even do the surgery right then and there. I'm like, huh? Like they might look at it and say it needs surgery now. So the door was certainly going to be open to him doing this. I'm glad he's doing it. It makes sense for him. As soon as Wemby went down, it makes complete sense for the San Antonio Spurs. They're going to be in great shape starting next season. They need De'Aaron Fox at 100%. And if anybody has seen the pictures or seen De'Aaron's hand up close, you know that finger is not bending the right way. And that finger has had an impact. Now, he's not using it as an excuse. He, in fact, has dismissed it as an excuse all season long when you've asked about it. Like we've asked about that hand when he was here in Sacramento almost on a weekly basis, and he would just dismiss its importance. But it clearly had an impact. It had an effect. This is the right decision for him, the right decision for San Antonio.
Yeah, so again, De'Aaron Fox will undergo season-ending surgery on Tuesday. Of course, that is San Antonio Spur De'Aaron Fox. So his season is done. That is something we all expected to happen after the Victor Wembanyama issue. I don't want to call it an injury. It is an issue, the blood clot issue. More importantly for us, Jason Anderson tweeted a few moments ago that Sacramento Kings center Domantas Sabonis, who I think we all expected was going to return tonight against the Golden State Warriors on TNT will, in fact, not return. He has been ruled out. It appears it'll be Jonas Valanciunas once again starting for the Sacramento Kings. And a group that I'm sure has that ass whooping that they got at home on the at the Golden One Center still on their mind. It was 132 to 108. And that was the game that prompted the meeting and got this team all in sync. And I think the Kings are doing I think the Kings got some really good things going on right now, despite the fact the way the last two games have gone. Do you think it was just getting settled in a little bit and allowing LaVine to find his place and getting him in the mix with everybody else?
Well, Zach LaVine's shooting over 60% from 3-point range over the course of like 2 weeks,
that certainly helps.
Right, that definitely helps you. But even so, like that, the defense doesn't have anything to do with that, right? And what I thought the Kings have been doing really, really well is I think they've been doing a good job, like kind of taking on Doug Christie's identity and establishing the physicality. And that's where I felt they were completely lacking against New York, right? The Knicks came in and just beat and bullied the Kings, like beat them up, pushed them around, right? And I asked Jonas Valanciunas after that game, like, hey, like, the Knicks are like a physical team. And he said, like, we're a physical team too. Like, we want to play that way as well. We expect to play that way. So be it the letdown of these are not valid excuses, by the way, but it is a reality of what could have happened. The letdown of the the LA Clippers loss, and then being tired after a double overtime or an overtime battle, and then facing a team that's rested and on a losing streak and ready to beat you up. Plus, the Knicks are notoriously a bad matchup for the Kings. Like, I think it was just a compilation of everything that produced that result that we saw. I expect like the Sacramento Kings to look a lot more physical. And this is a Warriors team where I think, especially with Jonas Valanciunas starting, you can establish physicality against this team. Like, don't let Doug Christie always talks about, like, and he could honestly have a flag thrown on him every press conference, but he talks about like let them feel you, touch them up are some of the terms that he says. Like, let Steph Curry. Now we know Steph is going to get the whistle, so don't foul him from 3 like the Kings have been doing on a nightly basis. But
they are experts at that.
It's unbelievable. Although I guess when DeMar DeRozan gets his wrist hit, it's not a foul because whatever. And you know how hard I was so expecting, not to get on too much of a tangent, when they were looking at that shot clock reset and were counting down the seconds of the possession. You know how much I was expecting them to find a way to say that shot by DeRozan shouldn't count because the shot clock shouldn't have reset. I was ready for it. I'm glad they couldn't find a way to do that. But regardless, like, I expect the Kings to establish a physicality that they did not play with against New York, and that they certainly did not play with against the Warriors in that first game after the All-Star break. But that's been pretty consistent with how they've played in the other 5 wins since that time. So Sabonis being out is a bummer, but Valanciunas being out there means you've got the biggest guy on the court, right? Like, Draymond will say something, but I'd like to see Draymond step to Jonas Valanciunas a couple times tonight. I think Valanciunas feels pretty safe about that potential roadblock in his way.
Who sets the tone for physicality on the court for the Kings?
That's a great question.
I realize it probably starts with Doug, but like when you're talking about the actual, the guys on the floor.
I mean, it's hard not to say Valanciunas just because of how big that he is, but I think Keon Ellis took a lot of that responsibility too as a starter, to where he was Keon is not a guy that like ran through guys, but he's like a nuisance, like almost like a fly or a gnat or a bug. Like he would establish the tone, at least perimeter defensive wise, and then you'd have this massive human being in Jonas Valanciunas in the paint waiting for any guards that tried to attack the basket. So I think it was a combination of the two of them really establishing that defensive presence. Then, like for LaVine and DeRozan, I'm never looking at the two of them to lead the charge defensively. But if the two of them are active in passing lanes and communicating and talking, I think that matters a lot. When I asked Doug before the Knicks game about like what's been going right with the team defense, the first thing he said was communication. The communication's been better. And you best believe that two veterans like DeRozan and LaVine are expected to be some of the best communicators on the team, especially on the defensive end of the floor. So I would say the physicality, the tone is set by Valanciunas and when he was a starter, Keon Ellis. But to me, Levine and DeRozan, while they're not expected to make big defensive plays, they can communicate and they can lead on the defensive end by example. And we've been seeing kind of a combination of that. Plus, we've seen DeRozan a little bit ticked off at times too. Now, sometimes it's been to the ref, but there were a couple times where DeRozan, you could tell, was willing to go right at a guy on both ends of the floor because he felt he was fouled or whatever the case may be. So I'm all for that kind of chip on their shoulder level of Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, and hopefully the Kings get that tonight after they were embarrassed by the Knicks and embarrassed by the Warriors last time they played.
You know what I chuckled at a little bit, Matt, and you'll appreciate this because you've got work to do tonight, is Kings hypothetically get a win tonight. You come back, get ready tomorrow, and we're talking about the Kings, and it's like, oh, by the way, they need to do it again tonight. They have, meaning tomorrow, they have to do it again on Friday night against the Phoenix Suns, or you throw this game away. It's the second night of a back-to-back. I understand that that's tough. You're playing a team like, I keep thinking, yeah, Phoenix isn't dead. They're going to keep fighting. And then I watch them and go, no, I think they are dead. Phoenix looks like they're waiting out the season. Like they're just trying to get the season over with. And while I don't believe it'd be great if the Kings won every game that they played moving forward, I think you can get selective with your losses, and you don't want it to be the one against Phoenix tomorrow.
I mean, Chris Biederman shared the record, and I'm trying to do this off of memory, so I may get it wrong, but I think he shared that this season the Kings are 12-21 against teams above 500. And then there's something like 22 or 21-10 or something like that against teams below 500. And now, of course, that takes it a full context of the whole season, not Doug Christie, because I think the Kings have a winning record under Doug Christie against above 500 teams. So there's the Doug Christie kind of aspect of that, but then there's the whole season aspect of that. And like, if you look at this upcoming schedule and you look at I think 11 of the next 18 games, the final 18 games, 11 of them are against above 500 teams. And like, you wouldn't shock me at all if you told me if we're going on that same win percentage that they've had the whole regular season against above 500 teams, and the Kings are winning like 3 or 4 of those games max. So that means that, of course, that means after they wait to see me. I swear they do it on purpose.
I know they love you. It's Matt George live at the Chase Center in San Francisco.
They like, if I'm the Kings, then you're looking at these 2 games against Phoenix. You're looking at, I think they have Portland still coming up, and Portland has beaten the Kings twice this season, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, you've got games coming up against teams that, again, in theory, you should be beating. But I don't know how you can afford to drop any of those games, both Suns games included. So you're 100% right. Like, regardless of what happens today, the Kings need a win as a pick-me-up. But even if they lose this game tonight, there's no excuse for tomorrow. And maybe that's maybe that's the thinking behind having Sabonis sit out tonight and play tomorrow, because they know they absolutely cannot afford to drop a game like Phoenix, and they want Domas for that rested on the second night of the back-to-back. Maybe that's the theory. I don't know. I still would play Domas tonight if he's available. He's clearly not. But yeah, the Kings, like, it's going to be great, whatever they can do tonight. Hopefully they can get this win, but it'll be celebrate it, get on the bus or get on the plane, head to Phoenix, and you can't lose tomorrow night.
The Sacramento Kings can't seem to get a disgruntled franchise player story out of the media, but boy, they've got injury news on lock. We have no clue if Domas is still injured, if this is a strategic thing where, like Matt just said, maybe they're holding him out till tomorrow. Maybe he, after the practice yesterday, maybe he didn't feel good. Maybe it was just like maybe it was as simple as it's not ready yet. But this is the one thing that the Kings can keep from everybody is I have no idea what it is. So I guess we'll find out tomorrow when the injury report comes out, because you guys will ask your questions tonight. No one's going to answer them, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Hamstrings are no joke too, right? Especially for bigs. Like, if you have a lingering hamstring injury, and it could be one of those things too where he worked on it yesterday, he had a good practice, it was productive, he woke up this morning and tried to get out of bed and went, ow, okay, this maybe I'm feeling it now, right? So hamstrings you want to be careful with. And look, the Kings are operating with the understanding or with the belief that they're going to be playing beyond 82 games, right? So rushing Domantas Sabonis back is counterproductive to what they're trying to do. So they're going to be safe, and they do feel they have a pretty good insurance policy in place in terms of Jonas Valanciunas, to where they can take the bumps now and win games now to put him in a position to be as close to 100% as he can be, so that when the Kings play their play-in games, or when, hopefully, they make it to the playoffs and meet OKC or whoever in the first round, that they'll have the best version of Sabonis available, which they're going to need to have any chance.
How you feel about this stretch coming up? Like this, we went from the Utah, Charlotte, stretch. Things, started to get a little tougher, and then we had this week with the Clippers, Knicks, Warriors. We got the Suns coming up on Friday, and then it gets bad with teams at the top of both conferences. Knowing the way that they've played over the last 7 games or so, really just the New York Knicks being the complete outlier. What do you think?
Yeah, surprise. I'm not optimistic. I'm not feeling too great about it. I don't think things are going to be nearly as bad as that Knicks game. Like, I think the Kings will play the Cavaliers and they will play the Thunder in Boston even. I think they'll play them better, or at least put up more of a fight than they did in that Knicks game. I'm pretty confident in that. But there's one thing, like, this isn't the Kings just want to put up a fight. This is the Kings need to win basketball games, right? And I think, unfortunately, that the way, especially the Nuggets game and the Clippers game went, I think it's exactly what I thought this team was, or it's just affirmation or reaffirming my belief in this team that they are more than talented enough to be competitive. They should arguably have won those games, but when it came down to it, they weren't able to close it out. They weren't able to seal the deal. I have full confidence in the Kings' ability to beat the Suns twice. I have full confidence in the Kings' ability to beat Portland or these other under 500 teams. The Bulls next week on Thursday, full confidence, even though that's the second out of back-to-back. Full confidence they'll be able to handle that game. I believe they've crossed that bridge to where, under Doug Christie, I'm not afraid of those Detroit Pistons-type losses from last season. I think that fear has been handled by Doug, which is a huge credit to him. But with the juggernauts that are coming through the Golden One Center next week, like the Kings, I don't think we can hope that the Kings will steal a game or two, but to expect the Kings to win even one of the Cleveland, OKC, Boston games is a tough ask. So I'm in the boat that where the Kings are at is who they are. It's unfortunate because I don't think they're going to make it out of the play-in as a 9th seed. I think they'll make it to the second game, but I don't know if they'd make it past either the Timberwolves, who are playing really well right now, or the Clippers, who just beat you in a hard-fought game the other night. So I don't think this is a playoff team, and I think the Kings are going to be in the exact position that you don't want to be, which is right in the middle, right? You're going to lose your draft pick. You made the play-in, but even if you make it to the playoffs, you're probably at best winning one game in a playoff series. I don't like where the Kings are at, but this is where they have to ride it out through the rest of the season. I just don't have high hopes.
Are you married to winning 2 playoff games or play-in games? Excuse me. Like that's what you think they'll have to do?
Yes. I think 7 or 8 is still more than achievable. And I think when Sabonis comes back, if they can get that, if they can keep at least some level of the defense that they've been showing consistent, while also getting that boost offensively that I expect from Sabonis coming back, I think that will be enough to that will be enough to put them in the conversation for 7 or 8, that they're still very much in the hunt for that. But if you were to ask me right now, am I picking the Kings to stay in 9 or picking the Kings to move up to 7 or 8? Yeah. I don't believe that they're going to be able to do it. They're more than capable of doing it. I just don't see it at this point in time. I don't think they're going to win enough of these games with really difficult opponents coming up to secure that. They won't lose enough to fall out of it, in my opinion, but they won't win enough to catch some of these teams that are playing good basketball right now ahead of them.
Mrs. Mac-10 brings up a great point. Do you have like an Apple Watch on or something to count all of these steps that you've taken here around the Chase Center today?
I don't, but I'm getting my exercise in. Let's see if they're done playing music so I can show you. I mean, I know I'm a Warriors hater, but this is one of the worst courts. It's their court that has like the 3D of the Golden Gate Bridge or whatever. Let's see. I don't know how well you can see it. You probably can't see it too well. Zoom.
Not really.
It's one of those. You'll see it when you guys watch TV tonight. But it's one of their. one of their alternate courts that has like the 3D version of the bridge, and then they're red and blue, and then kind of a gold or whatever. I'm hating on it. I'm hating on it, but I've got good steps in.
We've been trashing the Chase Center for about 45 minutes now. And I mean, maybe we've been trashing it for about 2 or 3 years now, and rightfully so. I will say there is one thing I very much like about the Chase Center, and it's lighting. I think their lighting for basketball games it's beautiful. Like, it looks so good on television.
When you get into the arena itself, it's great. Like, it's gorgeous. And it gets pretty loud in here, but the everything else, the concourse and everything, are also Thrive City outside the arena is gorgeous too. But getting into this arena and finding your way to your seats is an adventure in itself.
Oh, it is brutal. Absolutely. It is not the fan friendliest arena, but Matt George is the fan friendliest reporter as he took us on another tour of the Chase Center as we prepare for the Kings and the Warriors tonight. We appreciate you so much hanging out. We appreciate the calls, the texts, and all of that good stuff. Kevin John, what up, boy?
I can't hear you, brother, but you look great.
My man, Kevin John right there. Good stuff as the ABC 10 crew gets ready for the Kings Warriors tonight. We appreciate you so much for being with us. The Purple and Black pregame show is coming up next. We will see you here tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff. Thanks, Matt. Thanks for dealing with all that. That's good stuff.
I don't know how much you enjoyed Katy Perry, California Girls, as your sign-out music, but that's what you got. That's the ending D'Lo and KC needed.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. Little Katy Perry. Nothing wrong with it. I'm with it.
All right, y'all.
Well, enjoy the game tonight, man. What are you gonna do for the next? I mean, you don't talk to Doug for what, like 90 minutes? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, for a bit. I told Damien, I was like, we got to get to the Chase Center early so I can be here for the hit. So we left early for the show. I want you to know that.
I love you, man. I appreciate it. We're gonna sign off. We appreciate you guys. Enjoy the game tonight. Vamos Kings, and we'll see you tomorrow.